Marshall Peak. Chapter 5076. Why don't you just rob us instead?
Oh.
More than 10 feudal lords were led to the reception hall in the castle and were seated. Xiaogu took the head seat and had some small talk with all of them. The feudal lords here were all familiar with each other. After all, they lived in He Yuan's territory, so they had come into contact with one another before. They were naturally curious about why Xiaogu suddenly invited them to this place, and even after a brief chat, no one knew of the reason. When Xiaogu was asked about it, he just acted mysterious by smiling in silence. It wasn't until the last feudal lord arrived and took his seat in the grand hall that Xiaogu gently clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Then he rose from the chair and said with a smile, "I'm sure you're all curious about why I've invited you over. It's simple. I want to show you 2 items." A feudal lord, whose figure was especially burly, asked impatiently, "What items are you talking about?" Another feudal lord, who had wings on his back, said, "Xiaogu, stop stalling and get on with it. We have no time to waste." Upon hearing that, Xiaogu put on a smile. "See for yourselves." As he spoke, he stepped forward. By the time he finished speaking, he was already standing in the center of the grand hall. In front of everyone's eyes, he extended his hand into the void and pulled out a giant halberd that was 15 meters long. At the same time, he took off his shirt and revealed an artifact armor that covered the upper half of his body. The artifact armor and the giant halberd radiated a dazzling glow, which went to show that they were no ordinary artifacts. More importantly, the artifact armor and the giant halberd seemed to be custom-made for Xiaogu as they fit him perfectly. Clad in a piece of armor and holding a halberd, Xiaogu looked quite imposing. He appeared especially outstanding among these feudal lords. They were all instantly attracted to him with shocked expressions. Given these feudal lords' eyesight, they could see that both the giant halberd and the artifact armor were no ordinary artifacts. They were undoubtedly made by a skilled human artifact refiner. While remaining on the spot, Xiaogu looked around and was pleased with their reactions. In fact, if he hadn't known the background of these 2 artifacts, he would have sported the same expression if he saw a feudal lord who possessed them. The burly feudal lord, who spoke earlier, was so shocked that he stood straight up and walked up to Xiaogu. After examining the artifacts, he knocked on the artifact armor and nodded lightly. "Astounding. This thing can withstand an all-out attack from me." Xiaogu flashed a smile at him. "This is truly a life-saving treasure if it can take an all-out strike from someone whose power is equivalent to a feudal lord. Since it could bear an all-out strike from a feudal lord, it could also save the wearer from a 7th-order human's all-out attack." The feudal lord said in a bitter tone, "You're so lucky to acquire these things. It seemed that you got quite some benefits from following Sir Territory Lord to the battlefield previously." Xiaogu said, "Do you think I obtained these things from the battlefield?" The feudal lord asked with surprise, "Didn't you?" Xiaogu put on a faint smile. "You're fully aware of the average size of humans, aren't you? How could I have possibly gotten these things from them?" The burly feudal lord was startled for a moment, but after giving it a thought, he realized that Xiaogu was right. Even though there were some slight differences between the humans when it came to their sizes, they were all petite in the Black Ink clan's eyes. Both the giant halberd and the artifact armor obviously didn't belong to humans. They must have been custom-made for Xiaogu. Even if another Black Ink clansman got his hands on these 2 artifacts, he would have a hard time using them if his size was too different from Xiaogu's. Another feudal lord thought of something as he asked excitedly, "Xiaogu, where did you get these artifacts from?" He had hit the nail on the head. Xiaogu turned to look at the feudal lord and decided to stop keeping them on tenterhooks. He said with a smile, "I asked someone to specifically refine these artifacts for me." "What? You asked someone to make these artifacts for you? A human artifact refiner?" All of them were flabbergasted. The feudal lord with wings gave it a thought and said, "Previously, the royal lord gave an order that all Black Ink disciples who were proficient in artifact refining were to be brought to the royal city. Where did you find a human artifact refiner to help you make these artifacts?" "That's right. Moreover, these artifacts appear quite extraordinary. The human artifact refiner who is able to make these things must be a great master. Such a Black Ink disciple should have headed to the royal city long ago. Did you visit the royal city? Xiaogu shook his head. I certainly didn't go to the royal city, and even if I did, I couldn't possibly interfere with the royal lord's plan. The royal lord had indeed summoned all the black ink disciples who were skillful in artifact refining, but what if this human artifact refiner arrived at a later time? What do you mean? Xiaogu went on to say, the black ink disciple that Sir Territory Lord recently brought back is an artifact refiner. Him. I heard that this black ink disciple was pretty bold. Just because he's a black ink disciple serving Sir Territory Lord, he offended Sir Guiliao back at the main castle. He left after that and no one knows where he went. Xiaogu said with a smile, I was beside Sir Territory Lord when he corrupted that human. On our way back I had a chat with that black ink disciple, so it could be said that we're on good terms. That human came to my place after leaving the castle. As for his grudges with Sir Guiliao, I'm sure all of you are aware of Sir Guiliao's hobby. That human's small universe was damaged seriously in the last battle, so if he gave in to Sir Guiliao's demand, his order would have regressed. That was why he left in fury and came to my place. The feudal lords nodded. They were aware of Guiliao's hobby. In fact, some of them had this hobby as well, so they could relate to Guiliao. A feudal lord asked, he's an artifact refiner. The halberd I hold and the artifact armor I wear were refined by him. He's indeed an artifact refiner, and a good one at that. Where is he? Another feudal lord asked agitatedly. The giant halberd and artifact armor in Xiaogu's possession were indeed extraordinary. They certainly wanted something similar. Xiaogu replied with a smile. He's still in my place. Tell him to see us. I want him to make artifacts for me. The other feudal lords agreed with him. Xiaogu grinned. The reason I've invited all of you to come here is to help you get the artifacts you want. Be it a weapon or an artifact armor. You can place any order, however. Go on. Xiaogu went on to say, that black ink disciple is a newcomer with no valuable items or resources on him. He certainly doesn't have black ink coins to purchase resources either. Therefore, he can help you refine artifacts, but you have to pay him a reasonable fee. The feudal lord with wings snapped. He should be honored that we're here to tell him to make artifacts for us. How dare he demand a fee from us? A glint flashed through the burly feudal lord's eyes. Xiaogu, I guess it's you who wants the fee, not that human. Xiaogu replied solemnly. He'll be the one making the artifacts, while I'm just acting as a middleman. The money will be given to him, however, since he's promised to share a part of the profit with me, I naturally wouldn't turn him down. A feudal lord snorted. I knew that a black ink disciple wouldn't be so audacious. Xiaogu refuted impassively. That black ink disciple was personally corrupted by Sir Territory Lord. So he's different from the other black ink disciples. He doesn't even have any regard for Sir Guiliao. Does any one of you think you're more powerful than Sir Guiliao? They had heard about what happened in the castle. After all, the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Ziyan raised such a fuss that it couldn't be hidden. Upon hearing Xiaogu's words, these feudal lords were unable to refute him. In fact, he was right to say that since the black ink disciple didn't even have any regard for Guiliao, it would be useless for them to try to force him to refine artifacts for them. After all, he was the Territory Lord's black ink disciple, so they wouldn't dare to cross the line. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves when He Yuan was done recuperating. Brothers, with such artifacts in your possession, your attack and defense capabilities would be greatly enhanced. They could potentially save your life on the battlefield. Such treasures are hard to come by. So what's there to hesitate over when you're able to get them now? What are a few black ink coins compared to your life? Many feudal lords die on the battlefield, and once they do, their black ink coins become useless. To be honest with you, I spent my entire fortune in order to refine these artifacts. He wasn't lying, for he had indeed spent all of his money. Nevertheless, the cost included the black ink coins he had spent to get Yang Kai a profounding spirit fruit. A feudal lord suddenly said, It's no wonder that you borrowed some money from me recently. Xiaogu turned to look at that feudal lord. If you want an artifact, I'll give you a 20% discount, and your order will be prioritized. The feudal lord nodded lightly. Xiaogu's sales tactics were effective. Just like he had said, it was hard for them to get their hands on useful artifacts. Now that there was a chance, they wouldn't want to miss it. The reason they were furious was that a black ink disciple had the guts to charge them a fee for his services. However, any fee would be worth it if they could earn greater merits and preserve their life on the battlefield. Another feudal lord asked, "How much will that black ink disciple charge?" Jagu directly replied, "You have to provide all the materials, and each artifact costs 20,000 black ink coins." "What? 20,000 black ink coins? Why don't you just rob us instead? Are you messing with us, Jagu?" Oh. These feudal lords were infuriated. It had to be noted that 20,000 black ink coins was a huge sum to them. Even though most of them were able to fork out 20,000 black ink coins, that could only buy them one artifact. If they wanted two, that would cost 40,000. These feudal lords served He Yuan territory lord, which meant they were not powerful enough to have their own independent territories and were thus not very wealthy. By forking out 40,000 black ink coins and paying for all the materials, all their savings would be gone. Faced with their wrath, Jagu just smiled in silence. He knew that regardless of how furious these feudal lords were, they would ultimately agree, for there were no black ink disciples who could help them refine artifacts. Even if there were such black ink disciples in the past, these feudal lords didn't have the right to get artifacts from those human artifact refiners. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5077. He's an artifact refiner. Jagu told Yang Kai that they would charge 10,000 black ink coins for every artifact, which was a hefty price in the latter's opinion. However, Jagu directly doubled the price in front of these feudal lords. His intentions were obvious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to make it happen. He naturally wasn't willing to do anything that wouldn't bring him any benefits. This way, for every artifact that was crafted, he only had to give Yang Kai 7,000 black ink coins according to their agreement. On the other hand, he would be able to pocket 13,000 black ink coins. He would earn more than Yang Kai, who was the one actually making the artifacts. He already realized that it was a great business opportunity when Yang Kai made the artifacts for him. As a feudal lord, he naturally yearned for his own territory. However, that would require a lot of black ink coins. Although he had taken part in countless life and death fights on the battlefield before, he still hadn't accumulated enough wealth. If he could make good use of this opportunity, his dream would come true. A feudal lord with his own territory was totally different from those that had no territories. The boisterous feudal lords in the Grand Hall were furious at the fact that Jagu demanded such an unbearably high price, but an unfazed Jagu shuffled towards his own seat and said calmly, "Each of you is only allowed to get one artifact." Upon hearing that, all of them fell silent. A feudal lord frowned. "What do you mean by that, Jagu?" Jagu replied with a smile, "Just as I said." The feudal lords exchanged glances as they had no idea why Jagu came up with such a restriction. Every artifact would earn him 20,000 black ink coins, so he should be more than happy to get more orders for making more artifacts. Why would he limit how much he could earn? Jagu swept a glance over them with a solemn expression. "Do all of you think he can keep on making artifacts for you forever?" The feudal lord with wings on his back thought of something as his expression changed. "You mean?" He then pointed towards the ceiling. Jagu nodded gently. "More than 10 years ago, the royal lord suddenly summoned all the human artifact refiners to the royal city. All the black ink disciples who know anything about artifact refining have been gathered up. I'm sure you're aware that I used to have a black ink disciple who was an artifact refiner, though he was not very skillful. Despite his lack of aptitude, even he was summoned. We have all heard rumors about what is going on in the royal city, that it is a project that will secure the Black Ink clan's future, so not even the slightest negligence is allowed. Black Ink disciples who know a little about artifact refining have all been summoned, so how could Yang Kai, who is an expert in artifact refining, be exempted? The reason he's still free now is that the news hasn't spread. Moreover, Sir Territory Lord is still recuperating. If my speculation is correct, when Sir Territory Lord is done recovering and finds out that Yang Kai is an artifact refiner, he will send him to the royal city to take part in that project. When that time comes, no one will be able to help you make artifacts no matter how many black ink coins you have. Everything he had said was reasonable and well known. So the feudal lords nodded in agreement. Upon realizing the situation they were faced with, those who were not willing to pay 20,000 black ink coins were caught in a dilemma. If Yongkai was sent to the royal city, there would no longer be an artifact refiner who could make artifacts for them. Just then a feudal lord asked, "Zhagu, how long does it take for him to make an artifact?" "About 2 to 3 months, Zhagu replied and swept a glance over them. "There are more than 10 of you here. In other words, we can ensure that every one of you will get an artifact before Sir Territory Lord is done recuperating. That's why I've come up with this restriction. Certainly, no one knows for sure when Sir Territory Lord will leave the black ink nest. If he comes out sooner than expected, some of you might not get your artifacts." Upon hearing that, an impetuous feudal lord shouted, "I'll pay 20,000 then. I want an artifact." Following that, another feudal lord said, "I'll buy one as well." In an instant, the feudal lords in the grand hall scrambled to place an order. Zhagu slowly dealt with them with a smile. After everything was settled, he told these feudal lords to start preparing materials and black ink coins. Then he personally saw them off. He was pleased to see them leaving in a hurry. Barely 2 hours later, a feudal lord returned and brought with him sufficient materials and 20,000 black ink coins. After taking the materials and black ink coins, Zhagu headed to the cave and told Yongkai about the feudal lord's size and request. Yongkai memorized them, and after Zhagu left, he started making the artifact. Over the following days, Yongkai stayed in the cave and focused on refining artifacts. He didn't have to worry about cultivation resources as Zhagu would prepare everything for him. He just had to craft the artifacts according to the feudal lord's demands. For every artifact made, Zhagu would give him 7,000 black ink coins. As Yongkai refined artifacts day after day, his skills in artifact refining improved rapidly. At first, it took him 2 months to make an artifact armor for Zhagu, but 2 years later, it would only take him 45 days to create such an artifact, and its quality would be higher as well. However, he had only been making huge offensive artifacts. No one ordered an artifact armor. It seemed that black ink clansmen were fond of offensive artifacts but not interested in artifact armors that could potentially save their lives. Over the past 2 years, Yongkai managed to craft about 20 artifacts. As time passed, more and more feudal lords found out about Yongkai's ability to refine artifacts through word of mouth. An increasing number of feudal lords came over to place an order, and the fee for refining an artifact rose to 30,000 black ink coins per piece. It wasn't until this moment that the first batch of feudal lords invited to Zhagu's castle got over the bitter feeling. They even thought that they had picked up a bargain for their own artifact. As for the actual fee, Yongkai knew nothing as he focused on refining artifacts in the cave. Even if he found out about it, he wouldn't be bothered. Everything he was doing was to better position himself to carry out his mission. Since more and more feudal lords asked him to create artifacts for them, it suggested that more people were becoming aware of his ability. That would allow him to have a higher chance of achieving his goal. His skills in artifact refining had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago, and even though he was far from being a grandmaster, he could be considered a great master. Great master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster were the different ranks of artifact refining. Although there wasn't a systematic classification, such ranks were universally acknowledged. Only those who were able to make high-rank artifacts could be regarded as grandmasters. Now, Yongkai could only create mid-rank artifacts, so he was just a great master. He was now just waiting for Heiyuan to leave the black ink nest. After making some calculations, he reckoned that this would probably happen in a few years. Inside Heiyuan's castle, a feudal lord respectfully left the main hall while Gui Liao sported a solemn expression. He summoned this feudal lord because he had some routine business with him, but he was surprised to learn a piece of shocking news. The black ink disciple named Yongkai was actually an artifact refiner, and a skillful one at that. Gui Liao was truly astonished. After the battle between Yongkai and Lu Ziyan, he respectively punished them. He thought that by using the profounding spirit fruit as a threat, Yongkai would soon make a concession. However, that guy simply went missing for the past 2 years. This matter didn't really bother Gui Liao. As the territory lord's black ink disciple, Yongkai couldn't possibly have gone far, and must be hiding somewhere on the universe fragment and recuperating. Perhaps he was waiting for the territory lord to come out of the black ink nest to stand up for him. That was what Gui Liao originally thought. So he never expected that Yang Kai had gone to Zhagu's place and started refining artifacts for the feudal lords. He was shocked when he learned this. The other feudal lords might not be aware of how valuable a human artifact refiner was. However, as He Yuan's confidant, Gui Liao was. The royal lord was carrying out a grand plan that would affect the entire Black Ink clan's future. And it had something to do with human artifact refiners. It could be said that every artifact refiner was an invaluable asset to the royal lord, and were thus regarded quite highly. A human artifact refiner was no longer just any ordinary Black Ink disciple. In that case, despite Gui Liao's noble identity, he couldn't possibly oppress Yang Kai. Otherwise, He Yuan would punish him when he exited the Black Ink nest. However, Gui Liao couldn't apologize. As a noble feudal lord, he wouldn't give in to a Black Ink disciple no matter what. After giving it a thought, he called out, "Lu Ziyan." Lu Ziyan stepped out from the darkness. "Master, go to Zhagu's place and tell him to come over." "Yes," Lu Ziyan replied. Barely 4 hours later, Zhagu appeared before Gui Liao and saluted him. Then he asked respectfully, "Is there something you want me to do for you, Sir Gui Liao?" Gui Liao stared fixedly at him. "Zhagu, I heard that you've earned quite a lot of Black Ink coins recently." Zhagu was startled for a moment, but he soon pulled himself together and put on a fawning smile. "You found out about it, Sir Gui Liao?" He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from Gui Liao, and he had already expected it to get out at some point. Gui Liao snorted. "Before Sir Territory Lord entered the Black Ink nest, he told me to manage the affairs in his territory. Since such an incident has happened, how could I possibly not be aware of it? How dare you, Zhagu? Since that Black Ink disciple is an artifact refiner, why didn't you inform me immediately, and instead hid him away in your place to make artifacts for others?" Zhagu slightly bent his back. "Sir Gui Liao, that human is Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple after all. Since he wants to stay in my place, I can't possibly chase him away." Gui Liao sneered. "You just aren't willing to let him go, are you? You're charging 30,000 Black Ink coins for an artifact. It would take you dozens, if not hundreds of years to earn that much money." Zhagu forced a smile. "Please understand my situation, Sir Gui Liao. How much do you give that human?" Gui Liao asked. After hesitating for a while, Zhagu replied, "I told him that we'll charge 10,000 Black Ink coins per artifact, and I would get 30%. "You're really something," Gui Liao mocked. "He's the one doing all the work, but he only gets 7,000 Black Ink coins for each piece while you get 20 to 30,000. You've been treating him well, haven't you? Aren't you worried that when he finds out about it, he'll file a complaint against you in front of Sir Territory Lord?" Zhagu turned pale. "I suppose Sir Territory Lord won't bother dealing with such a small matter." Gui Liao replied calmly, "Who knows? After all, Sir Territory Lord regards him quite highly." Martial Peak, Chapter 5078. Gui Liao's Plan. Zhagu instantly became apprehensive upon hearing Gui Liao's words. Over the past 2 years, the amount of Black Ink coins he had earned off of Yang Kai was significantly more than what he could possibly make in his lifetime. With so much wealth in his possession now, he naturally wouldn't want to give it up. However, just like what Gui Liao had said, if Yang Kai found out about it and filed a complaint with the Territory Lord after the latter left the Black Ink nest, Zhagu would be doomed. Although he believed that the Territory Lord wouldn't care about such a trivial matter, Yang Kai's identity was special after all. Not only was he a human artifact refiner, he had also gained the Territory Lord's favor. What if the Territory Lord was willing to stand up for him? An anxious Zhagu gazed at Gui Liao. "Sir Gui Liao, do you think I should give all the money back to him?" Gui Liao sneered. Without directly answering his question, he asked, "Zhagu, how long have you been a feudal lord?" Even though Zhagu had no idea why the other man suddenly asked about it, he still replied honestly, "I've been a feudal lord for 3,000 years. "You've been stuck as a feudal lord for 3,000. Have you ever thought about ascending to become a territory lord?" Zhagu said solemnly, "It is every feudal lord's dream to become a territory lord one day. However, there's never been an opportunity for me. Just like Open Heaven Realm Masters, Accumulation was key to a black ink clansman's cultivation. However, humans could refine all sorts of cultivation materials while that wasn't possible for the Black Ink clan. There were two ways Black Ink clansmen could grow their strength. First, they could absorb world force and convert it into their own Black Ink strength. Secondly, they could directly absorb Black Ink strength produced in Black Ink nests to enhance their powers. The omnipresent Black Ink strength in He Yuan's territory was born from the Black Ink nest, and every Black Ink clansman could absorb it freely. Black Ink strength in this place was like world energy in the 3,000 worlds. However, there were innumerable Black Ink clansmen living in this territory, and everyone was absorbing and refining the ambient Black Ink strength. With so many people sharing the Black Ink strength, Xiaogu wouldn't be able to absorb a lot of it to strengthen himself regardless of how hard he tried. An opportunity, huh? Guiliao smiled. Sir Territory Lord once said that we shouldn't wait for opportunities to come to us, we have to create them for ourselves. Suddenly realizing something, Xiaogu looked fervently at him. Sir Guiliao, you mean? Guiliao stared fixedly at him and changed the topic by saying, do you want your own fief? Upon hearing that, Xiaogu felt his breathing becoming hurried. He instantly nodded, of course I do. The reason I've been trying so hard to earn Black Ink coins is that I want to buy a subnest from Sir Territory Lord. However, he's recuperating now, and the Black Ink nest has been shut. Moreover, I don't have enough Black Ink coins. Although he had earned a lot of money by relying on Yang Kai to make artifacts, he had only amassed 300,000 Black Ink coins. This was a considerable sum of wealth for a feudal lord, as 300,000 Black Ink coins were worth about 3 billion open heaven pills. A feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th order open heaven realm master, and there were rarely any 7th order humans who possessed so much wealth. It was the same case for the Black Ink clan. In order to own a fief, not only did a Black Ink clansman have to become a feudal lord, but they also had to possess a Black Ink nest of their own. Only then would he have a right to apply for a fief from the Territory Lord. Nevertheless, the lowest ranked Black Ink nest cost 500,000 Black Ink coins. The average Black Ink clansman would never be able to amass so much wealth in his lifetime. This was the reason there were so many feudal lords, but only a small number of them had their own fiefs. Although they were powerful enough, they didn't have sufficient finances to purchase a Black Ink nest. Once a feudal lord possessed his own Black Ink nest, it would be far more convenient for him to cultivate or recuperate when he was injured. For example, after Xiaogu returned from the battlefield, even though he was wounded, he was unable to enter the Black Ink nest to recuperate as the Territory Lord had shut it. He could only go back to his own castle and wait for his wounds to heal slowly. However, if he had his own Black Ink nest, he would recover far more quickly. By owning his own Black Ink nest, he could also cultivate inside it and increase his strength rapidly so that he would stand a much better chance of becoming a Territory Lord. There were many benefits to owning a Black Ink nest. One such benefit was that he would have his own fief, which could attract a lot of lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen to settle in his territory. If high-ranked Black Ink clansmen wanted to ascend to become feudal lords, they would have to get the help of his Black Ink nest's power. By doing so, they would have to pay him a fee. That would bring him a steady source of income. Besides that, he would also have the right to conscript the Black Ink clansmen living in his fief when war broke out. By then, he could establish his own army to fight against the humans. If he made a contribution on the battlefield, he would be rewarded handsomely. Feudal lords with their own fiefs were very different from those who didn't have their own fiefs. It was Xiaogu's dream to have his own Black Ink nest and fief, and he had been working hard to achieve it. When Guiliao asked him such a question all of a sudden, he couldn't help but fall into his wild thoughts as he secretly anticipated what the other man would say next. As expected, Guiliao said with a smile, "It's not hard for you to get your own fief. In fact, I can help you with that." Xiaogu felt his throat tightening as he asked agitatedly, "How are you going to help me, Sir Guiliao?" Guiliao replied, "You're strong enough, but you'll need 500,000 Black Ink coins to buy a subnest. How much money do you have now?" After hesitating for a moment, Xiaogu said meekly, 300,000. Guiliao nodded gently, "You need another 200,000 then. It's fine. I can lend that much to you and you can pay me back when you have the money in the future." Xiaogu said, "Even if there's enough Black Ink coins, the Black Ink nest is shut now. How am I supposed to get a subnest?" I'll have to wait for the territory lords to come out. The black ink nests owned by the feudal lords were bred from the territory lord's black ink nest. The relationship between them was like that of a mother and her children. That was why the black ink nests owned by the feudal lords were called subnests. On the other hand, the black ink nests owned by the territory lords were bred from the royal lord's black ink nest. Similarly, they were the subnests of the royal lord's black ink nest. It required a lot of energy to breed a subnest from a black ink nest, so every subnest cost a substantial amount of black ink coins. It wouldn't be given to a feudal lord for free, with the exception of if he had made a massive contribution. Therefore, even though Gui Liao was willing to lend Xiaogu some money, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. Right then Gui Liao said, I happen to have a subnest with me. I prepared it for myself back then. However, Sir Territory Lord has ordered me to help manage his territory and never lets me go. That's why the subnest is still unused. Now that I'm about to ascend to become a territory lord, the subnest is useless to me. I can sell it to you. What a coincidence! Xiaogu was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Over the past 2 years, he had been exploiting Yang Kai just to get enough money to purchase a subnest, but he hadn't managed to earn enough black ink coins even now. It never crossed his mind that not only was Gui Liao willing to lend him some money, but he would also sell his subnest to him. Given his understanding of Gui Liao, Xiaogu knew that the other man wasn't a kind-hearted person. Hence, while he was excited, he asked cautiously, Is there a condition attached to this deal, Sir Gui Liao? Gui Liao started chuckling. I've always known that you're clever, Xiaogu. It seems that I was right about you. There's indeed a condition, but it won't harm you in any way. Please make it clear to me, Sir Gui Liao. With a solemn expression, Gui Liao said, When you have your own fief, I want you to bring Yang Kai to that place and make him continue refining artifacts. I can introduce some wealthy feudal lords to you who are much richer than your friends. Also, I will take half of the profit from the sale of these artifacts. Additionally, I want him to refine 2 artifacts for me first. 1 offensive artifact and 1 defensive artifact. Xiaogu thought that the other man was indeed greedy by demanding half of the profit. With that said, they could command a higher price from wealthier feudal lords. After all, just like him, the customers he introduced to Yang Kai were feudal lords who didn't have their own fiefs. Feudal lords who relied on the territory lord to survive naturally were not affluent. As for making 2 artifacts for Gui Liao first, that wasn't really an issue. After giving it a thought, Xiaogu asked, Sir Gui Liao, how much do you think we should charge our new customers for artifacts? Instead of answering his question, Gui Liao asked, What do you think? Xiaogu thought that the other man was a bit ridiculous for just throwing the question back at him, but despite what he thought, he still replied, I'm currently charging my existing customers 30,000 black ink coins per piece. As for the feudal lords that you know, why don't we charge them 50,000 per artifact? If they charged 50,000 per artifact, other than the 7,000 black ink coins that had to be given to Yang Kai, the remaining money would be equally split between Gui Liao and him. That way, he would still get 21,500 black ink coins. It was only slightly less than the 23,000 he was receiving now, which was the amount of money he could get by exploiting Yang Kai on his own. Furthermore, the deal would be worth it since he was able to get a fief and a black ink nest. 50,000 was a huge sum in his eyes. After all, when he demanded 30,000, many feudal lords were unwilling to pay for it. They would cross the line by asking for a higher price. 100,000, Gui Liao said coldly. What? Xiaogu thought that he had misheard him as he gazed at him in shock. 100,000. It's decided. Sir Gui Liao. Xiaogu couldn't help but call out, Isn't this price somewhat exorbitant? Will those feudal lords be willing to pay such a price to get an artifact? Gui Liao sneered. Do not compare the feudal lords you know to my associates. They are all feudal lords who have their own fiefs. Do you think feudal lords who can afford to buy subnests are not wealthy enough? They're all eager to obtain artifacts made by human artifact refiners. However, since all the artifact refiners have been sent to the royal city, they aren't able to get their hands on them even if they want to. If there's someone who can refine artifacts for them, they'll even agree to paying more than 100,000. After all, they only have one life, and they can always earn more black ink coins. After a pause, he went on to say, moreover, when Sir Territory Lord leaves the Black Ink Nest, this business will naturally have to stop. He'll definitely send Yang Kai to the royal city, so if we don't seize this opportunity to earn more money now, there won't be such a chance again in the future. Don't worry. You just have to bring Yang Kai to your fief, and I'll introduce some customers to you. You just have to serve them. Marshall Peak Chapter 5079, The Ranks of Black Ink Nests. Since Gui Liao had said so, there was nothing Zha Gu could do about it other than nod in agreement. Gui Liao then asked, do you have any specific demands when it comes to your fief? After giving it a thought, Zha Gu replied, I don't have any specific demands really, but it seems that Yang Kai needs to rely on an external aid like Earthfire to refine artifacts. Do you have a recommendation for that, Sir Gui Liao? Upon hearing that, Gui Liao started going through his universe chart, and a moment later, he left a mark somewhere and passed it to Zha Gu. There was originally a great sun in this area. Although the sun is dead now, it still has a great amount of residual power. Let's just make this place your fief. The power of the great sun is still much greater than an earth fire. In the meantime, Zha Gu was glancing at the universe chart. Upon locating the dead great sun, he nodded, good. Gui Liao then waved his hand, after which Lu Ziyan stepped out of the darkness with a unique-looking box in his hands. It wasn't certain what the box was made from, as it didn't look like metal nor jade. It also wasn't certain what was inside the box. However, the moment Zha Gu saw the box, he became agitated and could not peel his eyes away. Gui Liao said with a smile, you have to keep this subnest in a safe place. I only have one subnest, so if you lose it, it will be gone for good. An excited Zha Gu took the box and thanked him repeatedly. This was the key to becoming a feudal lord with a fief, and it was also the thing he had always dreamed of getting. It never crossed his mind that he could easily obtain it on this day. Do you need me to teach you how to hatch it? Gui Liao asked. There's no need for that. Zha Gu shook his head. Suddenly recalling something, he said hesitantly, Sir, it requires a lot of resources or world force to hatch a black ink nest. Aye. A generous Gui Liao waved his hand, just buy the resources with the 300,000 black ink coins you have. It should be enough to hatch a black ink nest. As for the 500,000 black ink coins required to buy this black ink nest, you can pay me back later. Many thanks, Sir Gui Liao. Zha Gu was grateful. Although he now owed Gui Liao 500,000 black ink coins, it was worth it for a feudal lord like him. He secretly made some calculations and realized that if what Gui Liao said could be achieved, he would get 46,500 black ink coins for every artifact. After making Yang Kai craft more than 11 artifacts, he would be able to pay off his debt. He couldn't help but think that it was easy to make money with a human artifact refiner with him. He also felt fortunate that Yang Kai and Gui Liao were on bad terms. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to earn so much cash. Gui Liao would have taken full control over this matter. Now, Gui Liao only assisted him in secret instead of taking matters into his own hands. He must be worried that the territory lord would investigate certain matters when he was done recuperating. Therefore, even though Zha Gu would earn even more money, he would also have to take some risks. Despite knowing all of that, Zha Gu still happily obliged. After leaving the castle, Zha Gu was still in a dazed state. He still couldn't believe that his dream had finally come true. The box that contained the subnest couldn't be kept inside a space ring. To the Black Ink clan, a black ink nest was also a living creature. Therefore, Zha Gu returned to his castle and carefully put the box in a safe place before touring around He Yuan's territory. He then spent his wealth by buying a lot of world spheres and materials of different orders. 300,000 black ink coins were soon used up. Despite that, the substantial amount of resources in his space ring made him feel at ease. While Zha Gu had gotten everything ready, Yang Kai was completing another artifact. After telling Yang Kai to get some rest, Zha Gu started dealing with the feudal lords who were there to have their artifacts crafted. Since he had come to an agreement with Gui Liao, he wasn't willing to keep wasting time here. After all, he could only charge these feudal lords 30,000 for one artifact, while Gui Liao promised that they would be able to charge 100,000 per artifact. Since there was a huge difference between the prices, Zha Gu naturally knew which one to choose. Certainly, the feudal lords were not pleased with this. However, Xiaogu said that Gui Liao had summoned Yang Kai back to the castle. With this being the case, there was nothing these feudal lords could do about it. After all, Yang Kai was the territory lord's black ink disciple, so it wasn't appropriate for him to keep staying in Xiaogu's abode. When everything was prepared, Xiaogu gathered all his subordinates together and led Yang Kai to navigate across the void. On the way to their destination, Yang Kai said worriedly, "Brother Xiaogu, it's inappropriate that I'm suddenly leaving without informing Sir Gui Liao about it." Xiaogu replied with a smile, "Don't worry about it, Brother Yang. I've informed Sir Gui Liao already, and he's aware that you've been staying in my place for the past 2 years." "Did he say anything?" Xiaogu shook his head. Sir Gui Liao is busy dealing with the affairs in the territory. He can't be bothered to handle such a trivial matter. Yang Kai nodded gently. "That's good." Then he asked in puzzlement, "Where are we going?" An energetic Xiaogu replied, "We're going to my fief." Yang Kai nodded. Upon seeing the other man's lukewarm reaction, Xiaogu said with a smile, "Brother Yang, since you're a human, I suppose you have no idea how important a fief is to a Black Ink clansman." Yang Kai really had no idea about it. Although he had been staying by Nu Yan's side for 2 years in the Black Ink clan's hinterland in the past, the latter was just a high-rank clansman who was equivalent to a 6th-order human. Moreover, Nu Tan simply went from one blood arena to the next to earn Black Ink coins. Basically, Yang Kai knew little about the internal affairs of the Black Ink clan. In fact, even though the two races had been fighting against each other for millennia, the humans still didn't know much about the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai played along by saying, "Please enlighten me." There was a sense of pride on Xiaogu's face as he spoke. "Let me put it this way, Brother Yang. Only with a fief in possession will a feudal lord be considered a real feudal lord. The feudal lords who don't have a fief are like tigers without teeth." A puzzled Yang Kai said, "I don't get it." Xiaogu chuckled, "Since you're a human, it's expected that you don't get it. Do you know why there are so many feudal lords but only a small number of them have their own fiefs? Is it because there isn't enough land?" Yang Kai gave a random answer. In fact, he had pondered on this issue before, but he couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Since Xiaogu mentioned it all of a sudden, he reckoned that his doubt would be solved on this day. Upon hearing that, Xiaogu was startled for a moment before breaking into laughter. "That's indeed one of the reasons. Sir Territory Lord has dozens of feudal lords working for him. If every feudal lord had their own fief, there wouldn't be enough land. Nevertheless, the main reason is the limited number of Black Ink nests." Black Ink nests? Yang Kai arched his brow with surprise. "What does it have to do with the Black Ink nests?" Xiaogu explained, "Although the humans have fought against the Black Ink clan for countless years, I guess you all still don't know that there are different ranks of Black Ink nests. You've seen Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. Don't you think it's enormous and imposing?" "Yes." Yang Kai bowed his head. "The Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan, and there are 3 ranks in total, which the Royal Lord's Black Ink nests, the Territory Lord's Black Ink nests, and the Feudal Lord's Black Ink nests. In the humans' terms, these Black Ink nests could be categorized into high rank, mid-rank, and low rank. Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is mid-rank. You might think that it's splendid, but if you have the chance to see a Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, you'll realize that the one owned by Sir Territory Lord is quite petite." Yang Kai's expression changed as it was the first time he heard about this. He reckoned that the humans had no idea about such a categorization as well. With his brow raised, he asked, "So, a feudal lord's Black Ink nest would be considered low rank?" "Yes." Xiaogu nodded. "Every Black Ink nest is dependent on the higher rank one." "What do you mean by that?" Yang Kai frowned. Xiaogu explained with a smile, "A Territory Lord's Black Ink nest must be bred from the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, while a Feudal Lord's Black Ink nest is always bred from a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. Therefore, the Feudal Lord's Black Ink nest is a subnest of the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest, while a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is a subnest of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest." "There's such a relationship between the Black Ink nests?" Yang Kai was astonished, thinking that he had learned a great secret of the Black Ink clan today. In the past, the humans had some speculations about how the Black Ink nests were born, but they were never able to discern the truth. It wasn't until Yongkai heard about it from Xiaogu that he realized a lower-ranked black ink nest was separated from a higher-ranked black ink nest. With a solemn expression, Xiaogu went on to say, "It requires a lot of energy for a subnest to be born, so each one is extremely precious. We won't be able to get it with ease." As he spoke, he patted the box in his arms. "I bought this subnest with 500,000 black ink coins." Yongkai was flabbergasted. "That's a subnest." Xiaogu had been carrying this box while on their way to their destination. Yongkai could certainly see it. Although he was curious, he never asked what was inside the box. It wasn't until this moment that he realized it was a subnest. "Yes, it's a subnest." Xiaogu nodded seriously. "However, it hasn't been hatched. After it's hatched, it will be a real black ink nest. With that said, it will naturally be much smaller than Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest. After all, it's just a feudal lord black ink nest. With this black ink nest though, I'll become a real feudal lord." As he spoke, he started envisioning the bright future ahead of him. "With my own black ink nest, I'll be able to attract more black ink clansmen to settle down in my fief. If those high-ranked black ink clansmen want to ascend to become feudal lords, they'll have to rely on my black ink nest's power, and I can charge them a fee just to use it. When there are enough residents in the fief, I can form my own army and follow Sir Territory Lord to fight against the humans." Yongkai was practically beside himself as it was the first time he found out that a black ink nest had to be hatched. Was it really a living creature? How was it hatched? He had seen a lot of feudal lord black ink nests, but they were all gigantic. Although a feudal lord black ink nest was not comparable to the one owned by a territory lord, it couldn't possibly be stuffed into a box. While feeling doubtful, he asked cautiously, "Brother Xiaogu, you said that if those high-ranked black ink clansmen want to ascend to become a feudal lord, they would have to rely on your black ink nest. What if you want to ascend to become a territory lord?" Xiaogu replied, "I'll have to rely on the territory lord's black ink nest, which is the one owned by Sir Territory Lord. This black ink nest is not powerful enough to support my ascension." Yongkai nodded upon hearing his explanation. In other words, a low-rank black ink nest could help a black ink clansman ascend to become a feudal lord, while a mid-rank black ink nest could help a feudal lord become a territory lord. However, only the high-rank black ink nest could help a territory lord ascend to become a royal lord. Martial Peak Chapter 5080, Hatching a Black Ink Nest. The different ranks of black ink nests were owned by black ink clansmen of varying statuses. It was a clear and simple system. After giving it a thought, Yongkai asked, "Can a subnest be born from a feudal lord black ink nest?" Xiaogu shook his head with a smile. "The feudal lord black ink nest is the lowest rank. How can a subnest be separated from it?" "Then whose subnest is the royal lord black ink nests from?" The question startled Xiaogu. "The royal lord black ink nest is already the highest rank." Yongkai frowned. "However, according to you, every black ink nest is separated from a higher rank black ink nest. In that case, there should be a source where all the black ink nests come from. What is this source?" A dazed Xiaogu gazed at Yongkai for a moment before putting on a smile. "It beats me, Brother Yang. I have no idea what or where the source is. However, as far as I know, the royal lord black ink nest is indeed the highest rank. There isn't a higher rank black ink nest. Perhaps the royal lord's black ink nest is the source." Yongkai nodded as he could only acknowledge this statement to be true for now. He decided not to delve into this topic further. Instead, he grew curious about the box in Xiaogu's hands. "Brother Xiaogu, how are you going to hatch it so that it'll become a real black ink nest?" Xiaogu chuckled. "You'll find out soon." As they spoke, they kept moving forward. A few days later, Xiaogu suddenly stopped and fished out a universe chart. Universe charts were initially invented by humans. However, as the two races fought against one another for countless years, many of the humans' inventions had been acquired by the Black Ink clan. Some of the examples were flight-type artifacts in universe charts. "It's here." Upon determining their exact location, Xiaogu became energetic. "With this place as the center, a half-day's journey radius will now be considered my fief." Yongkai was stunned. "Your fief is pretty vast, then?" It had to be noted that Xiaogu was a feudal lord, so he could cross quite a distance by flying for half a day. In other words, his fief would be massive. Xiaogu chuckled, it's just luck. Then he looked around the area. Initially, the entire Black Ink battlefield was supposed to be a flourishing place. However, due to the Black Ink clan's characteristics, the Black Ink battlefield was only filled with dead universe worlds now. Now all they could see nearby were universe worlds and universe fragments that were full of death chi. Xiaogu soon found a suitable place and flew towards a universe world that was neither small nor big, landing soon after. The entire world was filled with death chi, and there wasn't even a tinge of vitality. Yongkai couldn't even feel a bit of world force around here. With that said, he wasn't surprised as this was only to be expected. I'll choose this place then. Xiaogu looked around, evidently pleased with this area. As he spoke, he carefully put down the box that he had been carrying in his arms. Although this square box was small, it seemed to be weighty. Yongkai didn't realize it when the box was in Xiaogu's arms, but the moment he put it down, the entire ground shook a little. Even the area around the box sunk somewhat. With a solemn expression, Xiaogu gazed at the box and said in an equally solemn tone, Brother Yang, don't you want to know how a black ink nest is hatched? You should watch attentively then. Yongkai nodded gently and stared fixedly at the box. Just then, black ink strength started billowing from Xiaogu's hand as he placed his palm on the box. It wasn't certain what he had done, but the box cracked and split. In an instant, a flower bud that was yet to blossom came into Yongkai's sight. This thing was similar to the black ink nests he had seen before, only far, far smaller. However, he could feel extremely rich black ink strength streaming around this immature black ink nest. Just like all the black ink nests he had seen before, this thing was like a living creature. Every time it breathed, black ink strength would billow from it. At this moment, Xiaogu's subordinates stepped forward. Although no order was given, they all fell on their knees and pressed their heads against the ground in the black ink nest's direction in a sincere manner. They started chanting something as though they were performing a ritual. Xiaogu was evidently agitated. Then all of a sudden, he stabbed a finger into his chest. Yongkai was stunned at the sight, thinking that Xiaogu was trying to kill himself. Nevertheless, he soon realized that it wasn't the case. Although Xiaogu had stabbed a finger into his chest, he wasn't trying to end his own life. When he pulled out his hand, there was a drop of black blood on his finger. Black ink clansmen were born in black ink nests, so they had no need for sexual reproduction like humans. With that said, they were not different from the humans when it came to their anatomy. Therefore, the moment Yongkai saw the black blood, he knew that it was a drop of blood from Xiaogu's heart. It was probably the equivalent of a human's blood essence. If it was lost, it would destabilize the black ink clansmen's aura and even cause their strength to plunge. As expected, after Xiaogu extracted a drop of blood from his heart, his aura became noticeably weaker. Then he dropped the blood onto the black ink nest, which quickly absorbed it. The next moment, a connection was formed between the black ink nest and Xiaogu. Yongkai watched from the side as he thought that this was similar to how some humans claimed the ownership of some artifacts by dropping their blood onto them. After absorbing Xiaogu's blood, the black ink nest was left with his brand. From now on, this black ink nest was Xiaogu's property, and other black ink clansmen could never snatch it from him, though it wasn't clear how the black ink nest would be impacted upon Xiaogu's death. Yongkai reckoned that nothing would change though. After all, he had never heard of any incidents where the artifacts would shatter after their owners passed away. There would simply be a new owner after the original owner lost his life. Although Xiaogu's aura had weakened after he finished this, he was clearly high-spirited. He then fished out something from his space ring. Yongkai could see that it was a world sphere that was filled with world force. He wondered where Xiaogu got it from. Without hesitation, Xiaogu threw the world sphere into the middle of the flower bud. The next instant, the black ink nest started shaking and throbbing like a heart. The world force inside the world sphere was soon swallowed by the black ink nest. As this happened, the entire black ink nest started squirming violently as something that looked like flesh grew out of it. The initially petite black ink nest started expanding rapidly. Just moments later, the originally small black ink nest had expanded by several times, and its growth didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Xiaogu continuously threw more world spheres which were filled with world force into the black ink nest, which never stopped growing. A few days later, a 1,000-meter tall feudal lord's black ink nest that occupied a large area was born. Yang Kai was shaken to the core as he watched the entire process. It wasn't until this moment that he figured out how the black ink nests came about. In fact, he was probably the first human to ever witness how a black ink nest was hatched. Perhaps some black ink disciples had seen it in the past, but such information had never been collected by the humans. It's almost done. Xiaogu was pleased as he gazed at the huge black ink nest. His subordinates had been repeatedly performing the same ritual in a sincere manner, and they didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Is this its final form? Yang Kai asked. He had seen a lot of black ink nests owned by the feudal lords before, but they were all much larger than this. That was why he was curious. Xiaogu shook his head. This black ink nest can still keep growing, but I don't have a lot of resources with me now. I need to use them for other matters. I'll only be able to keep growing this black ink nest when I have some spare money. I see. Yang Kai bowed his head. Let's take a look inside. Xiaogu was in a jolly mood and he couldn't wait to share his joy with others. Nevertheless, other than his subordinates, Yang Kai was the only black ink disciple there. Hence, he could only invite Yang Kai to go in. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't turn him down. In fact, he was curious about what the inside of a black ink nest looked like. Although he had entered Zhu Feng's mid-rank black ink nests before, that one was specifically used for recuperating. Moreover, all his focus was on killing Zhu Feng back then, so he didn't pay attention to anything else at that time. After the black ink nest took shape, it looked like a huge flower bud sitting on the ground. Over the past few days when the black ink nest was growing, Yang Kai could clearly feel that a profound force seemed to have expanded from beneath the black ink nest and turned into roots, which connected the black ink nest to this universe world. Xiaogu didn't seem to have made a move, but the moment he stood in front of the black ink nest, a gap appeared at the bottom and revealed a dark passageway. He had used a drop of blood from his heart to refine this black ink nest, so as he was now connected to it, he could easily control it. After Xiaogu stepped inside, Yang Kai followed him closely. They walked across the long passageway and arrived at an empty room. Yang Kai could see that the walls of this room seemed to be made from flesh. The entire black ink nest was filled with black ink strength and an indescribably evil aura. Xiaogu said, with this black ink nest it will be easier for me to cultivate. There's even a chance for me to ascend to become a territory lord. I'll congratulate you in advance then, brother Xiaogu. Yang Kai cupped his fist, then asked curiously, I saw you using up a lot of world spheres earlier. So, it requires the world force to hatch a black ink nest? Xiaogu replied with a smile, yes, it requires the world force to hatch a black ink nest. Of course, cultivation resources used by humans would work as well. Let me put it this way, a black ink nest can absorb anything that contains energy and transform it into black ink strength. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai thought that it was no wonder wherever the black ink clansmen went, the universe worlds would be filled with death chi. The black ink clan was the natural enemy of the 3,000 worlds. If they were allowed to invade the 3,000 worlds, all life would be purged. Since time immemorial, the masters of every generation from the cave heavens and paradises had been trying to destroy the black ink clan on the black ink battlefield to stop them from threatening the 3,000 worlds. For this reason, countless people lost their lives. However, other than the cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises, there was barely anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds who was aware of what was going on. It was a tragedy for all these sacrifices to be made yet never recognized. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5081, Information Network. Since it was a new black ink nest, there was nothing interesting inside it. However, Yang Kai was shocked upon hearing Xiaogu's explanation. This black ink nest would swallow just about anything that contained energy and use it as food. This characteristic reminded him of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wu Kuang. That guy cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law, and he claimed to be able to swallow anything in the world. Moreover, he possessed the flawless purifying golden lotus, which perfectly complemented the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai couldn't help but think about what would happen if Wu Kuang came to the black ink battlefield. Would he be corrupted by black ink strength? Would he be able to use heaven-devouring battle law and turn black ink strength into something he could utilize? However, that guy couldn't really show up in public now. He went missing after Yang Kai sent him to the shattered heaven previously, and it wasn't certain whether he was dead or alive now. Having said that, Yang Kai reckoned that Wu Kuang must be alive and kicking. It was said that good people didn't live long while a scourge would never die. After casting this strange idea away, Yang Kai slightly opened the portal of his small universe, whereupon his world force streamed out of his body. The next moment an anomaly took place. Like a cat that had caught a whiff of a fishy smell, the flesh walls in the black ink nest started drawing the world force towards them and absorbing it. An astounded Yang Kai instinctually wanted to close the portal of his small universe. After all, he would suffer a loss by letting the black ink nest devour his world force. However, before he could close the portal, he came into contact with a strange will. The reason this will felt strange was that it gave off a stiff feeling, as though it didn't have sentience of its own or wasn't fully conscious. This revelation astonished Yang Kai as he gazed at Gu. Gu only looked smilingly at him, as though he had already expected this. Seeing that the other man didn't have the intention of stopping him, Yang Kai set his mind at ease and started exploring this will. Just like what he initially felt, the will wasn't an illusion, it was just that it didn't have a consciousness of its own. After some exploration, a surprised Yang Kai asked, "Brother Gu, does this black ink nest have its own consciousness?" He came to realize that the source of the will was the black ink nest itself. Gu replied with a smile, "Of course, this black ink nest has its own consciousness. In fact, all black ink nests have their own consciousnesses, but this consciousness is just a medium. It won't express any of its feelings." "A medium?" Yang Kai was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Gu said, "Since you're able to connect to this black ink nest's consciousness, why don't you just explore it to find the answers yourself?" "Find the answers myself?" There seemed to be an insinuation in Gu's words. He seemed to suggest that there was a secret behind the black ink nest's consciousness, so a curious Yang Kai began probing around. This was the best chance for him to explore some of the Black Ink clan's secrets, so he didn't want to miss it. Furthermore, Gu needed him to refine more artifacts, so he probably wouldn't harm him. At the thought of this, Yang Kai became at ease. Initially, when he detected the will's presence, he wanted to ward it off as he was worried that it would harm him in some way. Upon making sure that the will didn't have a consciousness or mind of its own, he was able to relax. As he opened his portal, the power of his small universe was continuously swallowed by the black ink nest. As his world force left his body, Yang Kai realized that his mind was slowly connected to the black ink nest's consciousness. This was a special experience. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that he and the black ink nest were going to merge. Nevertheless, he knew that it was just an illusion. He was being influenced by the fact that his mind and the black ink nest's consciousness were mingling. Just a moment later, Yang Kai's mind fully merged with the black ink nest's consciousness. This startled him as the merging process was incredibly smooth, as though the consciousness had been waiting to accept him. Certainly, he knew this wasn't the truth. The black ink nest didn't have any sentience, so he reckoned that as long as certain conditions were met, anyone's mind could perfectly merge with the consciousness. The moment he and the black ink nest's consciousness became one, Yang Kai seemed to have plunged into a different world. There was no light or substance in this world. In fact, there wasn't even any physical presence here. In this world, there were only consciousnesses that moved around and communicated with each other. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. He could feel that there were two consciousnesses in a similar state as his that were communicating with one another. They seemed to be talking about a business deal that involved a lot of rare resources and Black Ink clan servants. Then, he realized that he could also detect the communication between some other consciousnesses. However, some consciousnesses had blocked out the others as any eavesdropper would be met with hostility. Yang Kai's consciousness navigated through this amazing world and saw the existence of different consciousnesses. Some of these consciousnesses were wandering about just like him. Some of them remained on the same spot as they absorbed as much information as they could. There were also some that were communicating others. Soon Yang Kai realized something that concerned him. All these consciousnesses seemed to be moving around in a huge medium, which itself was a consciousness that didn't have a mind of its own. This mindless consciousness was much larger than the consciousness of Jagu's Black Ink nest. Oh, there's a new aura here. While Yang Kai was in his thoughts, a wandering consciousness detected his presence and approached him to ask, "Who are you? Why have I never met you before?" Yang Kai was startled, not knowing how to respond to him. It wasn't like he could tell him he was a black ink disciple. The disturbance soon attracted the attention of the nearby consciousnesses. Yang Kai realized that the black ink nest's consciousness that carried his mind was now being gazed upon by countless pairs of eyes. He quickly retracted himself from this strange world and cut off his connection with the black ink nest's will. Xiaogu was just standing beside him and watching in silence. Upon seeing that Yang Kai started moving again, he asked with a smile, "Was it fun?" "Oh." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Xiaogu, the consciousnesses I came across." Knowing what the other man was trying to ask, Xiaogu cut him off by saying, "Just like me, they're the feudal lords with their own fiefs. Just like what you did earlier, they merged their minds with their black ink nest's consciousnesses and entered the domain of the territory lord's black ink nest." The domain of the territory lord's black ink nest? Yang Kai was stunned as he recalled the much larger consciousness that he came across earlier. Xiaogu nodded. The black ink nests of the feudal lords are separated from Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest, so they're the subnests of Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest. Regardless of the distance, as long as these subnests are not separated across worlds, they can communicate with each other. Of course, this requires the support of the domain of the Territory Lord's black ink nest, so you can regard this domain as a platform for communication. Despite Xiaogu's convoluted explanation, Yang Kai understood the abstrusity of it following his experience earlier. To put it simply, the Territory Lord's black ink nest had its own consciousness that was without a mind. This consciousness could turn into a domain, and allow the consciousnesses of the subnests to enter. The feudal lords who had their own fiefs could merge their minds with the consciousnesses of the subnests in order to enter this domain. Yang Kai soon understood the crux of the matter. With a serious expression he said, "In that case, a territory lord can find out what's going on with the feudal lords who are working for him immediately. Similarly, the feudal lords can promptly inform the territory lord about anomalies taking place in their fiefs." Indeed, it's one of the basic uses of the black ink nests. Yang Kai fell silent. It wasn't until this moment that he obtained an answer to a question he had pondered for a long time. When he pretended to be a black ink disciple and stayed by Nu Yan's side in the past, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass had led his subordinates to launch a raid on the Black Ink clan's territory. However, the royal lord reacted very swiftly to it, limiting the amount of damage that could be done. Yang Kai had always been curious how the royal lord received the news and made a move so quickly given the vast distances between the royal city and the outer borders of the Black Ink clan's territory. Moreover, all the Black Ink clansmen in the entire Blue Sky Theater were mobilized alongside him. In fact, the humans had never been able to figure it out. They speculated that the Black Ink clan had a special method of communicating with each other. Perhaps something similar to a space array. Now, it seemed that the method of communication between the Black Ink clan was far more profound than mere space arrays. The Black Ink nests that were scattered around the void formed into a huge information network for the Black Ink clan. Whenever anything happened in the areas occupied by these Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan would instantly find out about it and spread it to others. When the humans invaded the Black Ink clan's territory back then, the news must have been spread around through the Black Ink nests instantaneously. That was the reason that the royal lord could counterattack so swiftly by gathering all Black Ink clansmen under his command together. It was no wonder that the Black Ink nests were touted as the foundation of the Black Ink clan. This communication function alone was invaluable. So the Black Ink nest's consciousness can carry a human's mind as well? Xiaogu suddenly tooted. Apparently, he had no idea that Yang Kai could successfully enter the domain of the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest prior to that. I was just giving it a try. I hope I haven't caused any damage to your Black Ink nest, Brother Xiaogu. Yang Kai came to his senses and apologized to him. He just wanted to find out whether the world force coming from his small universe would be absorbed by the Black Ink nest. He hadn't expected that he would easily come into contact with the Black Ink nest's mindless will, which led to the discovery later. This was all just a coincidence. Xiaogu replied with a smile, "It's fine. The consciousness of any Black Ink nest is just a medium, so no damage would be caused to it. In fact, most feudal lords have a lot of things to deal with, so they wouldn't stay inside the domain of the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest all the time. The consciousnesses you came across are likely the trusted aides of those feudal lords. I'll also get one of my subordinates to stay here to gather information eventually. I see, Yang Kai nodded lightly. By pretending to be a black ink disciple this time, Yang Kai managed to find out a lot of secrets about the black ink nests. These secrets alone were worth his efforts. After all, these were the secrets that the humans had been trying to uncover forever, but to no avail. Martial Peak Chapter 5082 Black Ink Pool. As for who would be appointed by Xiaogu to stay in this black ink nest and gather information, Yang Kai couldn't care less. Xiaogu had several dozen black ink clansmen working for him, but they were generally weak. There were only a small number of high-rank black ink clansmen who were equivalent to sixth-order humans. The person responsible for gathering information would be one of those high-rank black ink clansmen. Let's continue, Xiaogu said, then led the way for Yang Kai. Soon they went further inside and arrived at a room that was so large that it occupied half of the black ink nest's internal space. Flesh walls were seen squirming around the room, and in the center was something that looked like a pool. The diameter of the pool was several dozen meters across and it was filled with black ink strength. Xiaogu approached the pool as he stared at it while speaking solemnly. The black ink pool can be said to be the origin of life to all black ink clansmen. Black ink pool. Yang Kai arched his brow as he gazed at the pool, and fell into a state of contemplation. He couldn't figure out the abstrusity of this thing, nor could he understand what Xiaogu meant when the latter said it was the origin of life. However, he soon realized what he meant. Xiaogu suddenly fished out a lot of resources from his space ring, and dumped them into the black ink pool without hesitation. The resources were of varying orders and were the same ones human cultivators could use to increase the heritage of their small universes. The moment the resources came into contact with the black ink pool, the black ink strength, which was originally as calm as a still lake, started roiling. It was like water being dropped into boiling oil. Besides that, the entire black ink pool seemed to have turned into a hideous beast as a series of chattering sounds were heard, like were invisible teeth that were crunching on those resources. The various resources were crushed as their powers were absorbed. Following that, beneath the ground around the black ink pool, energies could be seen moving in all directions. Yang Kai stared at those moving energies in shock. As they streamed into the flesh walls around the room, bulges started forming on those rough walls. They looked just like tumors. Life auras were being nurtured in those tumors. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. More and more tumors were formed, and within an hour, by the time Xiaogu finished throwing all the resources into the black ink pool, there were several hundred tumors on the walls. Every tumor contained a new life aura. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp, but he forced himself to calm down and asked, "Brother Xiaogu, these?" Xiaogu replied with a smile, "In 1 or 2 months, they'll become residents of my territory." I knew it. Despite knowing that black ink clansmen were born in black ink nests, Yang Kai was still shaken to the core when he saw it happen before his eyes. That was how black ink clansmen were born. The auras in those tumors were all new black ink clansmen. Xiaogu's words suggested that it would only take 1 or 2 months for these black ink clansmen to be born. The speed was truly horrifying. Moreover, Xiaogu's black ink nest hadn't fully grown yet. He said that he didn't have enough resources with him now, for the resources were needed for other matters. When he had more resources in the future, he would continue growing the black ink nest. Although the black ink nest wasn't fully grown, it could still nurture several hundred black ink clansmen at once. According to Yang Kai's estimation, if the feudal lord's black ink nest was fully grown, and given enough resources, it could nurture more than 1,000 black ink clansmen at a given time. More than 1,000 black ink clansmen being born every month or two would translate to 7,000 to 8,000 a year. Further down the road, there would be 70,000 to 80,000 new black ink clansmen in 10 years and several 100,000 in 100 years. Certainly, a feudal lord wouldn't have an infinite supply of resources to squander on such things, but despite that, it was still a terrifying figure. It was no wonder that they were unable to kill all of the black ink clansmen. The humans from different great passes would always defeat the black ink clan and kill many of them in every major battle. However, after resting for at most 100 years, the black ink clan would strike again without any discernible decrease in number. The way black ink nests nurtured new black ink clansmen was the fundamental reason behind this. Upon that realization, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. He asked solemnly, "Brother Xiaogu, how powerful will these black ink clansmen be after they're born?" Xiaogu replied. New black ink clansmen are naturally weak and useless. It will take them several dozen years to grow to be low-rank black ink clansmen. 200 to 300 years after that, a small number of them will grow to be high-rank clansmen. As for how far they can go following that, it will depend on their own fates. Yang Kai nodded gently. It seemed that even though it would take a shorter time for the black ink clansmen to grow up than the humans, it wasn't intolerable. It would take them several dozen years to grow to be low-rank clansmen, which were equivalent to low-rank open heaven masters. Such black ink clansmen were essentially useless on the battlefield, and would only serve as cannon fodder to deplete the humans' energy. A competent feudal lord should be able to enlist 3,000 black ink clansmen, who are able to fight when Sir Territory Lord goes to war. It's still in the early phase for me, so it will be several hundred to 1,000 years before I can do that. Out of the 3,000 black ink clansmen who were able to fight, at least half of them had to be high-rank black ink clansmen who were equivalent to the 4th, 5th, and 6th order humans. Otherwise, they would only be giving the humans free military merits. According to the life cycle of the black ink clansmen, it would indeed take Xiaogu several hundred to 1,000 years to meet this requirement. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time for his subordinates to grow. Yang Kai made some calculations in silence. A feudal lord with a fief could conscript 3,000 black ink clansmen when war broke out. There were dozens of feudal lords working for Heiyuan, but only a small number of them had their own fiefs. In other words, Heiyuan alone would be able to mobilize about 30,000 to 40,000 black ink clansmen. That was the number of black ink clansmen that a territory lord could use. On the other hand, every royal lord had several dozen territory lords. Once a royal lord called for war, several 100,000 to 1,000,000 soldiers could be brought together in every theater before they would storm the great passes controlled by the humans. The humans from different great passes had spent countless years fending off such a large number of black ink clansmen. The black ink clan were at an advantage because of their larger numbers. On the other hand, the humans heavily relied on warships, which were their unique advantage. If this advantage was taken away by the black ink clan, the humans wouldn't be able to defend the great passes. At that instant, Yang Kai felt a hefty weight on his shoulders. Upon learning the abstrusity of the black ink nest's consciousness and witnessing the process of breeding black ink clansmen through the black ink pool, Yang Kai finally understood the secrets behind the black ink nest. Next, Xiaogu led him to explore other places in the black ink nest. Half a day later, they left together. Xiaogu was still evidently excited. After all, his dream had finally come true, so it was expected that he was in a joyful mood. That was the reason he led Yang Kai to take a stroll around the black ink nest. He wanted to share his joy with others, but Yang Kai was the only outsider by his side. By the way, you can continue refining artifacts over there, Brother Yang. Xiaogu finally recalled what he was supposed to do. After all, the reason he was able to get this fief had something to do with Yang Kai's skills in artifact refining. Upon finishing his words, he pointed in a particular direction. Yang Kai looked in the same direction and saw a huge star in the void. It was originally a giant sun star, but it's dead now. However, there still should be a great amount of heat beneath the surface, which will be useful to you when you make artifacts, Xiaogu explained. The reason he decided to hatch his black ink nest in this universe world was that this place was not far from the sun star, so he could move back and forth between the two places with ease. A sun star. Yang Kai arched his brow. There was no doubt that a sun star, even a dead one, would contain the power of the great sun. And, Xiaogu nodded, I know nothing about artifact refining, so you can go over and look for a place that is suitable. I'll not keep you company as the black ink nest in this fief has just been hatched, so I need to take care of it. It's fine. I'll be fine on my own, Yang Kai nodded. Take this. These are the materials for making artifacts provided by a customer. There's also a list of demands he has come up with. You just have to follow the specifications. When I settle things here, I'll look for you. As Xiaogu spoke, he passed him a space ring. After taking the ring, Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and realized that there were indeed materials for making artifacts inside it. The number of materials suggested that he would have to make more than one artifact. And there was also a jade slip that supposedly contained the customer's demands. After bidding Xiaogu farewell, he directly flew towards the great sun star. In just 2 hours, Yang Kai arrived at his destination. When he arrived in the 3000 worlds for the first time, Yang Kai came across a dying sun star where he obtained the Golden Crow's true fire that would be used to condense his fire element in his Dao seal. For that reason, he became tangled up with the proprietress. All of those memories flashed through his head. Many years had passed in the blink of an eye. At that time the sun star he saw was dying, but the one before his eyes now died a long time ago. Although the great sun had lost all its vitality, some heat could still be felt coming from the surface. The entire star was filled with solidified magma, and a pungent smell permeated the place. There was no doubt that this environment was hostile, and the average person wouldn't be able to survive here for long. With that said, Yang Kai was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he was able to put up with this kind of environment. In fact, with the power of the Golden Crow's true fire in possession, he didn't need to rely on any external forces when making artifacts. It was just that by using an external aid, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, a lot of artifact refiners loved using great sources of fire when making artifacts. It was the same case for alchemists. After circling around the great sun for a bit, Yang Kai soon found a suitable location that looked like the caldera of a volcano that led to the depths beneath the ground. He directly plunged inside, but he was soon blocked by some solidified magma. He summoned his azure dragon spear and began digging deeper into the ground. The further he went, the more scorching the air felt. Soon, he directly plunged into an ocean of burning magma. It went to show that even though the great sun died a long time ago, its power still hadn't fully dissipated. This kind of power was suitable for refining artifacts. After breaking through the magma, Yang Kai arrived at the sun's core. It was then he activated his power and formed an empty space. This was the deepest part of the great sun where he could use its power with ease. Looking around, he was pleased with this place. Martial Peak, Chapter 5083, He Yuan leaves the Black Ink Nest. Over the following half a month, Yang Kai spent a fair amount of time setting up a simple array so that he could make use of the great sun's power to craft artifacts. Additionally, the array stabilized the space he had opened up at the center of the sun. After he was done with all of that, he got some rest for a few days to restore his energy. It was only then that he started refining artifacts. He fished out the jade slip given to him by Zhagu and realized that he had to make 2 artifacts this time. One of them was offensive while the other one was defensive. He wondered who this Black Ink clansman was. Regardless, it was none of his business. He just had to craft the artifacts according to the demands. With the help of the great sun's power, he had indeed become more efficient in refining artifacts. Furthermore, his skills in artifact refining had been improving day by day. In just 3 months he was done crafting these 2 artifacts. There was already a Black Ink clansman waiting for him outside of the array he set up. In fact, this Black Ink clansman had been there for half a month. Yang Kai was aware of this, but his focus was on refining the artifacts, so he decided to ignore him. Now that he was done, Yang Kai opened up the restrictions and let this person in. The Black Ink clansman, who had never dared to disturb Yang Kai, instantly noticed and dashed forward before cupping his fist. Sir Yang. Perhaps the only Black Ink disciples who could be addressed as sirs by the Black Ink clansmen were artifact refiners. Yang Kai glanced at him and realized that this Black Ink clansman was a high-rank Black Ink clansman who worked for Zhagu. He had also followed Zhagu to come all the way here to this fief. After a nod, Yang Kai asked, "Has Brother Zhagu sent you here to tell me something?" The high-rank Black Ink clansman stepped forward and held out a space ring. Sir Zhagu said this is the next artifact you have to make. The materials, demands, and payment are all inside. Additionally, he wants me to retrieve the artifacts you've refined. Yang Kai took the space ring and realized that just like what the Black Ink clansman had said, there were a lot of materials for artifact refining, a jade slip with the specifications recorded in it, and 7,000 Black Ink coins inside the ring. Upon confirmation, Yang Kai passed him the 2 artifacts he had recently made and put on a bitter smile. "Your sir doesn't even give me some rest time." The high-rank Black Ink clansman put on a fawning smile. "Sir Zhagu said that your skills in artifact refining are exceptional. Many feudal lords have heard about you, so they want you to make artifacts for them." "It's fine. I'm earning black ink coins to buy some cultivation resources anyway. Just tell your sir that he can accept all the orders. I'm fine with it. Yes, the high-rank black ink clansman replied, then asked, when should I come again? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, for each artifact, you can come again after 2 months. He then watched the high-rank black ink clansman leave and reactivated the restriction. Instead of starting right away, Yang Kai fished out a set of 7th-order materials from his small universe and began refining them. During this period of time, he had been busy refining artifacts for the feudal lords. In Jagu's previous territory, it wasn't convenient for him to refine 7th-order materials. After all, Jagu might come over at any moment. It would be hard for Yang Kai to explain himself if Jagu saw him refining such expensive materials. Now that he was inside a great sun though, and with the arrays he had set up, he didn't have to worry about privacy. On the other hand, since he had helped so many feudal lords craft artifacts, his skill in the Tao of artifact refining must be well known by now. That was exactly what he had hoped to see, and the high-rank black ink clansman's statement just now proved this point. Everything was going according to plan, and Yang Kai just had to wait for He Yuan to leave the black ink nest. The days went by slowly. Jagu would send someone to pass Yang Kai materials for artifact refining and payment for his services every 2 months. Most of the time it would be the same high-rank black ink clansman who looked for Yang Kai. Jagu had just obtained his own fief, so he seemed to be swamped with work and would only visit Yang Kai sporadically. Nevertheless, the high-rank clansman wouldn't stay for a long time. After passing Yang Kai the space ring that contained the materials and money, he would take the artifact that had been made and leave. 5 years passed by in the blink of an eye. Including the amount of time Yang Kai had spent in Jagu's previous castle, he had now been refining artifacts for the Black Ink feudal lords for 7 or 8 years. During this period of time, he had produced dozens of artifacts that were all high quality. Given his near-complete focus on artifact refining, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of artifact refining had improved significantly. However, he didn't feel one bit pleased about it. That was because he knew that every artifact he refined would be of great help to the Black Ink clan on the battlefield. Those artifacts might injure or even kill human soldiers. He had thought about pulling some tricks by designing the artifacts in a way that they would collapse when the Black Ink clansmen clashed with the humans. However, even though he could be considered a great master when it came to his mastery of artifact refining, he was not able to do such a thing without anyone discovering it. If he really tried, the feudal lords would realize it very quickly, and that would only destroy the reputation he had built up and derail his following plan. Hence, he decided to give up on the idea. Although Yang Kai had spent most of his time refining artifacts over the past few years, he would still take some time off to cultivate after crafting each item. As time passed, he managed to make up for some of the losses in his heritage due to the fact that he had sacrificed a part of his small universe in the past. He had been waiting for He Yuan to summon him, but his wish was still not granted. Supposedly, He Yuan should have left the Black Ink nest by now. Although he was badly injured, his speed of recovery shouldn't be so slow with the help of the Black Ink nest. Yang Kai wondered what was going on. One day, Jagu came over as usual. After getting the artifact from Yang Kai and passing him the next set of materials, Jagu thanked him and was preparing to leave. Wait a moment, brother Jagu, Yang Kai said. Jagu turned around and asked with a smile, what's wrong, brother Yang? Over the years he had earned a huge fortune through Yang Kai's skills in artifact refining. Gui Liao did indeed have wealthy friends who willingly paid 100,000 black ink coins for a single artifact without blinking an eye. Besides that, those feudal lords were eager to get their hands on the artifacts made by Yang Kai. According to Gui Liao, there were still more than 10 feudal lords who were waiting to order their artifacts. They would charge 100,000 coins for an artifact, and other than the 7,000 given to Yang Kai, Jagu and Gui Liao would respectively split the rest. Hence, Jagu gained 46,500 black ink coins for every artifact. 100,000 was just the amount that Gui Liao told him though, and Jagu even suspected that Gui Liao would charge his customers a higher fee. Nevertheless, he wasn't in any place to demand more. Over the past 5 years, Yang Kai had produced more than 30 artifacts, so not only had Jagu paid back the black ink coins he owed Gui Liao, but there was a lot of surplus. Now he focused on managing his own fief, So all the black ink coins he earned would be used to build up his territory. Now, his fief was really beginning to take shape. Not only had Jagu nurtured several tens of thousands of black ink clansmen through the black ink nest, but he had also attracted many black ink clansmen from other places to settle down in his territory. It could be said that he owed his success to Yang Kai, so he was naturally quite friendly with him. Without beating around the bush, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know what's going on with Sir Territory Lord? Has he left the black ink nest?" Upon hearing that, Jagu shook his head. "I don't think Sir Territory Lord has left the black ink nest. I suppose he's still recuperating." Yang Kai frowned. "Why is it taking Sir so long to recover? It's been nearly 8 years since he returned. Supposedly, he should have left the black ink nest a long time ago." Jagu nodded. "Usually it wouldn't take Sir such a long time. 3 to 4 years at most. However, you're also aware that Sir Territory Lord wasn't the only one who entered the black ink nest to recuperate. There were several other Territory Lords as well, and their injuries were even more severe than Sir Territory Lord's. Although the black ink nest can help Sir recuperate, there are several Territory Lords who need to share that power. Hence, it's not as effective as when he's on his own. That's the reason it's taking him a longer time to recuperate." This was the information Jagu obtained from Gue Liao. After all, he and Gue Liao knew that once He Yuan left the black ink nest, Yang Kai, as his black ink disciple, would be summoned no matter what. By then, their business of selling artifacts would come to a halt. Certainly, Jagu wanted this business to last as long as possible. Therefore, he asked Gue Liao about He Yuan's condition. What he told Yang Kai just now was the information he had obtained from Gue Liao. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai replied, "I see. Do you know when Sir Territory Lord will leave the black ink nest, then?" "It will happen within a year or two." As Jagu spoke, he patted the other man's shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Sir Territory Lord is powerful, so he'll be fine. However, after he leaves the black ink nest, you as his black ink disciple will have to go back to him. You won't stay here and keep making artifacts, so during this period of time, you have to work harder in order to earn more money to purchase cultivation resources." He thought that Yang Kai was worried about He Yuan, so he decided to placate him. Nevertheless, he still reminded Yang Kai to work harder to create more artifacts. Yang Kai nodded gently. "You have a point, Brother Jagu." Upon learning that the reason He Yuan hadn't left the black ink nest after such a long time was that he was sharing its power with other territory lords, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. He was most worried that an accident might have happened to He Yuan. If He Yuan lost his life due to his severe injuries, things would become complicated. Yang Kai definitely didn't want to see that happen. After seeing Jagu off, he continued refining artifacts. Several months later, on the universe fragment belonging to He Yuan, the black ink nest, which had remained shut since the return of He Yuan and the other territory lords, shook a little. Following that, a portal opened up at the bottom of the black ink nest. Several burly figures stepped out from the portal, all of their auras thick and intimidating. The moment the black ink clansmen, who were guarding the black ink nest, saw these figures, they saluted them in a solemn manner. This couldn't be helped, as they were all territory lords. The person at the front was none other than the owner of this place, He Yuan. Of these territory lords, He Yuan looked perfectly healthy while the auras of the other territory lords were still a little unstable. It seemed that they hadn't fully recovered. That was indeed the case. After about 8 years of recuperation, their injuries had mostly healed, but they were still some distance away from full recovery. The only one who had fully recovered was He Yuan. Even though he was indeed a little stronger than the others, that had nothing to do with the speed of recovery. The main reason was that he was the owner of this black ink nest. By having full control over the black ink nest, he could direct most of its power to heal his injuries while the rest would be shared among the other territory lords. Martial Peak, Chapter 5084, Territory Lord Summons. He Yuan would naturally recover much quicker than the other territory lords under such circumstances. It wasn't that he wanted to suppress the other territory lords, just that anyone would have done the same thing if they were in his position. In fact, if possible, He Yuan would rather have sent these territory lords back to their respective territories upon their return from the battlefield so that he wouldn't have to share the power of his black ink nest. However, those territory lords were horribly injured at that time as they had all fallen into a state of deep sleep, so he couldn't possibly toss them out. Left with no other choice, he brought them back to his own black ink nest and they recuperated together. That way they could take care of each other. Despite all this, the territory lords were still grateful to He Yuan and not dissatisfied one bit. It was true that they hadn't fully recovered, but they were now able to protect themselves at the very least. They just had to return to their territories and get some more rest in their own black ink nests, so that they would recover as time passed. The entire process would only take them a few more years. After stepping out of the black ink nest, the territory lords thanked He Yuan before shooting into the sky to leave in a hurry. This was He Yuan's territory after all, so it wasn't appropriate for them to linger here. They naturally had to go back to their territories. He Yuan watched them leave. Not long after the territory lords left, Gue Liao, who had received the news, led a group of black ink clansmen and arrived at this place in a rush to welcome He Yuan. Soon they returned to the castle. After He Yuan was seated on his throne, Gue Liao stood in front of him and reported to him about what had happened in the territory over the years in a respectful manner. He Yuan listened to him in silence. No major events had taken place over the past few years. The humans were recuperating, and there hadn't been any serious conflicts between the two races. Hence, Gue Liao was done with his report soon. He Yuan nodded and praised him by saying, "You've done a great job." Gue Liao replied humbly, "It is all thanks to Sir's excellent management of the territory. I am just taking care of it on your behalf, so I wouldn't dare to take the credit." He Yuan didn't comment on it. Suddenly he asked, "The new black ink disciple named Yang Kai that I've taken on is an artifact refiner." There wasn't a hint of surprise on Gue Liao's face as he replied respectfully, "Yes, he has refined a lot of artifacts for the feudal lords over the years." He Yuan had been recuperating in the black ink nest since his return, and he had never come into contact with anyone else. Despite that, he was still aware of all this information thanks to the black ink nest. The realm built on the black ink nest's consciousness was where the feudal lords would communicate with each other. Certainly, these exchanges couldn't be hidden from the primary black ink nest's owner. In other words, as long as He Yuan wanted to, he could monitor all the conversations that took place within that domain while he was recuperating inside his black ink nest. Many feudal lords were aware that Yang Kai was an artifact refiner, so they would certainly talk about it. It was expected that He Yuan would become aware of this fact. Furthermore, Gue Liao knew that this fact couldn't be hidden from He Yuan, so he never attempted to do so. The feudal lords seemed to be pleased with the artifacts he's made. "What do you think about his skills in artifact refining?" He Yuan asked. Gue Liao replied, "I have no idea how the humans classify the skills of an artifact refiner, but I think that he's fairly talented in artifact refining. The artifacts made by him are just as good as the ones owned by the humans. With those artifacts in possession, the feudal lords have enjoyed varying degrees of increase in their strengths. This will help them tremendously when they go to war." He Yuan nodded lightly. "Since you've said as much, it must mean he's truly skillful in artifact refining." He couldn't help but be surprised. It never crossed his mind that the black ink disciple he had taken on was a valuable artifact refiner. The reason he decided to personally corrupt Yang Kai was that the latter had showcased exceptional combat strength back then. Other than being powerful, Yang Kai was also an expert in artifact refining. It seemed that He Yuan had accidentally picked up a treasure. A few years ago, he lost the resource harvesting area to the enemy, and many of his soldiers were killed during the war, so the royal lord would definitely punish him. As a territory lord, He Yuan wouldn't be slapped with a serious punishment. A part of his territory would be taken from him at most. However, he wouldn't want to see that happen. Nevertheless, he could probably make up for the losses by presenting a skilled artifact refiner to the royal lord. Certainly, he would feel heartbroken letting such a talented person go, but since Yang Kai was an artifact refiner, he would have to take part in that plan. Regardless of whether He Yuan wanted to make up for his losses or not, he couldn't keep Yang Kai by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the royal lord's wrath. "Where is he now?" He Yuan asked all of a sudden. Gue Liao replied honestly, "He's in Zhagu's place. There's a dead great sun star that is useful for him to refine artifacts with. Tell him to come over and see me now." Yes. For hours later, Yang Kai, who was refining an artifact, realized that the restriction was touched, which caused him to frown. Over the years, Zhagu's subordinate would always wait outside of the restriction instead of triggering it, so this behavior was a little unusual. Moreover, he could sense that the person triggering the restriction was none other than Zhagu himself. Yang Kai initially decided to ignore him. After all, he was in the final stage of refining the artifact he was working on, and it would be completed in just 3 to 5 days. Zhagu waited for a bit, but upon seeing that the restriction was not open, he directly broke it and entered. The restriction Yang Kai had set up was a simple one, not something powerful, so it was easy for a feudal lord like Zhagu to break it. This caused Yang Kai to be disturbed, and the artifact in his hands that was about to take shape became contorted. After taking a glance at it, Zhagu knew that the artifact must have been ruined because of what he had done. However, that was the least of his concerns now, as he promptly said, "Sir Territory Lord has left the Black Ink Nest, Brother Yang. He wants to see you now." "Sir has left the Black Ink Nest?" Yang Kai was surprised. Previously, Zhagu told him that it would only happen after a year or two, but only half a year had passed since then. However, since He Yuan wanted to see him, there was no way Yang Kai could tarry. After all, he was technically He Yuan's Black Ink disciple. "I'll set off immediately then. What about this artifact?" Yang Kai turned to look at the warped artifact. Zhagu replied, "It's fine. I'll pay for the loss. Don't worry about it." "Sorry for the trouble then, Brother Zhagu." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Since I'm going back to Sir Territory Lord's side, I guess I won't have a chance to work with you and refine artifacts again. Please take care of yourself. We'll definitely meet again if there's a chance. Farewell." "I'll see you off," Zhagu said. A moment later, they dashed out of the Great Sun Star together. After flying alongside Yang Kai for a while, Zhagu stopped in his tracks and fished out a space ring. "Many thanks for your hard work, Brother Yang. It's been a pleasure cooperating with you over the years. Please take this little gift that I've prepared." "There's no need for this." Yang Kai was ready to turn him down. Nevertheless, Zhagu directly stuffed the ring into his hands. "I've earned quite a few black ink coins over the years thanks to your skills. You're the one who has been working hard, and there's nothing much I can help you with. This is what you deserve, so don't turn me down. Since you've said so much, I'll accept it. Many thanks." "Farewell." Zhagu waved his hand. It seemed that he wasn't willing to part with him. Yang Kai cupped his fist and left the place. As Zhagu watched him leave, he let out a long sigh. Over the years he had earned about 1.5 million black ink coins thanks to Yang Kai. That was the amount of money he made in less than 10 years. A human artifact refiner like Yang Kai was simply a money tree to him. Certainly, he wasn't willing to let him go. However, he wouldn't dare to disobey the Territory Lord's order. He probably would never have a chance to make easy money like this again. It was expected that he was heartbroken and disappointed. A long time after Yang Kai's figure was out of sight, Zhagu forced himself to turn around and return to his territory. Fortunately, his fief was on the right track now, and the black ink nest was fully hatched. He had the capital to gain a footing, which was unlike in the past when he had the title and power of a feudal lord, but not the wealth and influence to match it. After leaving Zhagu's place, Yang Kai looked into the space ring given to him and realized that there were only 10,000 black ink coins in it. He couldn't help but break into laughter, thinking that Zhagu was truly stingy. Although he wasn't aware of the exact amount Zhagu charged the other feudal lords, as he had been focused on refining artifacts over the years, he at least knew that Zhagu wasn't being honest with him. When he started refining artifacts for Zhagu back then, the latter was broke, so how did Zhagu get 500,000 black ink coins to buy a subnest in just 3 years and even purchase a lot of resources to hatch it? Yang Kai was clearly the one who helped him earn that money. In other words, the price Zhagu told him was a bald-faced lie. He must have been charging far more than 10,000 black ink coins per artifact. Despite knowing all of that, Yang Kai didn't intend to settle accounts with him. Black ink coins were useless to him. He just wanted to make himself known as a competent artifact refiner. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. Yang Kai was glad that after accepting this task in Blue Sky Pass back then, he spent the next 10 years studying the Tao of artifact refining. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to start after arriving in the Black Ink clan's domain. Since He Yuan had left the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling apprehensive as it was now the most critical moment. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the castle on the universe fragment and soon, he was granted an audience with He Yuan. Inside the grand hall, Yang Kai finally saw He Yuan again after 8 years. After saluting him, Yang Kai stood respectfully in front of him. He could feel that He Yuan was examining him. On the other hand, Gui Liao was just standing beside He Yuan in a subservient manner, no longer displaying any haughtiness. "Your small universe has fully healed?" He Yuan suddenly asked. Gui Liao, who had been standing there in silence, suddenly lifted his gaze and glanced at Yang Kai. He had never expected this to be the first question He Yuan asked Yang Kai. In fact, this matter had something to do with him. He could do whatever he wanted when He Yuan wasn't around. However, since He Yuan was here, he was worried that Yang Kai would say something that would put him in an unfavorable position. Yang Kai happened to look at him as well, and as their eyes met, Gui Liao felt his chest tightening. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Just as expected, Yang Kai grinned at him and cupped his fist. "Master, I asked Zhagu to help me buy a profounding spirit fruit previously. After acquiring it, I managed to heal my small universe." Upon hearing that, He Yuan frowned. "Why did you ask Zhagu to help you buy a profounding spirit fruit? Didn't I tell Gui Liao to get you one before entering the Black Ink nest?" Yang Kai replied impassively, "You'll have to ask Sir Gui Liao about that." He Yuan instantly turned to look at Gui Liao. Martial Peak, Chapter 5085. Progressing smoothly. Gui Liao turned around and saluted He Yuan before explaining, "Sir, as you know, it is difficult to acquire profounding spirit fruits. After you started recuperating, I did my best to look for one, but was regretfully unsuccessful in short order. Because of that, Yang Kai might have misunderstood my intentions. After asking for the spirit fruit several times but to no avail, he got into a conflict with my Black Ink disciple, Lu Ziyan. I punished them respectively. After that, Yang Kai became furious and left the castle. It wasn't until you summoned him that he returned." "Is that the case?" He Yuan frowned. Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "I'm not sure if Sir Gui Liao had done his best to look for the spirit fruit. However, after I went to Zhagu's place and promised that I would refine 2 artifacts for him, he obtained a profounding spirit fruit for me within 3 days." Gui Liao explained, "That was when the profounding spirit fruits became available in the territory. I seized the chance and bought one, thinking that I'd give it to you when you came back, but you didn't seem to have the intention of returning." Upon finishing his words, he fished out a box from his space ring and opened it. There was a profounding spirit fruit sitting inside it. Yang Kai widened his eyes and secretly cursed at him, thinking that Gui Liao must have prepared it beforehand. Gui Liao sighed, "You never showed up and I didn't know where you were. It wasn't until a long time later that I found out you had been refining artifacts in Zhagu's place, and your small universe had fully recovered." At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words despite feeling aggrieved. He initially wanted to expose Gui Liao to He Yuan, but he hadn't expected that this guy had already come up with an immaculate explanation. Now he was in a dilemma. After pulling himself together, Yang Kai adjusted and said, "In that case, I must have misunderstood you, Sir Gui Liao. Please accept my apology." "It's fine. You are Sir Territory Lord's Black Ink disciple. Since it was his order, I would definitely do my best to execute it." Gui Liao emphasized his loyalty to He Yuan. He Yuan wasn't willing to waste his time dealing with such a minor issue, so he waved his hand and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's end this matter here. Now that your small universe is complete, you won't face any issues when cultivating." Gazing at Yang Kai, he changed the topic by saying, "You're an expert in artifact refining." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I wouldn't dare to say that I'm an expert in artifact refining. I simply know a thing or two about it." He Yuan nodded lightly and extended his hand towards Gui Liao, who got the hint and hurriedly fished out a lance from his space ring before shuffling towards Yang. "Did you make this artifact?" He Yuan asked. After taking the lance, Yang Kai examined it and recognized that it was an artifact he made. Furthermore, if he wasn't mistaken, It was the first artifact he crafted after he followed Jagu to his new fief. Although he had crafted quite a number of artifacts over the years, there wasn't an overwhelming number of them. Therefore, he could remember every piece distinctly. This lance was one of the artifacts he was tasked to refine at that time, together with an artifact armor that could cover the upper half of the body. As he recalled the customer's demands and the specifications of the artifact armor, Yang Kai instantly realized that Gue Liao was the patron who wanted him to make the lance and artifact armor. It seemed that Gue Liao had already come into contact with Jagu at that point in time. The reason Jagu could obtain his new fief might even have something to do with Gue Liao. Yang Kai stopped pondering on it and nodded. I was the one who made it. Oh. Upon hearing that, He Yuan became energized. How long did it take you to make it? Yang Kai replied, about 2 months. He Yuan's eyes brightened. It only took you 2 months to make such an artifact. It seems that you really are skillful in artifact refining. Many thanks for your praise, master. According to human standards, I am barely qualified to be called a great master when it comes to my skills in artifact refining. This is already the best I can make. It's already incredible that you're able to refine such artifacts. I'm sure you're aware that due to the Black Ink clan's unique powers, we're not proficient in artifact refining. Therefore, it's difficult for us to get artifacts that suit us. That's why human artifact refiners are valued highly among the Black Ink clan. To the side, Gue Liao smiled and nodded. You're right, sir. Great master artifact refiners like Yang Kai are even rarer. Given enough time to grow, he'll be able to create even better artifacts. He Yuan looked fervently at Yang Kai. If I want you to focus on crafting artifacts, how much do you think you can improve on your artifact refining skills? Focus on crafting artifacts? Yang Kai appeared bewildered. Master, please understand that the Tao of artifact refining is just a hobby of mine. I hope that I can focus on martial Tao so that I will be able to assist you out on the battlefield. A gratified He Yuan nodded. That's very thoughtful of you. However, what if I insist that you focus on the Tao of artifact refining? Without hesitation, Yang Kai replied, since it is your order, master, I will definitely obey it. However, go on, He Yuan said. I do not have an exceptional aptitude in the Tao of artifact refining. Regardless of how hard I try, at best I will become a grandmaster in the future. There is no possibility I can become a great grandmaster. You have a chance to become a grandmaster? He Yuan's eyes lit up as he laughed. Wonderful. A hesitant Yang Kai asked, do you need me to make any artifacts for you, master? If that is the case, I shall do my best not to disappoint you. I do need you to refine an artifact for me, but He Yuan caught himself and paused for a moment. Go back and get some rest first. You will accompany me somewhere in a few days. Despite appearing puzzled, Yang Kai saluted him and left the hall. After he was gone, Gue Liao asked, are you bringing him to the royal city, sir? An excited He Yuan nodded. Yes. The royal lord has already given the order that whenever we find human artifact refiners in our territories, we have to send them to the royal city. I've told you the reason behind it, so I'm sure you still remember it. Yes, Gue Liao replied respectfully. How is the royal lord's plan progressing, sir? At the mention of this, He Yuan appeared worried. It's not going well. Although some prototypes have been made, they're weak and unreliable, totally incomparable to the warships owned by the humans. That's why they desperately need skilled artifact refiners. Yang Kai is a great master now, and he might grow to become a grandmaster one day. Perhaps he won't be able to take charge of the plan, but he can surely help out in some important parts. Someone like him is exactly what the royal lord needs. He Yuan then let out a sigh. It's a shame. He was quite strong after all. The reason he personally corrupted Yang Kai back then was that the latter had showcased exceptional combat power. However, compared to Yang Kai's strength, the royal lord's plan was definitely more important. He Yuan had no choice but to let him go. Yang Kai was told to wait for a few days before leaving with He Yuan. Although he pretended to be perplexed, he knew that his plans were progressing smoothly. He reckoned that He Yuan was bringing him to see the royal lord. This made him feel both excited and anxious. He was excited because everything was going according to plan. If nothing unexpected happened, He would soon figure out who were the human artifact refiners were that made artifacts for the Black Ink clan as well as their whereabouts. On the other hand, he was anxious because it wasn't easy to deal with a royal lord, who was as powerful as a Ninth Order old ancestor. Faced with such a being, he wouldn't dare to say that he wouldn't be exposed. When he was in the royal city on his own, once his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Instead of idling in the castle, Yang Kai headed to the city. Over the years, the main reason he worked with Xiaogu to refine artifacts was that he wanted to make himself known as an expert in artifact refining and attract He Yuan's attention. At the same time, he had also accumulated quite a lot of black ink coins. For every artifact he made, he received 7,000 black ink coins. Over the past 7 to 8 years, he had made about 50 artifacts and had thus earned more than 300,000 black ink coins. In fact, the purchasing power of black ink coins was incredible. Based on the conversion rate, 300,000 black ink coins would be equivalent to 3 billion open heaven pills. Although black ink coins were useless to Yang Kai, he could use them to purchase cultivation resources. This was the first time he brought so much money with him and bought things in the city, so he was curious about everything. There were quite a number of black ink disciples in the city, but they all followed behind their masters. He was the only black ink disciple who was on his own, which was why he caught the attention of many black ink clansmen. Although they were curious, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him upon detecting his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. The person who could corrupt a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master had to be a territory lord at the very least. Furthermore, they heard that the ruling territory lord here had taken on a 7th Order black ink disciple recently. Perhaps this human was that black ink disciple. Certainly, no one would dare to have their eyes on the territory lord's black ink disciple. There were a lot of shops in the city, and after visiting several of them, Yang Kai realized that the Black Ink clan possessed a truly massive amount of cultivation resources. After giving it a thought though, he realized that this wasn't surprising. The Black Ink battlefield was vast, and the Black Ink clan occupied most of it. There were countless universe worlds in those territories that could be mined. Hence, they were not lacking cultivation resources. This was starkly different from the situation that the humans were in. They would only be able to snatch some resource harvesting areas and extract the resources there for a short period of time after defeating the Black Ink clan's army. After the Black Ink clan was done recuperating, the humans would have to give up those resource harvesting areas. This kind of cycle never ended. With that said, the Black Ink clan were unable to directly refine these resources to cultivate. Instead, they had to throw them into the black ink nests, which would produce black ink strength. It was only then that the Black Ink clansmen could make use of black ink strength. The resources that the human cultivators yearned for couldn't be directly used by the Black Ink clansmen. Therefore, these resources were surprisingly affordable in this Black Ink clan city. The 300,000 black ink coins that Yang Kai had were worth 3 billion open heaven pills. If he were in a city run by the humans, he would use up all the money purchasing 2 or 3 sets of 7th Order materials. Nevertheless, in this city, he managed to buy more than 10 sets of 7th Order materials with his black ink coins. The difference between the purchasing powers of these two currencies was astonishing. Yang Kai suddenly felt regretful, thinking that he should have gotten some black ink coins from Zhongliang and the others when he was in Blue Sky Pass back then. The humans from the various Great Passes had amassed a staggering amount of black ink coins over the years, all of which were collected from the battlefield after they defeated the Black Ink clan over the years. They would pick up black ink coins from the dead Black Ink clansmen, but the money was useless to them, so they would just pile them up. Over the years, Blue Sky Pass had probably amassed trillions of black ink coins. If Yang Kai had brought those black ink coins with him, he could have snapped up all the resources in He Yuan's territory. Martial Peak, Chapter 5086. Black Ink Clan's Plan. Certainly it would cause a commotion if Yang Kai really did so. He just regretted that he hadn't brought a few million black ink coins with him. Otherwise, he could have purchased a fair amount of resources without being noticed. More than 10 sets of 7th Order material were nothing compared to his total wealth, but he could refine them without worrying about getting caught. This was the reason he left the castle to purchase resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when He Yuan saw him refining resources. Without staying for a long time, he used up his black ink coins and returned to the castle to start cultivating. A few days later, He Yuan finally summoned him. Above an empty square in the middle of the castle, a large ship was hovering in mid-air. More than 100 Black Ink clansmen were ready to board the ship with He Yuan, including Yang Kai. This large ship wasn't a warship, it was just a flight-type artifact. Given Yang Kai's mastery of artifact refining, it would only take him some time to craft a similar ship. However, it would take him a longer time and more energy to build one than make an ordinary artifact. Over the years, none of the feudal lords that were his customers had asked him to make a flight-type artifact. To the feudal lords, artifacts that could save their lives or kill the enemies were far more important than flight-type artifacts. Furthermore, the materials used to build a flight-type artifact were more expensive than the ones used for making an ordinary artifact. I will return from the royal city soon. After I'm gone, you will manage the affairs in the territory, He Yuan said to Gui Liao. Don't worry, sir. I'll handle everything well, Gui Liao replied respectfully. He Yuan went on to say, when I come back, I'll let you enter the Black Ink Nest so that you can become a territory lord. You've accumulated enough over the years to do so. In an instant, Gui Liao became agitated. Many thanks, Sir Territory Lord. I'll not disappoint you. He Yuan nodded lightly, then said to the Black Ink clansman who was responsible for controlling the large ship, let's go. Following his order, the ship hummed and rose into the sky. After turning in a different direction, it transformed into a ray of light and left the place at the speed of lightning. On the deck, He Yuan stared out at the void and fell into his thoughts. Yang Kai just stood silently behind him in a subservient manner. I rarely turn humans. The last time I did so was 2,000 years ago. The Black Ink disciple I corrupted at that time was just like you. He was strong, He Yuan suddenly said. Yang Kai had no idea what the other man was trying to say. Although it seemed like a small talk, he didn't think a territory lord would waste his time in such a way. Hence, he decided to remain silent so that he wouldn't say anything wrong. He had followed me for 1,000 years and made a lot of contributions. Unfortunately, he was killed on the battlefield in the end. He Yuan sighed. Theoretically, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is equivalent to a feudal lord. However, a 7th Order human will always be stronger than ordinary feudal lords. The strongest ones are even able to wound newly promoted territory lords. Yang Kai explained, the cultivation of humans is all about accumulation. Even if two people are both in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, there might be a difference of several thousand years of cultivation between them. Hence, there is a huge gap in power between them. He Yuan nodded. It's all about accumulation for the humans, and it's the same case for the Black Ink clan. However, in general, it takes a shorter time for the Black Ink clan to mature than the humans. Moreover, all our ascensions rely on the Black Ink nests. Perhaps that is the reason the individual power of the Black Ink clan is weaker than that of the humans. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled. I've never thought about it before. Without turning his head, He Yuan said with a smile, the humans rely on themselves to break through while the Black Ink clan have to make use of external aids to do so. That's the difference between us. However, humans are not comparable to us when it comes to population. We have an infinite supply of soldiers while there's only a limited number of human cultivators in each great pass. Despite that, rarely has any great pass been conquered over the years. Sometimes, I can't help but admire the humans' determination and perseverance. Yang Kai sensitively caught a piece of important information in He Yuan's words. Sir, you said rarely any great pass has been conquered before. Does that mean it has happened before? He Yuan turned to look at him and asked curiously, don't you know about it? It really happened before. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. While remaining calm, he shook his head. I've never heard about it. In fact, it's only been a short time since I arrived at this battlefield. He Yuan nodded gently. It indeed happened a long time ago. The humans must be ashamed of this incident, so they naturally wouldn't spread it. Perhaps they've erased all records of it. Which of the great passes had been conquered before? Yang Kai knew that as a Black Ink disciple, he shouldn't have asked so many questions. Nevertheless, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. It happened so long ago that I can no longer remember it. Let me think. I believe it was called the Great Evolution Pass. Yes, it was the Great Evolution Pass. Great Evolution Pass. Great Evolution Paradise. Young Kai was shaken to the core. The Great Passes were basically named after the cave heavens and paradises. At the mention of the Great Evolution Pass, Young Kai could only think of Great Evolution Paradise. That was the paradise where Grandmaster Ma Fan came from. The good fortune divine furnace that could be used to derive higher-order materials from lower-order ones was one of Great Evolution Paradise's core inheritances. Back then, in order to fight for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, the cave heavens and paradises haggled with Young Kai for quite some time. Great Evolution Paradise was removed from the 72 paradises, and Grandmaster Ma Fan was just a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise. Young Kai had always been curious about what kind of crisis such a paradise faced to cause its downfall. Now, it seemed that it had something to do with the fact that the Great Evolution Pass was conquered on the Black Ink battlefield. However, other than the old ancestors, no one else seemed aware of what had happened in the past. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan himself seemed unaware of the details. After all, he had never come to the Black Ink battlefield as he had always been living in the 3000 worlds. That is the only great pass we managed to conquer. There was a hint of displeasure in He Yuan's tone. Although we had many chances of conquering other great passes in the past, we'd always fail in our attempts in the end. The resilience and persistence of the humans is inconceivable. You are a human as well as a Black Ink disciple, so you surely understand humans and the Black Ink clan better than most. Do you know the strengths and weaknesses of the two races? Young Kai was caught off guard as he was suddenly asked such a question, but after giving it a thought he replied, just like what Master has said, the Black Ink clan have an unlimited supply of soldiers while there is a limited number of human cultivators. That's the advantage of the Black Ink clan. Also, Black Ink strength is a tricky problem for the humans. In the past, once they were invaded by Black Ink strength, they either had to sacrifice a part of their small universes or kill themselves on the spot. Otherwise, they would be turned into Black Ink disciples. However, since the humans invented purifying Black Ink pills, the threat of Black Ink strength has greatly diminished. Indeed, He Yuan snorted. Purifying Black Ink pills are being used by the humans to suppress Black Ink strength now. If we lose this advantage, it will be useless regardless of how many soldiers we have. The humans also have warships. That is their biggest advantage. A warship is the greatest weapon for both offense and defense. With only a small number of humans controlling the vessel, it can cause severe casualties on the battlefield. If the humans never had warships, they would have been destroyed by now. Young Kai played along by saying, if the Black Ink clan also had warships, the humans wouldn't be a match for us. Unfortunately, it's extremely difficult to refine a warship. Only great grandmasters are able to do that. Although I know a thing or two about artifact refining, I'll never be able to make a warship in my lifetime regardless of how hard I try. He Yuan turned to look at him and smiled. While you can't do it, that doesn't mean no one else can make it. Young Kai said curiously, Master, you mean? He Yuan went on to say, you're not the only one who has thought of this idea. In fact, the Royal Lord has been working towards this goal for a long time now. The Black Ink clan has been trying to create a warship, and we've achieved some success so far. Young Kai instantly appeared shocked. There's a great Grandmaster artifact refiner in the Black Ink clan. He Yuan shook his head. I have no idea whether he's a great Grandmaster. Perhaps he's still some distance away from that rank, but he's certainly approaching it. As time passes, he'll be able to refine a warship. That's the reason I'm bringing you to the royal city. Upon learning his intentions, Young Kai said, Master, you want me to help create a warship? He Yuan nodded. You're a great master in artifact refining, so you should be able to help out. After all, there are not a lot of artifact refiners as capable as you in the Black Ink clan. Upon hearing that, Young Kai said, since it is your order, this servant will do his utmost to comply. He Yuan was apparently pleased with his response. Just do your best when you're there, and don't cause trouble. If other territory lords have their eyes on you, just tell them you're my Black Ink disciple. When you manage to make a name for yourself, you'll be a great contributor to the Black Ink clan. I'll reward you handsomely when the time comes. You flatter me, Master. I will do my best to help. While facing away from him, He Yuan waved his hand. We'll reach the royal city in a few days. You don't have to stay here. Go get some rest. Oh. Then I will retire to my room. Yang Kai cupped his fist and stepped backwards before turning around to leave. After he entered the room assigned to him, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed and fished out a set of 7th-order materials to cultivate. Although he already had a speculation about He Yuan's intentions, he hadn't expected the latter to make them so clear to him while they were on their way to the destination. After giving it a thought though, he realized that He Yuan must have decided to inform him about it in advance, so that he wouldn't be perplexed when they arrived at the royal city. Nevertheless, it never crossed He Yuan's mind that it was exactly Yang Kai's intention to sneak into the core of the Black Ink clan's territory. Everything was going well, and if nothing unexpected happened, after they arrived at the royal city, He Yuan would recommend Yang Kai to take part in the warship refining project. By then, it would be easy for Yang Kai to gather information. Having said that, there was one thing that troubled him. How was he going to relay the information he had gathered back to Enyang Pass? It wasn't that those from Enyang Pass had neglected this issue per se, but while he could pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and sneak into this place, sending information back remained a difficult problem. Those from Enyang Pass were simply unable to solve this problem. They only told Yang Kai to come up with a way to send the information to them. Yang Kai had been racking his brain for a long time, but he still couldn't come up with a solution, and it was now giving him a headache. Martial Peak Chapter 5087 The Royal City. A few days later, Yang Kai was cultivating when he felt the large ship shaking a little and decelerating. Following that, a Black Ink clansman was heard shouting from the deck, "Get ready! We're about to reach the royal city." Yang Kai put away his resources and dashed towards the deck. As he looked in the direction where the large ship was headed, a gigantic universe fragment came into his sight. He Yuan's territory was also a large universe fragment, but it paled compared to the one before his eyes. The universe fragment where the royal city was located was 10 times larger than He Yuan's territory. At the sight of it, Yang Kai was astonished. It had to be noted that a universe fragment was basically the result of a universe world breaking apart. Just by looking at the size of this universe fragment, Yang Kai could imagine how colossal the universe world must have been when it was whole. This must have originally been a flourishing world, but now there was only a universe fragment left, and it was engulfed in thick Black Ink strength all year long. As the large ship drew nearer, a massive Black Ink nest came into view. Despite the fact that the universe fragment was covered in dense Black Ink strength, it still couldn't conceal the magnificent nest. Looking at the unimaginably large object, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Zhagu had told him about the different ranks of Black Ink nests, so he was aware that this was supposed to be the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest, which was a high-ranked nest. On the other hand, Zhagu's was just a low-ranked Black Ink nest. Despite being the lowest-ranked Black Ink nest, it could produce more than 1,000 Black Ink clansmen at any given time as long as enough resources were provided to it. The Royal Lord's Black Ink nest in front of them was several dozen times larger than Zhagu's Black Ink nest. Sitting on the universe fragment, the Black Ink nest looked like an insurmountable mountain. Given enough resources, such a Black Ink nest would undoubtedly be able to produce several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen at once. Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, and this one was also the center of the entire royal city. With the Black Ink nest as the center, the vast area surrounding it made up the royal city. Before the large ship even got closer to the universe fragment where the royal city was located, Yang Kai detected a powerful aura that examined them. The person was obviously a territory lord who was responsible for keeping the royal city safe. He Yuan was just standing on the bow as he revealed a bit of his aura. Soon, the other aura retracted as the person verified He Yuan's identity. Without the need for any instructions, the large ship flew in a particular direction towards the royal city. They soon arrived at a square where more than 100 ships of different sizes were anchored. All of them were much larger than the ships owned by the humans. Nevertheless, these large ships were apparently made by human artifact refiners. Yang Kai was a fairly skilled artifact refiner now, so he could easily figure this out. These large ships were specifically made for the Black Ink clan by the human artifact refiners. "All of you stay here. I'll see the royal lord now," He Yuan said to his subordinates and left the ship. While standing on the deck, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. He initially thought that He Yuan would bring him to see the royal lord, so he had been apprehensive all along. After all, he wasn't sure if the royal lord had any special skills that would allow him to see through his deception. If that was the case, he would lose his life before achieving his goal. However, He Yuan apparently didn't have the intention of bringing him to see the royal lord. This allowed Yang Kai to feel relieved. After giving it a thought, he realized that even though he could be considered a treasure as he was a great master artifact refiner, he still wasn't important enough to see the royal lord directly. It was expected that He Yuan wouldn't bring him along. Since Yang Kai didn't have to face the royal lord just yet, he set his mind at ease. He Yuan headed towards the giant black ink nest, and he was soon out of sight. Yang Kai looked around and realized that the black ink clansmen who had tagged along all sported solemn expressions. While standing upright, they stared at the black ink nest in a respectful manner. Besides them, the black ink clansmen staying on the other large ships were in a similar state. It seemed that the black ink clansmen especially revered the royal lord's black ink nest. According to Zhagu, the black ink nest in the royal city was the source of all black ink nests in the Yinyang theater. All the territory lords' black ink nests were bred from this one, and the many low-rank black ink nests were then bred from those territory lord black ink nests. Innumerable black ink clansmen were born from the black ink nests of different ranks. Basically, the black ink nest in the royal city was the source of their lives. That was why they revered this particular black ink nest while they were here. Yang Kai couldn't help but fall into his thoughts. Where is the source of the royal lord black ink nests? It is not likely for them to have appeared out of thin air. I asked Zhagu about it, but he was unable to answer my question. All Zhagu knew was that a royal lord's black ink nest was the highest rank one. However, Yang Kai didn't think that was true. Perhaps there were some secrets that even many of the black ink clansmen were unaware of. It wasn't certain how long the meeting between He Yuan and the royal lord would last, and since Yang Kai was bored, he thought about taking a stroll around the royal city. However, he wasn't familiar with this place, so he was worried that he might invite some trouble. After all, his identity as a human was conspicuous. Furthermore, he had used up all his black ink coins. Even if he came across any good things, he wouldn't have the money to buy them. Therefore, he decided to give up on the idea. He thus shuffled into the cabin and fished out his resources to continue cultivating. This went on for a few days. Finally, there came a moment when he felt He Yuan's aura descending on the deck, so he hurriedly left the cabin. He Yuan was indeed standing on the deck, however, though he was on his own when he left the ship. When he returned, he had another black ink clansman with him. The black ink clansman was a feudal lord, but his aura was more ample than any feudal lord Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai saluted He Yuan respectfully. "Master." "Him." The unfamiliar black ink clansman looked down at Yang Kai and examined him. He Yuan replied, "Yes, it's him." The black ink clansman nodded. "I'll take him from here then. I hope he's as skillful in artifact refining as you've described him to be, Sir He Yuan." He Yuan said, "Why would I lie to the royal lord?" Then he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Yang Kai." "Master." Yang Kai stepped forward. Like a senior to him, He Yuan instructed, "You will follow him. Remember what I told you before? Don't tarnish my reputation while you are here." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Don't worry, master. I will do my utmost to serve you." A satisfied He Yuan nodded and turned to look at the feudal lord. "You can take him away now." The black ink clansman then activated his black ink strength and engulfed Yang Kai with it. After turning into a cloud of black fog, he shot into the sky. He didn't even bid He Yuan farewell before he left. Nevertheless, He Yuan didn't mind it. Although he was a territory lord, the other person was a personal guard of the royal lord. There was no doubt that he was weaker than He Yuan now, but he would be on an equal footing in the future. Everything was going well. Initially, after he was defeated in the previous battle and lost the resource harvesting area to the humans a few years ago, He Yuan was supposed to be punished. However, after he recommended Yang Kai to the royal lord, the latter didn't even reprimand him, just like he had expected. The royal lord only gave him a warning and told the personal guard to come to this place with He Yuan and take Yang Kai away. Since the matter had been settled, He Yuan decided to leave. He then told the person controlling the large ship to set off and return to his territory. Meanwhile, Yongkai was engulfed in thick black ink strength and dragged along by the black ink clansmen at the speed of lightning. As he was covered in the black ink strength, it was hard for him to identify the exact direction they were traveling, though he had a general idea. As time passed, Yongkai realized that they were actually moving further away from the universe fragment where the royal city was located. This astounded him. They were trying to build a warship, and this task couldn't be carried out by only one person, so there must be a lot of human artifact refiners that had been gathered together. Since this was an important matter, the Black Ink clan must have set up a secure place to conduct research and experiments. Yongkai initially thought that such a place must be in the royal city. That was the speculation of those from Inyang Pass as well. That was why they decided to let him become He Yuan's Black Ink disciple, so that he could move around the royal city and gather information freely. Now, it seemed that the place where the warship was being developed wasn't in the royal city. The revelation made Yongkai feel elated. Since the research center wasn't in the royal city, it meant that he didn't have to directly face the royal lord. This was good news to him. After all, the royal lord was too powerful. While they were on the way to their destination, Yongkai asked probingly, "Where are we going, sir?" The Black Ink clansman apparently didn't have the intention of answering his question, and simply ordered him passively, "Shut up!" Yongkai directly kept his mouth shut. It seemed that it was difficult to deal with this feudal lord, for even He Yuan had to be polite to him. It was apparent that his identity was special. If Yongkai was oppressed by him, he wouldn't have a way to get his revenge. Just 1 hour later, the feudal lord suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked around, as though he was trying to find something. Yongkai scanned the surroundings and soon detected an anomaly somewhere in the void. Although that place didn't look different from the area around it, there was a weak fluctuation of space principles. Yongkai arched his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a portal over there. He soon realized what was going on. The place where the warship was being developed wasn't in the royal city. Instead, it was in a sealed world that would take a person an hour to reach from the royal city. This was indeed a good arrangement. As expected, after looking around for a while, the feudal lord stared fixedly at the hidden portal. Following that, he fished out a token and infused his power into it before casting a light at that place. A ripple spread across the void as the light penetrated a barrier and disappeared into another world. Yongkai felt his brow twitching. It was apparent to him that this was a human's creation. The people who set up a restriction around here and made this access token were definitely human cultivators. After the feudal lord was done with all that, he waited patiently. A moment later, a ripple spread across the void as the portal to the sealed world opened up. Supposedly, someone from the inside had opened it. When the portal was large enough, the feudal lord grasped Yongkai's collar and dashed inside. The view around Yongkai changed and he realized that he was now inside a sealed world. Just like the sealed worlds that had been explored before, this one was full of greenery. It was beautiful and refreshing like a spring day. The portal that led to the outside world was just behind him. However, he felt his skin tightening at that instant. This couldn't be helped, as he realized that several dozen auras had locked onto him, one of them being particularly fierce. Martial Peak Chapter 5088 Wu Xing He. Looking up, Yongkai saw that there was a place that looked like a camp in front of him where several dozen Black Ink clansmen were looking in their direction. The one standing at the front had 2 horns on his forehead, and his burly figure made him look like some kind of 2-legged ox demon. Those several dozen auras apparently came from this group. Surprisingly, they were mostly feudal lords while the Black Ink clansman who looked like an ox demon was a territory lord. There were many powerful Black Ink clansmen guarding the portal of this sealed world, and their leader was a territory lord. It went to show how important the Black Ink clan considered this place. The feudal lord, who led Yongkai to this place, gazed at the territory lord and cupped his fist. "Sir Mei Qiong." The territory lord named Mei Qiong nodded lightly. Just by taking a glance at Yongkai, he figured out the latter's identity, found a new artifact refiner. The feudal lord replied, "It was Sir He Yuan who found him." He Yuan, Mei Qiong snorted. Perhaps he had some grudges against He Yuan. Yongkai could see a hint of disdain flashing through his face at the mention of He Yuan. What's his rank? The feudal lord replied, according to Sir Heiyuan, he's a great master artifact refiner. A great master? Heiyuan is pretty lucky. Mei Qiong was surprised. After all, since this plan had been started years ago, all the Black Ink disciples who knew even a thing or two about artifact refining had been gathered here. It was hard to find a great master artifact refiner in the outside world. Even in this place there were only a small number of great masters. I'll leave him to you, Sir Mei Qiong. I still have to go back and report the matter to the royal lord. Mei Qiong nodded. Good. Just leave him here. You can go back now. The feudal lord went on to say, the royal lord wants me to tell you and Sir Qinglei to work harder and complete this task as soon as possible. In an instant Mei Qiong appeared annoyed. It's not like Qinglei and I can accelerate the process in any way. The human artifact refiners are the ones developing it. The feudal lord asked impassively, do you want me to pass on your words to the royal lord, sir? Mei Qiong felt his brow twitching. Feeling vexed, he uttered, Qinglei and I will work harder to supervise them. Tell the royal lord to rest assured. It was only then that the feudal lord bowed his head and flew towards the portal. After the portal closed, Mei Qiong turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, you're pretty bold. I hope your skills in artifact refining are just as great as your audacity. Yang Kai put on a fawning smile as he wouldn't dare to say anything in front of this overbearing man. Mei Qiong beckoned to a subordinate and ordered, bring him to see Qinglei. Yes, upon receiving the order, the feudal lord directly pushed his black ink strength and engulfed Yang Kai with it before flying further into the sealed world. Just a moment later, they arrived at a huge valley where there was a grand hall in the middle of the mountain wall. There were a lot of Black Ink clansmen moving around the grand hall. The feudal lord turned his head and ordered, come with me. He then shuffled into the grand hall. Naturally, no one stopped him. Yang Kai followed him closely. Soon they moved across the grand hall and arrived at an open-air platform on the other end. There was a well-built figure standing on the platform. Looking down from this position, one could watch over the entire valley. The feudal lord, who led Yang Kai to this place, saluted the well-built figure, Sir Qinglei. Without turning his head, Qinglei asked in a deep voice, the portal of the sealed world was open just now. Although he was responsible for guarding this place, he was a territory lord after all. He certainly could detect that the portal was opened earlier. The feudal lord replied respectfully, an artifact refiner has been sent over from the royal city. Qinglei turned around and examined Yang Kai before nodding. What's his rank? It's said that he's a great master artifact refiner. Qinglei said impassively, not bad. Leave him to me. Yes, the feudal lord replied, then left the place respectfully. Yang Kai stood there silently and waited for Qinglei to speak to him. However, Qinglei didn't seem to have the intention of saying anything to Yang Kai as he remained unmoving. Yang Kai had no idea what the other man was waiting for. Despite that, he had figured out some important information not long after he arrived in this sealed world. There was no doubt that Mu Guang Royal Lord treasured this sealed world highly. Not only did it require a special token to open the portal, but there were also two territory lords guarding this place. One of them was Mei Qiong, who was responsible for guarding the portal, and the other was Qinglei. Yang Kai had no idea how many feudal lords there were in this place, but he was certain there were a lot of them. The number of powerful Black Ink clansmen here showed how cautious Mu Guang was. Although Yang Kai always knew this would be a difficult task, he still felt frustrated at this moment. He could ignore the feudal lords, but it wasn't easy to do anything without alerting the territory lords. As Yang Kai followed Qinglei's gaze, he saw a huge warship hovering in the middle of the mountain valley. The size of this warship was similar to the one he saw in Blue Sky Pass in the past. It was much larger than a typical warship owned by a human squad, similar to the size of a warship used by a battalion. The appearance of the warship was imposing. Since Yang Kai was unable to get closer, he couldn't ascertain the capabilities of this warship. However, it had been 20 years since those from Inyang Pass discovered the first prototype Black Ink clan warship, so the newer one must have been improved at least a little. At this moment, there were a lot of human artifact refiners that had gathered together in this mountain valley. Nevertheless, not every artifact refiner had the right to refine this kind of warship. Most of the artifact refiners could be ignored. The most pressing issue for Yang Kai was to find out who was the artifact refiner that was in charge of developing the warship. Only by doing so could he come up with a solution. All of a sudden, a figure shot into the sky, which caught Yang Kai's attention. As he looked intently, he realized that the person was a human, not a Black Ink clansman. The person was an elderly man who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, he appeared exhausted, as though he hadn't taken a break from work for a long time. The elderly man walked up to Qing Lei and saluted him. "What's wrong, Sir Qing Lei?" Qing Lei shot him a dispassionate glance. "Here's a new artifact refiner. Help him settle in." It was then that the elderly man noticed Yang Kai, who was behind Qing Lei, elated and replied, "Understood." Upon finishing his words, he beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come with me." Yang Kai nodded and flew towards the mountain valley alongside the elderly man. Before they landed, the elderly man turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Yang Kai." The elderly man nodded, "So it is little brother Yang. You're already so strong at such a young age. You do have a promising future. By the way, I'm Wu Xinghe." Wu Xinghe. Yang Kai turned serious the moment he heard this name. Before he left Yinyang Pass, Tang Qiu had given him a list of a dozen people who had gone missing on the battlefield. Those from Yinyang Pass speculated that they had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. These dozen people had studied artifact refining before and shown some talent for it. Of course, when they went missing, they could only be considered novices in artifact refining. However, if they fell into the hands of the Black Ink clan and started focusing on studying the Tao of artifact refining, they would have a chance to grow. Those from Yinyang Pass speculated that the person in charge of developing the warship was one of those people. Tang Qiu told Yang Kai to pay more attention to the information regarding the people on the list when the latter arrived in the Black Ink clan's domain. Yang Kai had never expected that not long after he entered this sealed world, he would meet one of the people on the list. Could this person be the one who was in charge of developing the warship? Yang Kai was uncertain about it. From the looks of it, even if Wu Xinghe wasn't the most important figure in this project, he wouldn't be insignificant. Otherwise, Qing Lei wouldn't have told him to help Yang Kai settle in. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "So it is Senior Wu." Wu Xinghe glanced at him and chuckled. "We're both in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so you don't have to call me a senior. Moreover, we're in the Black Ink clan now, so we don't have to comply with the etiquette of the humans." Yang Kai was already used to human etiquette, and although he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master, he could only be considered a rising star compared to the other much older veteran Seventh Order masters. Upon hearing Wu Xinghe's words though, Yang Kai stopped being overly polite and addressed the older man in a different way, saying, "Senior brother Wu." Wu Xinghe replied with a smile, "What's your rank in artifact refining?" Yang Kai replied honestly, "Great master." "What field are you particularly well versed in?" "Personally, I'm good at refining offensive and defensive artifacts. I can build flight-type artifacts as well, but that will take a longer time." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. "In that case, you shall work with me. I happen to need more people on my side." "I shall trouble you from now on then, Senior Brother Wu." "No worries." By the time they finished speaking, they arrived at the bottom of the mountain valley. Yang Kai looked down and saw many artifact refiners working on the warship. There were also some feudal lords walking around that seemed to be supervising them. Wu Xinghe directly led Yang Kai to the edge of the mountain valley where there were a lot of houses. Wu Xinghe pointed at those houses and said, "This is where we can get some rest and cultivate. The 3 houses on the left are empty, so you can choose one of them." Although Black Ink disciples are considered lowly in the Black Ink clan, artifact refiners like us are treated fairly well. If you need resources to cultivate, you can go over there and get some. Then, he pointed at the hall on the side. Not only are there materials of different orders, but there are also a lot of spirit pills. They're for us to use. Yang Kai was astounded. "It seems that everything is provided for us." Wu Xinghe replied with a smile, "They've prepared everything for us so that we can work harder. It requires a lot of energy to refine artifacts. If we can restore ourselves quickly, we can put more effort into making artifacts. The Black Ink clan is aware of that." Yang Kai nodded to show that he understood what the other man was saying. The Black Ink clan has a lot of resources that are hard to come by on the human side. In this place, you can get a set of 7th order materials from the Black Ink clan to cultivate with ease. Of course, you can only get one set at a time, and you can only get another set after refining the ones you have. Marshall Peak Chapter 5089 Solution. Since you're a newcomer, you can get used to the environment first. Look for me tomorrow, Wu Xing, he said. Then turned around to leave. Yang Kai then watched him leave. After the older man was gone, he shuffled towards the 3 houses on the left. Wu Xing, he said that these 3 houses were vacant, so Yang Kai could choose one of them at random. He didn't have any specific demands, so he just chose the one furthest away from him. Upon pushing the door open, he realized that the facilities were quite simple. There was only a table, chair, and bed. There was also a token on the table. After picking it up, he realized that this was the token that could control the restriction around this house. He spent some time refining the token, then activated the barrier. This restriction couldn't be considered powerful, as it could only prevent others from eavesdropping or disturbing the one getting some rest in the house. It should be the same for the other houses. Nonetheless, this was enough for the artifact refiners here. Just like Wu Xing he had said, it required a lot of energy to refine artifacts. When they were exhausted, they needed such a place to restore their energy with peace of mind. After Yang Kai was done with all that, he took a stroll around the mountain valley. Then he found the hall where he could get some resources and entered. The Black Ink clansman responsible for managing the resources was a feudal lord. Faced with Yang Kai's request, he didn't even question him. He directly fished out a set of 7th order materials and passed them to him. This made Yang Kai feel rueful. It had to be noted that in the Great Passes, it was rare for anyone to refine 7th order materials to cultivate, for there was an acute shortage of resources on the Black Ink battlefield. Most of the time, even the 8th order division commanders couldn't refine 7th order materials to cultivate. Of course, the shortage had been alleviated since the introduction of the void yin-yang mirrors. Yang Kai had no idea about the circumstances in other Great Passes, but in Blue Sky Pass at least, the human cultivators could use the best possible resources to cultivate now, provided that they had enough military merits. The structures around the mountain valley were so simple that one could see everything clearly at a glance. Apart from the warship in the middle of the mountain valley, Yang Kai didn't find anything that was worth his attention. After getting what he requested, he returned to his house and cultivated in silence. He didn't forget to keep track of the time, of course, and the next day, he headed to the warship following Wu Xinghe's order. From afar, he could see many people working on the warship. Fluctuations of energy were seen coming from every corner. At least 100 people were trying to build this warship, all of them artifact refiners. Yang Kai had seen artifact refiners repairing warships in Blue Sky Pass, and it was equally bustling at those times. Therefore, he wasn't surprised one bit. However, that was in the inner sanctum after all. It must have been difficult for the Black Ink clan to have found so many artifact refiners. Furthermore, there must be more artifact refiners who were currently not working on the warship and were resting. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, some artifact refiners shot him curious glances, but they soon stopped paying attention to him. He soon found Wu Xinghe, who was busy working on the warship somewhere. Wu Xinghe was apparently refining an offensive artifact with full attention. A flame was seen flickering from his hands. The flame was scorching hot, and Yang Kai couldn't immediately identify what it was. All the artifacts on the warship had to be custom-made and were quite different from the artifacts used by cultivators. After all, the warship was huge, so the artifacts that had to be installed on the vessel wouldn't be small. That way, when the artifact, as an array node of an offensive array, was activated, it would be powerful and lethal to the enemies on the battlefield. Yang Kai appeared beside Wu Xinghe and greeted him. Wu Xinghe was swamped with work as his forehead was beaded with sweat, so he just nodded and glanced to the side. You came at the right time. Help me refine these materials. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask junior brother Sunjo over there. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a lot of materials that had been piled up beside Wu Xinghe. All of them were precious as they were the materials needed for refining the artifact. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to refine these materials. Therefore, He could be considered Wu Xinghe's assistant now. He knew that he still wasn't skillful enough to be directly involved in developing the warship despite being a great master, so it was appropriate that he became Wu Xinghe's assistant. This kind of task was not simple, but it wasn't critical either. It suited his current rank in the Tao of artifact refining. In fact, he wasn't the only assistant of Wu Xinghe. Before his arrival, there was already a young man who was doing this task. He should be the person named Sunjiu that Wu Xinghe had mentioned. Certainly, Yang Kai already noticed him. The fluctuations of energy coming from Sunjiu suggested that he was in the sixth order open heaven realm. It wasn't certain which cave heaven or paradise he was from. Yang Kai cupped his fist at him. Junior brother Sunday. Sunjiu flashed a smile at him. You must be senior brother Yang. Apparently, he had heard about Yang Kai from Wu Xinghe. Yang Kai nodded. While Sunjiu never stopped working, he asked, have you ever taken part in developing a warship before? Yang Kai shook his head. No. In fact, artifact refining was just a hobby of mine and I rarely made any artifacts when I was on the human side. Upon hearing that, Sunjiu nodded. I see. Why don't you refine this 7th order metal element material first? This task is suitable for you given your cultivation. We'll need it at a later time. Certainly Yang Kai wouldn't disagree. He then sat down with his legs crossed and picked up the 7th order metal element material. Following that, he fished out his hammer and circulated his power before striking the material with his own technique. Sunjiu arched his brow with surprise. Thousand tempering art. Are you from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm from Yinyang Cave Heaven. I learned this artifact refining technique from a senior brother from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Sunjiu commented, you fully mastered this technique. That's why I thought that you're from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven. Oh. Many thanks for your compliment, but compared to you, I'm still not skillful enough. Yang Kai replied humbly. Sunjiu shook his head with a smile. I have simply practiced a lot. I started focusing on refining artifacts since I came to the Black Ink clan. It's been several hundred years since then. Yang Kai was surprised. Sunjiu's words suggested that he started focusing on refining artifacts after he became a Black Ink disciple, probably on the Black Ink clan's orders. Therefore, it seemed that the Black Ink clan had already started preparing to build a warship several hundred years ago, or perhaps even longer. Otherwise, these Black Ink disciples couldn't have achieved so much. Although Sunjiu was one order below Yang Kai, he was also a great master artifact refiner. Furthermore, he was more skillful than him when it came to his mastery of artifact refining. This was proven from his way of refining these materials. According to Yang Kai's observation, Wu Xinghe, who was focused on refining the offensive artifact now, was a grandmaster artifact refiner. An artifact refiner like Wu Xinghe was already able to refine high-rank artifacts. In fact, the one he was crafting was a kind of high-rank artifact, though it wasn't certain if he could successfully complete it. After all, it was more difficult to refine an artifact specifically for a warship than an average high-rank artifact. It took a talented and experienced artifact refiner to achieve this. Therefore, even a grandmaster artifact refiner might fail in his attempt to craft such an artifact. Over the following days, Yang Kai continued to assist Wu Xinghe, and nothing major happened. Sunjiu, who worked with him, was a talkative person, so Yang Kai managed to gather a lot of useful information through his conversations with him. According to Sunjiu, there were about 300 artifact refiners that had gathered together in this mountain valley, with the 3 of them being grandmasters. There were 2 more grandmasters apart from Wu Xinghe, Wang Sibo and Guan Ning. Below them, there were 30 great master artifact refiners. Although the rest of the artifact refiners were not talented in artifact refining, they were good enough to handle some miscellaneous tasks. It was this large team that was building a warship for the Black Ink clan. Just like Wu Xinghe, Wang Sibo and Guan Ning were on the list which was given to Yang Kai by Tang Qiu. They were the targets he had to investigate. During this period of time, Yang Kai came to know more about the capabilities of this warship. Compared to the one he saw in Blue Sky Pass, the one before his eyes was indeed a significantly better version. It seemed that the artifact refiners here were working hard to improve their skills. This was terrible news for the humans. Fortunately, even though the capabilities of this warship had been enhanced, it still couldn't meet the Black Ink clan's needs on the battlefield. In other words, this warship was not good enough and certainly not comparable to the warships used by the humans. Even if it was deployed on the battlefield, its usefulness would be quite limited. The warship had been greatly improved in just 20 years though, so if their progress went unhindered, a lot of warships owned by the Black Ink clan would appear on the battlefield in the near future. By then the humans would be doomed. Now Yong-kai had successfully snuck into this place, so he had to come up with a solution to settle the issue here. In fact, it wasn't hard to deal with this issue. He could simply kill all 3 Grandmaster artifact refiners like Wu Xinghe. Without these Grandmasters, the development of the warship would come to a halt. Although the other artifact refiners still had room for growth, they couldn't possibly become Grandmasters. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had filtered a lot of Black Ink disciples and only found 300 artifact refiners. Most of the artifact refiners were not gifted in this Dao, so even if they were allowed to grow, they wouldn't become Grandmasters. Killing Wu Xinghe and the others could be said to be the simplest way to destroy their plan once and for all. By then, no one could be in charge of developing the warship, and the threat facing the humans would be resolved. However, if Yong-kai did so, his identity would instantly be exposed. There were also 2 territory lords who were monitoring this place, so once he was exposed, he didn't have the confidence to escape. Furthermore, Grandmaster artifact refiners like Wu Xing, he were extremely valuable assets to the humans too. They only worked for the Black Ink clan because they had been corrupted by Black Ink's strength. It would be much better to purify them and bring them back rather than kill them. For the time being, Yong-kai couldn't think of a perfect solution, nor did he have any idea how he could flee from this place once his identity was exposed. Therefore, he could only wait patiently and play it by ear. Fortunately, the warship in this place was still not usable, so he had time to come up with a plan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5090, Purifying Wu Xinghe. In the blink of an eye 3 years had passed since Yong-kai arrived at this sealed world. During this period of time the warship was continuously improved. On the other hand, Yong-kai's skills in artifact refining also grew day by day. When he was a newcomer back then, his skills in artifact refining were inferior to those of Sunjiu. However, 3 years later, he was now a much better artifact refiner than the latter. Although he still wasn't a Grandmaster, he had grown to be a more accomplished artifact refiner than before. Even though it had something to do with his aptitude and hard work, his conversations with the other artifact refiners had helped him grow rapidly as well. Wu Xinghe's attentive guidance was especially important in this regard. It should be noted that before Yong-kai left Blue Sky Pass, he had spent 10 years studying artifact refining, and his teacher was an artifact refining grandmaster like Chai Hao. During that period of time, Chai Hao selflessly taught Yong-kai all of the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven's secret techniques in artifact refining. Yong-kai's knowledge of artifact refining was just as great as that of any grandmaster. What he lacked were practice and experience. After he arrived at the Black Ink clan's domain, he spent 8 years refining artifacts for feudal lords. As a result, his skills in artifact refining improved tremendously. Now he was sent to this sealed world as he spent his days with a grandmaster like Wu Xing, he and a great master like Sunjiu. It was expected that he would reach greater heights in the Tao of artifact refining. Over the years, Wu Xing realized Yong-kai's talent in artifact refining and witnessed his growth, so he spent even more time giving him guidance. Even Wang Sibo and Guanning now saw Yong-kai in a different light after observing his performance. Whenever Yong-kai had any questions regarding artifact refining, these 2 grandmasters would teach him everything they knew. As Yong-kai intentionally got closer to them, he formed a strong bond with these 3 grandmasters over the past 3 years. After 3 years of observation and planning, Yong-kai already had a vague plan in mind. If this plan could be carried out successfully, not only would he be able to crush the Black Ink clan's dream of building warships, he could also escape unscathed. However, it was difficult to execute this plan, for there were a lot of factors that were beyond his control. A slight problem could completely derail his plan. Therefore, even though he already had a plan, he was still waiting for a suitable opportunity. One day, Yong-kai, who was swamped with work, suddenly looked up and saw a figure flashing across the sky above the mountain valley. The figure was heading towards the sealed world's portal. That figure was none other than Qing Lei, who was responsible for guarding this place. There were a total of 2 territory lords and about 100 feudal lords here, with a large number of high-rank Black Ink clansmen accompanying them. One of the territory lords, Mei Qiong, was responsible for guarding the portal while Qing Lei was tasked with monitoring the artifact refiners who were developing the warship in the mountain valley. Basically, Mei Qiong would never leave the portal. On the other hand, even though Qing Lei stayed in the palace above the mountain valley most of the time, he would leave this sealed world every 6 months. Yang Kai had asked Wu Xinghe about it, and according to the latter, Mu Guang regarded the development of the warship extremely highly, so the royal lord wanted Qing Lei to head to the royal city to make a progress report to her every 6 months. Every time Qing Lei returned from the royal city, he would take Wu Xinghe and the other grandmasters to task and urge them to finish perfecting the warship as quickly as possible. He had probably been reprimanded by the royal lord, which led to him venting his anger on these human artifact refiners. Nevertheless, perfecting a warship was highly dependent on their skills in artifact refining. Although Wu Xinghe and the others were artifact refining grandmasters, they were unable to create something as great as the warships owned by the humans. Therefore, the same scene would repeat itself every 6 months. The reason Qing Lei suddenly left his grand hall must be that he had to head to the royal city to report on the progress as usual. As expected, a moment later, Yang Kai felt a faint fluctuation of space principles coming from the portal which soon disappeared. It must be the movement from opening and closing the portal. The duration was short, so the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters might not be able to detect it. However, to a master in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, he could easily sense such a fluctuation. Yang Kai waited for a bit to make sure that Qing Lei was gone before he put down what was in his hands and said to Sun Jiao, "Junior brother Sun, I'm exhausted. I'm going to rest for a bit." Looking up, Sun Jiao saw that Yang Kai's face was pale, and his aura was weak. Therefore, he nodded and replied, "Sure thing, senior brother Yang. Just leave it to me." Artifact refiners were treated well in this place. Nevertheless, it required a lot of energy to refine artifacts, so the artifact refiners would frequently use up their energy and need to rest. Yang Kai's request wasn't unusual, so Sun Jiao wasn't surprised one bit. "Many thanks, junior brother," Yang Kai said, then leaped off the warship and flew towards the place where the artifact refiners resided. Instead of returning to his place though, he headed straight to a certain 3-story building. This was where Wu Xinghe resided. As one of the 3 artifact refining grandmasters, the treatment he received was naturally better than the other artifact refiners. Yang Kai visited this place frequently because he would ask Wu Xinghe questions about artifact refining from time to time. Half a day ago, Wu Xinghe had returned to his home to get some rest as he was exhausted. Now he should be inside this building. Despite seeing all this from afar, the Black Ink clansmen, who were patrolling around the area, didn't come over and question Yang Kai. Instead, they just walked on by. Yang Kai knocked on the restriction and called out, "Senior brother Wu." Moments later, the restriction around the building was deactivated and Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. When he reached the 2nd floor, he saw that Wu Xinghe was seated with his legs crossed on his bed. There was a set of 7th Order materials around him and the energy fluctuations around him suggested that he was refining those resources. "Senior brother Wu." Yang Kai cupped his fist at him. Despite being disturbed while getting some rest, Wu Xinghe was not annoyed. Instead, he looked curiously at Yang Kai and asked, "What's wrong, junior brother Yang?" Yang Kai replied, "I faced a problem when I was refining a certain material earlier. I wanted to ask you about it." Wu Xinghe asked, "What kind of problem did you face?" "The thing is, when I was refining an 8th Order Firestone, I used the landslide technique that you taught me. However, I realized that it slightly damaged the integrity of the Firestone. Why is that?" As he spoke, he shuffled towards Wu Xinghe. Seeing that the older man was deep in thought, Yang Kai swiftly manipulated the local space principles. In an instant, space was frozen solid. Wu Xinghe was pondering on Yang Kai's question when the turn of events took place, so he hadn't been able to react at all. When he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai had clapped his hands together as a dazzling light came right at him. A dumbstruck Wu Xinghe had never expected that Yang Kai would launch a sneak attack on him, and instinctually wanted to resist. However, he had been resting here because he was exhausted from artifact refining, so he didn't have much energy to begin with. Furthermore, since he became a black ink disciple, he had been focusing on improving his artifact refining skills following the Black Ink clan's orders and had not fought with anyone for the past 1,000 years. Therefore, despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was unable to fully utilize his power. On the other hand, Yang Kai was an experienced fighter whose strength significantly surpassed the other cultivators in the same order. Hence, it was expected that Wu Xing he was unable to counterattack or even resist. Before Wu Xing he could even condense his world force, his forehead was slapped by Yang Kai. A horrifying power penetrated his small universe and caused him to fall into a dazed state. Following that, the dazzling and pure light completely engulfed him. A strange sound was then heard. While Wu Xing he was engulfed in the white light, something like a dark fog began leaking from his body and was purified into nothingness. He appeared to be in pain, but his expression soon became tranquil. A moment later, Yang Kai retracted his hands and vigilantly paid attention to the surroundings. After letting Yang Kai in earlier, Wu Xing he reactivated the restriction to prevent anyone from disturbing them. However, Yang Kai was still worried that his actions would attract the Black Ink clan's attention. That was the reason he had to wait for Qinglei to leave before making a move. Qinglei was a territory lord after all, so if he noticed the anomaly, Yang Kai wouldn't be a match for him. Fortunately, Yang Kai acted swiftly and decisively. Only a few breaths of time had passed since he activated purifying light. Furthermore, he deliberately sealed the surrounding space and made sure that Wu Xing he was unable to resist. Hence, the restriction around the building was not triggered. Everything is going well. Upon making sure that the Black Ink clan were not alerted, Yang Kai let out a breath. Forgive my disrespect, senior brother Wu. Yang Kai apologized to him and sat down cross-legged in front of him. Presently, Wu Xinghe's face was pale. After all, Yang Kai's palms did not only contain the purifying light, but also his own power, which penetrated Wu Xinghe's small universe and caused it to shake. That was how he suppressed Wu Xinghe and made sure the latter couldn't resist. When Wu Xinghe heard the other man's voice, his vision refocused. While staring fixedly at his face, he said doubtfully, "You." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother Wu, what I'm about to tell you might sound inconceivable, but you have to believe that what I'm going to say is true. We don't have much time left, so I'll be blunt. First of all, you should know that I was never corrupted by Black Ink strength, nor am I a Black Ink disciple. I'm simply pretending to be one." I knew it. Although Wu Xinghe appeared shocked, he was also relieved. The Black Ink strength in his small universe had been rapidly purified, so the moment he regained his senses as a human, he suspected that Yang Kai had never been corrupted by Black Ink strength. After all, Yang Kai was able to dispel the Black Ink strength in his body, so there was no way he would be corrupted. Now it indeed seemed to be the case. Yang Kai had been pretending to be a Black Ink disciple, and he had managed to fool the Black Ink clan. What kind of technique was that? Wu Xinghe asked curiously. It's called purifying light, Yang Kai explained. It could be said to be the nemesis of Black Ink strength. It's something that the humans mastered a few dozen years ago. Upon hearing his explanation, Wu Xinghe muttered, "It's no wonder the Black Ink clan have been talking about there being no new Black Ink disciples recently. So that's the reason." He paused for a moment and asked, "Can the purifying light prevent me from being corrupted again?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No. If you come into contact with Black Ink strength again, you'll still be corrupted. Fortunately, there's no Black Ink nest in this sealed world, nor is it filled with Black Ink strength, so as long as you're careful enough, you won't be corrupted by Black Ink strength." Martial Peak, Chapter 5091. There's a big problem. Yang Kai was relieved at the fact that the Black Ink clan had set up their warship development site in this sealed world. This gave him room to carry out his plan. Just like he had said, there was no Black Ink nest in this sealed world, nor was it flooded with Black Ink strength. Therefore, as long as Wu Xinghe was careful enough, he wouldn't risk getting corrupted again. It wouldn't have been possible in any other Black Ink clan territory, as they were all practically filled with Black Ink strength. Even if Yang Kai helped dispel the Black Ink strength in Wu Xinghe's body using purifying light, the latter would soon be corrupted again. When that happened, Yang Kai's identity would be exposed. How could he carry out his plans in such an environment? Senior Brother Wu. I'm from Inyang Pass. On the Army Commander's orders, I've come here to look for artifact refiners like you all who are developing the warship for the Black Ink clan and make sure that this project fails. On the other hand, you're the first breakthrough point I've selected. I'll need you to work with me for the following plan. Qinglei has just left the sealed world. Based on past experiences, I believe he'll return in half a day. That's the amount of time we have. There was a solemn expression on Wu Xinghe's face as he asked, "What's your plan? What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai replied, "First of all, I need you to lure Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Guan to this place. I'll make a move and purify the black ink strength in their bodies so that they will regain their senses as humans. Although they're 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they've been completely focused on artifact refining for centuries now, so their fighting instincts have grown dull. If we work together and launch a sneak attack on them, there shouldn't be a problem. Then I want the 3 of you to gather all the artifact refiners together. I'll dispel the black ink strength in their bodies at once so that they can recover their true selves." Of all the artifact refiners, Wu Xinghe and the other 2 were not only artifact refining grandmasters but also 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The other artifact refiners were much weaker. Other than the fact that they were less competent than the 3 of them when it came to artifact refining, they were mostly in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Therefore, as long as Yang Kai could settle Wu Xinghe and the other 2, the rest of the artifact refiners wouldn't be an issue. Wu Xinghe nodded gently, and then? Assuming that everything goes to plan and the Black Ink clan are not alerted, how are you going to leave this sealed world? Although Qinglei is not around, Mei Qiong would never leave the portal. If you can't defeat him, you'll never be able to leave this sealed world. Moreover, you have to bring so many of us with you. Yang Kai replied, "Other than the 3 of you, I can keep the rest of the artifact refiners inside my small universe. It's not a problem to bring them with me. However, the 3 of you are in the same order as me, so I can't keep you inside my small universe. Therefore, I need you 3 to sacrifice a part of your small universes so you regress to the 6th Order." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe was astounded. "You want to escape this place on your own?" With a serious expression, Yang Kai replied, "Other than me, all of you are not able to resist black ink strength. Only by staying inside my small universe would you be safe." Wu Xinghe frowned, "But that will be a huge burden on you." These 300 artifact refiners were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they all entered his small universe, it would be a tremendous burden on Yang Kai. As a result, his strength would undoubtedly be affected. Yang Kai was already less powerful than Mei Qiong to begin with, so if his abilities were further weakened, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping from Mei Qiong. Yang Kai said, "I can deal with 300 people staying inside my small universe. There will be some negative impact, but it won't be an issue. On the other hand, it's indeed difficult to deal with Mei Qiong as he would never leave the portal. There are no other ways apart from trying to force my way out of this sealed world. Certainly, it would be wonderful if I can fool him into opening the portal for me. However, as soon as I make a move here, the Black Ink clansmen around us will notice. There's no way we can do it secretly." Wu Xinghe nodded. "So, your plan is to bring us all away so that the Black Ink clan will never be able to finish this warship. It's indeed a simple plan, but it's also the best way to crush their ambitions once and for all." Yang Kai let out a breath. "Is there a problem with this plan?" Wu Xinghe stared fixedly at him and replied, "There's a big problem with this plan." Certainly, Yang Kai knew that there were all sorts of problems with his plan. Nevertheless, he was on his own in this sealed world where he was surrounded by enemies. Even the artifact refiners could be considered the Black Ink clan's allies, so any negligence would cause his plan to be exposed earlier than he had hoped. Unfortunately, he didn't have a better solution. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when Wu Xinghe said there was a problem with his plan, and he simply asked humbly, "What is it?" Wu Xinghe replied, "Even if you successfully bring all of us away, you still can't stop the Black Ink clan from developing a warship." Yang Kai furrowed his brow and asked, "Why is that?" Wu Xinghe explained, "That's because we're not the ones leading the development of the warship. Although Wang Xibo, Guanning, and I are contributing to this project, we're just assistants. There's someone else who is in charge of this project." Yang Kai was flabbergasted. "Really? Who is it?" I thought the three of you are the only artifact refining grandmasters here. Wu Xinghe let out a sigh. A person named Nian. He's more talented than Wang Xibo, Guanning, and me when it comes to artifact refining, and he's just one step away from becoming a great grandmaster. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nian, why have you all never mentioned him before? It had been 3 years since he arrived at this sealed world. Although Yang Kai had tried to gather information through his conversations with other Black Ink disciples, he had never heard of this Nian before. That led him to believe that Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters were the ones who were in charge of this project. If the person in charge of developing the warship was someone else, Yang Kai's plan naturally wouldn't work. Just like Wu Xinghe had said, even if he managed to bring all of the artifact refiners here away, he still couldn't stop the Black Ink clan from developing a warship. That was because the key person behind this project was someone he had never met before. In fact, if Yang Kai hadn't prepared to carry out his plan on this day, he would never have found out about it. He's not in this sealed world, so no one would talk about him in front of you. Yang Kai's plan was thoroughly derailed now, but he soon composed himself. That was because he knew that there would always be factors that were beyond his control, so he had to play it by ear. It was just that a variable like Nian had appeared now. What's his background? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wu Xinghe, Wang Xibo, and Guanning were on the list given to him by Tang Qiu, but Nian was not. Where did he come from? I know little about his background. Wu Xinghe shook his head. Although we've spent many years together, we don't really talk to each other. Other than the discussions on artifact refining, we rarely come into contact with one another. Moreover, he's an arrogant person because of his talent in artifact refining. He doesn't even have any regard for me. More importantly, it's said that he's the one who initiated the plan to build a warship for the Black Ink clan. He was, Yang Kai said through clenched teeth. However, as a Black Ink disciple, Nian was loyal to the Black Ink clan. Since they were on different sides, it couldn't be said that Nian had betrayed the humans. Rumor has it that he doesn't have an outstanding aptitude. When he was corrupted by Black Ink's strength and became a Black Ink disciple, he was not valued by the Black Ink clan at all. He almost lost his life on several occasions when he was brought to the battlefield. Before he became a Black Ink disciple, he had never come into contact with the Tao of artifact refining. When he saw that the artifact refiners were valued by the Black Ink clan, he decided to study the Tao of artifact refining. That was when his life changed. Although his aptitude in cultivation is average, he's extremely gifted in the Tao of artifact refining. In a short time, he significantly improved his skills in artifact refining and became a grandmaster. Then, he launched the project of building a warship, which gained the support of the Black Ink clan. However, despite being a grandmaster, he's still struggling to build a warship. As you can see, the warship in the mountain valley is not comparable to true warships. Yang Kai nodded. Since he's the one who has proposed building a warship, where is he? Why have I not seen him over the past 3 years? Wu Xinghe replied, he's trying to achieve a breakthrough right now. Given his aptitude in artifact refining, he could grow to be a great grandmaster. However, you're also aware that it requires both skill in artifact refining and powerful cultivation to become a great grandmaster. A person has to be in the 8th order open heaven realm to become a great grandmaster. He's trying to break through to the 8th order open heaven realm? Yang Kai was astonished. Wu Xinghe nodded solemnly, indeed. I don't know whether he'll succeed. In fact, 1 year before your arrival, he was already taken away by the Black Ink clan to prepare to break through to the 8th order. Although the environment in this sealed world was terrific, it was still a sealed world after all. As Nian wanted to ascend to the 8th order, this place was naturally not suitable. That was the reason he had left this place many years ago. This led Yang Kai to believe that Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters were the ones in charge of this project. This kind of misunderstanding could have led to severe consequences had he acted rashly. It couldn't be helped though, as no one had mentioned Yan to Yang Kai before, so how was he supposed to know that this guy was the key person behind this project? Senior brother Wu, you said that Nian's aptitude in cultivation wasn't high? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Yes. He was already a 7th order open heaven realm master when he left. However, even that was because he had the help of black ink strength. His original limit was the 6th order, Wu Xinghe replied. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Nian's original limit was the 6th order. In other words, he had originally broken through to the 4th order open heaven realm. This kind of aptitude was indeed average among the cave heavens and paradises. However, black ink strength could help an open heaven realm master break through their limits. Nian, whose limit was the 6th order, was already a 7th order open heaven realm master when he left this sealed world, and he was now going to attempt breaking through to the 8th order. It was no wonder Wu Xinghe said that this guy was an arrogant person. As far as Yang Kai knew, open heaven realm masters who managed to break through their natural limits with the help of black ink strength would have their temperaments change drastically, just like Lu Zian, who was Gue Liao's black ink disciple. Moreover, when black ink disciples tried breaking through their limits, they had to face a huge risk, and any negligence would cause them to self-destruct. Yang Kai had witnessed such an incident in the Black Prison many years ago. Nian was already lucky enough to have ascended to the 7th order, and he was now trying to make it to the 8th order. This was no different from committing suicide. Martial Peak Chapter 5092 To Act or Not. The Royal Lord takes this matter extremely seriously. Since Nian is trying to achieve a breakthrough, I believe the Royal Lord will give him all the support he needs. The Royal Lord might even personally assist him. If the Royal Lord makes a move, Nian might be able to succeed. The success of Nian's breakthrough was related to the Black Ink clan's future, so it was expected that Mu Guang wouldn't sit on the sidelines. Yang Kai initially thought that Nian wouldn't succeed in ascending to the 8th order. However, he wasn't so sure now if Mu Guang decided to help. No one knew what methods the Royal Lord had. Regardless, this matter had to be dealt with accordingly. Otherwise, even if Yang Kai managed to take all of the artifact refiners away from this sealed world, he still couldn't stop the Black Ink clan from carrying out their plan. This made him fall into a dilemma. He initially intended to execute his plan today, but a variable like Nian came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Fortunately, there was still room for maneuver. At this moment, Yang Kai was relieved that this sealed world was not filled with black ink strength. Otherwise, his plan would have come to a halt at this point. Presently, he had to make some changes. After giving it a thought, he said, "Senior Brother Wu, we have to confirm whether Nian is dead or alive. It would be great if he lost his life during his breakthrough. However, if he returns safely, that'll mean he's successfully become a great grandmaster. By then, the warship will be perfected." "What do you want to do?" Wu Xinghe asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't have a solution right now, we can only wait. After all, it's not like we can ask the Black Ink clan about it. During this period of time, you have to be cautious to avoid coming into direct contact with the Black Ink clan. There's no ambient black ink strength in this sealed world. So as long as you don't get too close to the Black Ink clansmen, you won't be corrupted. If you happen to be invaded by black ink strength, you have to immediately inform me, and I will purify it for you." "Got it." Wu Xinghe nodded, then said, "As for Wang Sibo and Guan Ning, do you want to dispel their black ink strength only when you're in the final stages of the plan? Or do you want to act in advance?" Yang Kai asked, "What do you think?" After pondering on it for a moment, Wu Xinghe replied, "The risk will be increased if we act now. After all, even if they regain their human nature, they'll still be at risk of getting corrupted again. However, they're 7th order open heaven realm masters and artifact refining grandmasters. What's more, they frequently come into contact with me. Guan Ning is especially sensitive, so I'm worried that I'll accidentally expose myself." "We'll act in advance then." Yang Kai directly made a decision. "I'll need you to work closely with me." "Got it. I'll inform you when everything is prepared." Wu Xinghe nodded. "Also, I want to take control of this sealed world's portal. That way, it'll be easier for us to flee when executing the plan." Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe shook his head. "That won't be easy. Mei Qiong has never left the portal over the years. How are you going to take control of it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I have my own methods, however, I'll have to pass through the portal." "Does that mean you have to leave this sealed world once?" Wu Xinghe asked. Yang Kai nodded and, "Do you have any idea how we can do it?" After a moment of deliberation, Wu Xinghe replied, "I can have you head to the royal city to buy some materials for me. I believe the Black Ink clan won't turn me down. That sounds good. However, there will be a Black Ink clansman who will follow you. The 2 territory lords will never leave this sealed world, so the person who will go with you will most likely be a feudal lord. That's fine. I'll make sure that the feudal lord won't notice whatever I do. Since the other man was so confident, Wu Xinghe stopped trying to dissuade him. After they discussed the matter for a while longer, Yang Kai left and returned to his own house to get some rest. A few days later, Qing Lei was seated on the platform that was above the mountain valley. As he looked down, he was able to monitor everything that was going on in the mountain valley from his position. No anomalies could be hidden from him. With that said, nothing major had happened since the day he started guarding this place, and the human artifact refiners had always been working hard to perfect the warship. Unfortunately, many years had passed, but the thing they created was still not usable. Just then, a figure shot up from the valley and landed in front of him. Qing Lei lifted his gaze and realized that this person was one of the artifact refining grandmasters, Wu Xinghe. Wu Xinghe saluted him respectfully. Sir Qing Lei? What's wrong? Qing Lei asked impassively. Wu Xinghe replied, I need some materials that we are running low on in this sealed world. Will you please allow me to go to the royal city to buy them? Upon hearing that, Qing Lei furrowed his brows. What materials do you need that have to be purchased in the royal city? Wu Xinghe randomly mentioned some materials, which were all quite precious. Qing Lei replied, got it. I'll tell someone to send them to you. Although those materials were valuable, there was never a lack of resources in the Black Ink clan. Moreover, this project was related to the Black Ink clan's future, so the royal lord was fully supportive of it. Regardless of what materials they needed, they just had to make a request, and someone from the royal city would send them over. Wu Xinghe seemed to have expected this kind of response, so he said, Sir, the quality of these materials is critical. Someone who is not proficient in artifact refining might not be able to fight the appropriate ones. As such, I have to personally head to the royal city. You want to personally go there? Qing Lei was surprised. In the past, Wu Xinghe had asked for more materials on several occasions, but he only came over and told him what he needed, and the materials would be sent to him. He had never requested to personally head to the royal city. Wu Xinghe nodded. I have to go there to make sure that all the materials are up to standard so that the progress won't be held up. Some of the materials they sent us previously were substandard and could not be used. Qing Lei became fidgety. You and the other 2 grandmasters are in charge of this project now. If you're gone, who will continue developing the warship? After giving it a thought, Wu Xinghe suggested by saying, Why don't I tell someone to go over there on my behalf? Qing Lei asked, Who is it? Wu Xinghe replied, The newcomer Yang Kai. His aptitude in artifact refining is just as good as mine, so he'll definitely grow to be a grandmaster one day. Qing Lei didn't understand what aptitude in artifact refining had to do with the purchase of materials. However, since Wu Xinghe had recommended this person, he decided to stop questioning him. He thus nodded. He'll be the one then. I'll tell someone to accompany him. Saying so, he waved his hand. The next moment, a feudal lord behind him stepped forward. Qing Lei ordered, Bring that human to the royal city and come back quickly. Then, he passed a token to the feudal lord. After taking the token, the feudal lord flew towards the mountain valley alongside Wu Xinghe. A moment later, Wu Xinghe called out to Yang Kai, who was getting some rest in his place. As Yang Kai was told what to do, he nodded. You have to come back quickly, Wu Xinghe ordered with a solemn expression. Yang Kai stared fixedly at him and nodded. Don't worry, senior brother Wu. I'll come back as soon as possible. He then said to the feudal lord on the side, Please. Without saying anything, the feudal lord led Yang Kai to fly towards the portal. When they arrived at the portal, the feudal lord passed the token to Mei Qiong, who was guarding this place. Since the token was authentic, they were allowed to leave. The moment the portal was opened, Yang Kai and the feudal lord subsequently dashed out of it. In the blink of an eye, the feudal lord passed through the portal and arrived in the outside void. When he turned his head though, he realized that Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. This startled him for a moment, for it had never happened before. Supposedly, since they entered the portal at the same time, they should reappear together. Nevertheless, he was the only one there at the moment while Yongkai was missing. While he was puzzled, the portal before his eyes contorted slightly. Following that, Yongkai's figure came into his sight. Although he found the incident strange, he didn't read too much into it and just beckoned to Yongkai, "Let's go." He then flew towards the royal city. The sealed world wasn't far away from the royal city. When Yongkai was led to the sealed world from the royal city back then, it only took them an hour to arrive. Therefore, 1 hour later, Yongkai and the feudal lord came to the royal city. With the feudal lord leading the way, they soon reached a street where all sorts of resources were sold. It took Yongkai another hour to purchase all the materials that Wu Xing he wanted. Yongkai didn't intend to stay in the royal city for long, and the feudal lord apparently wanted to go back as soon as possible. Hence, they soon left the royal city. 1 hour later, before they arrived at the sealed world's portal, Yongkai felt that something was coming from behind. When he turned his head, he saw a large ship charging forward in their direction. In the blink of an eye, the large ship got very close to them. Yongkai and the feudal lord certainly noticed it. Seeing that the large ship wasn't going to stop, they quickly moved to the side. Even so, Yongkai was almost hit by the large ship. Upon stabilizing himself, he lifted his gaze and saw that the large ship had moved across several hundred kilometers ahead. He frowned at the sight. Although the large ship had brushed past him quickly, he clearly detected 2 powerful auras from the vessel. One of them was a territory lord while the other was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Putting the territory lord aside, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master gave off a violent and dangerous aura, as though he would explode at any moment. Yongkai was astonished. He had pretended to be a Black Ink disciple and snuck into the Black Ink clan's territory twice, but he had never come across an 8th Order Black Ink disciple before. Usually, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be corrupted by Black Ink strength unless a royal lord personally made a move. However, in every major battle, the royal lord would have to deal with an old ancestor from the human side, so they wouldn't have any spare energy to use their secret technique to corrupt 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they did so, they would be giving the old ancestor a chance to injure them. Hence, there were some 7th Order Black Ink disciples, but 8th Order Black Ink disciples were extremely rare. The direction the large ship was heading suggested that it was going to the sealed world. A strange idea suddenly sprang into Yongkai's mind. Would it be so coincidental? The feudal lord turned to look at Yongkai, and upon making sure that the latter was fine, he continued moving forward without saying a word. Yongkai quickly followed him. A short while later, they arrived at the sealed world's portal. At this moment, a large ship was parked in the void as it was waiting for the portal to open. The large ship was the one that Yongkai had seen earlier. Martial Peak Chapter 5093, Return of Nian. By the time Yongkai and the feudal lord reached this place, the sealed world's portal was slowly opening. The 2 figures on the deck noticed them and turned their heads. One of them was a territory lord while the other was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that Yongkai had detected. Upon closer look, he realized that the 8th Order Master had a bloated figure, which made him look like a ball. His head was right above his figure, as though his neck didn't exist. Sarcomas could be seen all over his skin, looking like horrible abscesses. Just by standing there, this bloated person exuded a violent and dangerous aura. Even the territory lord beside him wasn't willing to stand close to him. The moment Yongkai saw this person's appearance, he realized his identity. This person was none other than the Nian that Wu Xing he had mentioned. Although Yongkai had never seen him before, this person's appearance suggested that he had broken through his limit with the help of Black Ink strength and achieved something that couldn't be achieved through ordinary means. However, his life was also at risk now due to the hidden dangers in his small universe. Nian only made it to the 4th Order when he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, so the 6th Order was his natural limit. He was already lucky enough to have ascended to the 7th Order with the help of the Black Ink strength. Now he even managed to make it to the 8th Order, which was simply inconceivable. The royal lord must have taken action personally. Otherwise, Nian couldn't have achieved this. It could be said that Nian was in a perilous situation, for he gave off a feeling that he might explode at any moment. However, he was still safe and sound. Perhaps Mu Guang had used an incredible technique to ensure his safety when he ascended to the 8th order. In that case, he would most likely become a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster would definitely be able to refine a warship. Perhaps the Black Ink clan would have their own warships in no time and sail them across the battlefield. It wouldn't be like in the past when their warships were practically useless. At that instant, Yang Kai felt a sense of urgency. Back then, when he heard about the existence of Nian from Wu Xing, he had no choice but to change his plans. Still, it never crossed his mind that Nian could break through his limit and ascend to the 8th order so soon. Fortunately, he was certain that Nian was alive at the very least, and he could act accordingly. While Yang Kai was in his thoughts, Nian suddenly asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Yang Kai promptly cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir. I've been here for 3 years. Upon hearing that, Nian asked, "Are you the one who was sent here by He Yuan?" Yes, Yang Kai had no idea how the other man found out he was He Yuan's Black Ink disciple. Nevertheless, it went to show that Nian was able to get his hands on the sensitive information that only the most important Black Ink clansmen knew. In other words, the royal lord truly treasured him. "Where were you?" Nian asked. Yang Kai honestly reported to him. Fortunately, the materials that Wu Xing he asked him to buy were indeed precious. Qing Lei could be easily fooled because he knew nothing about artifact refining, but the same trick couldn't be used on Nian. Luckily, Nian didn't intend to probe him further and just nodded gently before he stopped talking. As the portal was opened, the territory lord and Nian dashed inside while the ship remained anchored outside. After they entered, Yang Kai and the feudal lord also flew into the sealed world. Presently, Mei Qiong was busy handling the territory lord and Nian, so he couldn't pay a lot of attention to Yang Kai. After asking some questions, he simply let Yang Kai pass. After leading Yang Kai to the mountain valley, the feudal lord left, for he had to report to Qing Lei on the completion of this mission. Yang Kai sauntered towards Wu Xing he's residence and gently triggered the restriction. A moment later, a gap appeared in the middle of the restriction, then Yang Kai walked inside. On the second floor, Wu Xing he was seated with his legs crossed. There was some faint black ink strength lingering around his figure. Presently, he was continuously circulating the power of his small universe to resist the black ink strength. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the sight. He walked up to Wu Xing he and clapped his hands. The next instant, a pure and dazzling light engulfed Wu Xing he. A sizzling noise was heard as the black ink strength inside Wu Xing he's body soon disintegrated. Wu Xing he's clothes were already soaked in sweat as he let out a breath. "You came back pretty quick, junior brother." Yang Kai replied, "I wouldn't let you be at risk." Before he left the place some time ago, he already realized that Wu Xing he had been invaded by black ink strength. That was the reason he had to come back in a hurry. If he returned any later, Wu Xing he would have been corrupted and become a black ink disciple. When that happened, Yang Kai's identity would have been exposed. Of course, Yang Kai reckoned that Wu Xing he would kill himself at the most critical moment to ensure that the secret remained safe. On the Black Ink battlefield, human soldiers had always been willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the greater good. Wu Xing he was corrupted by Black Ink strength when he came into contact with Qing Lei. This sealed world was not filled with Black Ink strength, so he didn't have to worry about anything as long as he was cautious enough. However, Wu Xing he was standing too close to Qing Lei at that time. As a territory lord, Qing Lei naturally released black ink strength around him. On the other hand, Wu Xing he wouldn't dare to resist lest his secret was exposed. That was how he was corrupted. Fortunately, he was only stained with a small amount of black ink strength. Otherwise, he would have become a black ink disciple again before Yang Kai returned. "Is everything prepared?" Wu Xing he asked with concern. Yang Kai nodded yes. Wu Xing he had no idea what move Yang Kai had used to fool the feudal lord that had tagged along with him. However, since he had said as much, it meant that the matter was indeed settled. "Nian has returned, senior brother Wu," Yang Kai said. "He's back." Wu Xing he was startled. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded. "I came across him on my way back. He's now an 8th order master." Upon hearing that, Wu Xing he sported an anxious expression. "That's terrible news for us." What he and Yongkai hoped was for Nian to explode and pass away when trying to achieve an ascension so that no one would be able to help the Black Ink clan finish their worship. Now that Nian had returned safely though, it was bad news for them. After giving it a thought, Wu Xinghe asked, "Can Nian be saved?" Yongkai shook his head, no. His limit is the sixth order, so his small universe can only bear the power of the sixth order. The reason he's alive right now is because of the Black Ink strength. The moment I dispel the Black Ink strength in his body, his small universe will explode. The light in Wu Xinghe's eyes went out. What a shame. If Nian could be saved, it would be good news for the humans. After all, artifact refining great grandmasters were rare. However, Yongkai made it clear that Nian could not be saved, which was why Wu Xinghe found it to be a shame. Yes, it is indeed a shame, but Nian has to die, Yongkai said grimly. As long as Nian was killed, the Black Ink clan's plan to build a warship would come to a halt. Perhaps they would still be able to nurture some artifact refiners in the distant future, but those Black Ink disciples would never grow to be great grandmasters. Now, humans from different great passes had purifying light, and purifying Black Ink pills had been successfully developed. In other words, no human soldiers would be corrupted by Black Ink strength again. How was the Black Ink clan supposed to nurture artifact refiners without any new Black Ink disciples? The moment they broke through their limits with Black Ink strength, people like Nian and Lu Ziyan lost all hope to be saved. It's not easy to kill an 8th Order master. Moreover, there are 2 territory lords in this sealed world. What's your plan? Yongkai replied, I'm certainly no match for a normal 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. However, Nian is different. He won't be able to fully utilize his 8th Order might. Furthermore, I don't have to fight with him directly. I just have to get a chance to dispel the Black Ink strength in his body. By then, his small universe will come apart, and he'll detonate. As for the 2 territory lords, Mei Qiong has never left the portal over the years, so I don't have a good solution for him. Nevertheless, Qing Lei will leave this sealed world every 6 months. We can make use of that. Upon hearing that, Wu Xinghe nodded. Qing Lei only left this sealed world some time ago, so it will be another 6 months before he leaves again. We'll make a move in 6 months then. Yongkai was determined. I hope that everything will go well by then. However, before that, I will need you to deal with Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Guan. Wu Xinghe nodded. I'll inform you at an opportune time. As they spoke, the restriction around the building was triggered. A thought flashed through Wu Xinghe's mind as the restriction was deactivated. A moment later, a Black Ink disciple walked up the stairs and cupped his fist at them. Senior Brother Nia wants to see you, Senior Brother. A puzzled Wu Xinghe asked, what happened? The Black Ink disciple shook his head. I have no idea, but Senior Brother Nia wants everybody to gather together. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. After exchanging glances, Yongkai and Wu Xinghe frowned. They had no idea why Nian wanted them to come together not long after he returned. Let's see what he's up to, Wu Xinghe said, then left the place with the other man. A moment later, several hundred artifact refiners gathered together in front of the warship in the mountain valley. Standing in front of them was the bloated Nian. Many people were whispering among themselves as they had no idea why Nian gathered everyone. When all of the artifact refiners were present, Nian gazed at the huge warship with narrowed eyes and waved his hand, dismantle it. Upon hearing that, all of them were astounded. Guanning, who was at the front, stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Nia, this warship is about to be completed. Why do you want to dismantle it? Nian replied dispassionately, what's the point of keeping this rubbish? Dismantle it. But just when Guanning wanted to continue speaking, Nian suddenly turned his head and glared at him. What else do you want to say? As he spoke, his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm pressure swept across the place. Guanning gulped and spoke no further. Wu Xinghe, who was standing beside Yongkai, frowned. Although Nian was haughty back then, he had never been so overbearing. It seemed that his temperament had changed after he forcefully ascended to the 8th Order. Martial Peak, Chapter 5094. The time has come. The artifact refiners worked together to dismantle the warship, which was yet to be completed. Then, Nian directly gave the order and divided the hundreds of artifact refiners into a dozen groups. Each group was given specific tasks according to the fields they were proficient in. A massive amount of resources were sent to this place by the Black Ink clan, after which the artifact refiners started building a new warship. While working hard, Yang Kai secretly observed Nian and realized that the latter was indeed an artifact refining great grandmaster now. He had no idea how skillful Nian was in artifact refining before his recent ascension, but from the looks of it, the latter was indeed a more accomplished artifact refiner than Wu Xinghe and the others. Perhaps he was still not comparable to Donghua and Ping, who was a great grandmaster in Blue Sky Pass. However, Donghua and Ping had been a great grandmaster for thousands of years. As a new great grandmaster, Nian was naturally less experienced. However, as time passed, his achievements might be just as great as those of Donghua and Ping. This person was indeed gifted when it came to artifact refining. It was no wonder he could transform into an influential figure from a little-known person. Although he still wasn't skillful enough, he was already capable of refining a functional warship. As Yang Kai observed with concern as the warship in the mountain valley started taking shape after just 3 months, it was not different from the previously dismantled warship when it came to its appearance, but all the artifact refiners in the mountain valley clearly felt that its capabilities were much greater than those of the previous version. Once it was completed, it would be good enough to be deployed on the battlefield. The artifact refiners were elated at the imminent success of the project, so they spent longer hours taking part in the development of the warship, which further accelerated the refinement process. Yang Kai remained as Wu Xinghe's assistant. During this period of time, with Wu Xinghe's cooperation, Yang Kai managed to dispel the black ink strength within Wang Xibo and Guan Ning. Although these 3 grandmasters were doing their best to delay the process of perfecting the warship, they had to be cautious to prevent exposing themselves. Day after day, with the enormous amount of resources pouring in and hundreds of artifact refiners working diligently, the warship was nearing perfection. It was also closer to the deadline Yang Kai had set almost 6 months ago. One day, Yang Kai was helping Wu Xing, he as usual, to refine an offensive artifact to be installed on the warship. It had only been 6 months since Nian returned, but under his leadership, the hundreds of artifact refiners here worked together to perfect the warship. The warship was almost complete, but there were still some defects that had to be rectified. As for the capabilities of this warship, these artifact refiners had their own judgments. However, those could only be verified by deploying the warship on the battlefield. Somewhere near the warship, Nian was having a chat with Qing Lei, who was responsible for guarding this place. Qing Lei had always acted aloof and arrogant in front of Wu Xinghe and the others, but he was polite to Nian. He totally regarded him as an equal, which just went to show how important Nian was to the Black Ink clan. This was to be expected though, as Nian was an 8th Order Master as well as an artifact refining Great Grandmaster. Regardless of whose Black Ink disciple he previously was, he was now working directly under Mu Guang. Naturally, the treatment that the Royal Lord's Black Ink disciple received was different. They didn't seem to have the intention of keeping their conversation secret, so Yang Kai could hear them clearly. Qing Lei asked Brother Nya, "Is this warship usable now?" With his hands behind his back, Nian replied proudly, "Yes. After a bit of troubleshooting, it can be deployed on the battlefield." Upon hearing that, Qing Lei was ecstatic. "You're indeed incredible." Nian replied impassively, "This Nya certainly wouldn't disappoint the Royal Lord." Qing Lei went on to ask, "How capable is this thing compared to those owned by the humans?" Nian said, "It's likely slightly inferior. However, this is a prototype. As we refine more warships, everyone will become familiar with the process. In time, the capabilities of our warships will improve. Soon we'll be able to make ones that are on par with the ones owned by the humans. With that said, even though this warship is less capable, it's also much larger than the ones owned by the humans, as it's specifically made for the Black Ink clan. With enough people on board, this warship will be able to deal a heavy blow to the enemy." Qing Lei nodded gently. "I'll report what you've said to the Royal Lord. Please tell the Royal Lord that one warship will not be useful on the battlefield. It would be better to make a number of them first so that we can catch the humans off guard." Qing Lei grinned. "With you working for the Royal Lord, it's as great as owning an entire army." Many thanks for your compliment, Brother Qinglei. Qinglei decided to end their conversation here. I'll head to the royal city now and tell the royal lord about this piece of good news. I'm sure the royal lord will be pleased. I'll leave affairs here to you. It's my duty, Nian nodded lightly. The next instant, Qinglei shot into the sky and headed towards the portal. As Yang Kai and Wu Xing he exchanged glances, a glint flashed through their eyes. A moment later, a faint fluctuation of space principles was felt coming from the portal. Apparently Qinglei had left this sealed world. Upon that confirmation, Yang Kai nodded at Wu Xing and got up before shuffling forward in a different direction. When he passed by Wang Sibo, he secretly said, "The time has come." Wang Sibo halted what he was doing and nodded almost imperceptibly. Then Yang Kai brushed past Guanning and told him the same thing. A moment later, Wu Xing he suddenly got up and called out, "Senior brother Nya." Nian was in a nearby place. Upon hearing that, he turned his head and frowned. "What's wrong?" Wu Xing he said, "There's a slight problem here. I need you to have a look at it." Despite being bloated, the unsuspecting Nian appeared in front of him the next instant. "What's the problem?" Wu Xing he pointed at the offensive artifact he was refining. "There seems to be a problem with this artifact. Should I refine a new one?" Nian turned to look at the artifact and picked it up before examining it. A moment later, he snapped with a dark expression, "Waste? You've basically ruined this artifact. How do you have the nerve to call yourself an artifact refining grandmaster?" To the side, Wu Xing he didn't dare to say anything. But in the next instant he caught a glimpse of Yang Kai appearing behind Nian like a phantom. Yellow and blue light appeared on his palms as energy fluctuated. The moment he clapped his hands, those lights turned into a pure white light and engulfed Nian. Seeing that, Wu Xing he did not hesitate to execute the original plan as he dashed towards the defensive array and infused his power into it. In the meantime, in two different places around the warship, Wang Sibo and Guanning acted according to Yang Kai's instructions. The instant they detected the surge of energy, they promptly infused their powers into the defensive arrays. 3 defensive arrays were simultaneously activated by 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a huge light barrier instantly covered the entire warship. The sudden change happening on the warship instantly caught the attention of the Black Ink clansmen nearby. As they turned their heads to look, however, they realized they were unable to see anything clearly as the warship was engulfed in a solid light barrier which looked like a membrane that prevented anyone from peering through it. This made all the Black Ink clansmen feel shocked and doubtful. Having no idea what was going on with the warship, they began to gather around. None of them could have expected that a plan that was a long time in the making was unfolding right before their eyes. While the Black Ink clansmen were caught off guard, Nian also hadn't expected that someone would launch a sneak attack on him. The moment Yang Kai engulfed him with the purifying light, Nian turned around and felt an instinctive disgust towards the white light. He quickly snapped, "You court death." As his 8th-order Open Heaven Realm power burst forth, he threw out his fist. A grunt was heard as someone was sent flying away. However, the white light had already covered Nian completely. In an instant, he wailed in pain as the black ink strength in his body gushed out of his body, as though it was facing its nemesis. The black ink strength was soon dispersed and purified. Nian's expression was transformed by fear and horror. The violent aura around him became even more dangerous and the sarcomas on his skin started bulging as black pus spewed out of them. Just moments later, all the black ink strength in his small universe was dispelled by the purifying light, and without its support, he was unable to bear his own 8th-order cultivation. He widened his eyes as the veins on his forehead throbbed. While he looked horrible, his already bloated figure started expanding rapidly like a balloon. He shook a little as he extended his hands in an attempt to grab something, but he was unable to do anything in the end. Following a loud boom, he exploded and turned into hashed meat and blood. Just like Yang Kai had said to Wu Xinghe before, he didn't need to directly deal with Nian in order to kill him. Nian acquired his 8th-order cultivation through the help of black ink strength. Hence, without the black ink strength support, his own cultivation would kill him. Yang Kai didn't even need to fight with him. Just by activating purifying light to dispel the black ink strength in his body, he could easily dispatch Nian. Having said that, Nian was still an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they really got into a fight, Yongkai might not be a match for him. The moment the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master detonated, a violent force spread across the warship and caused the people on the deck to fall to the ground. The artifact refiners closest to Nian had all collapsed while the bow of the warship was destroyed upon impact. Even the light barrier around the warship bulged. As Yongkai coughed, he struggled out of the wreckage with a flushing face. Nian's last desperate strike managed to hurt him, but that was inevitable, for they were basically at arm's length from each other at that time. Despite being a master in the Tao of space, Yongkai couldn't dodge the final strike of an 8th Order Master before his death. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. Since Nian was dead, the Black Ink clan's plan would come to a halt. Other than this new great grandmaster, no one else could help them build warships that would be used against the humans. It could be said that Yongkai had completed half of his task just by killing Nian. Even if he was unable to escape now, he would die with no regrets. Martial Peak. Chapter 5095. Please cut your cultivations, senior brothers. Strictly speaking, Yongkai's plan was a crude one with many factors that were beyond his control. For example, he wasn't certain whether Qinglei would leave at the appropriate time. And how was he going to escape from the sealed world when a territory lord was guarding the portal? Even if he managed to flee from the sealed world, how would he shake off the Black Ink clan's pursuit? He didn't have time to ponder on all these issues though, nor was it useful for him to do so. Since the plan was crude, it meant that there were too many variables he could not account for. The only thing he could do was to launch a sneak attack and kill Nian. Under Nian's leadership, the warship was about to be completed, and Qinglei had left at this point. Regardless of how crude the plan was, it had to be executed immediately. Since Nian was dead, the Black Ink clan's plan would come to a halt. As for whether Yongkai could bring the other artifact refiners to flee from this sealed world, and how he would get rid of the Black Ink clan's pursuit after that, he could only leave it up to the heavens. Upon confirming that Nian was dead, Yongkai was relieved. Then he madly absorbed the powers of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and activated purifying light. There were several hundred artifact refiners on the warship now. Over the past 6 months under Nian's leadership, everyone was constantly building the warship, so no one had time to rest. All of them had gathered together, which gave Yongkai a chance to deal with them all at once. Other than Wu Xinghe and the other 2 grandmasters, whose Black Ink strength had been dispelled some time ago, these hundreds of artifact refiners were still Black Ink disciples. In order to make these Black Ink disciples work with him, Yongkai had to restore their true natures first. With Yongkai as the center, purifying light exploded outwards and soon engulfed the entire warship as well as all the artifact refiners. Sizzling noises were heard coming from everywhere as Black Ink strength leaked from these artifact refiners before fading into nothingness under the intense white light. Just a moment later, all the artifact refiners regained their senses as humans. The turn of events startled them as they had no idea what was going on. With that said, they still remembered what had happened over the years and instantly felt ashamed and vexed that they had actually built a warship for the Black Ink clan. With no time to waste, Wang Xibo and Guanning quickly told them what was going on in loud voices and calmed them down. Following a temporary commotion and puzzlement, these artifact refiners followed the instructions of Wang Xibo and Guanning, as they took charge of the arrays and infused their powers into them. Outside of the warship, the Black Ink clansmen were perplexed as they had no idea what was going on within the light barrier. They reckoned that something had gone wrong and many of the feudal lords were now shouting. Some of them even started attacking the light barrier in order to find out what was going on inside. Right then, a humming sound was heard as the warship rose into the air. Following that, violent attacks were shot from its weapons. Many of the unprepared Black Ink clansmen suffered injuries or were killed in this initial bombardment. Even some of the feudal lords were badly injured. Although Nian's return was terrible news to Yongkai, the warship built under his leadership was of great help now. The capabilities of this warship were not comparable to those of the warships owned by the humans, but it was already good enough to be deployed in battle. Moreover, with hundreds of artifact refiners present, they were able to unleash the warship's full power. After all, they were the ones who built it, so they were the ones most familiar with its capabilities. Nothing was more enjoyable in the world than using the warship they had crafted to deal with the Black Ink clan. These artifact refiners madly channeled their world force to vent out their grievances of becoming the Black Ink clan's lackeys. As the warship roared to life, all the offensive arrays were fully activated. The consumption of energy did not bother the people on the vessel. Faced with this barrage of attacks, the surrounding Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to flee. The Black Ink clansmen would counterattack from time to time, but they wouldn't dare to use all of their powers, and the light barrier around the warship could easily fend off such tepid attacks. Before the Black Ink clansmen were certain what was going on with the warship, they wouldn't dare to destroy it. They had been staying in this sealed world for a long time, so they knew that these artifact refiners were valuable assets, as well as talented people that the royal lord had high hopes for. Hence, no one would dare to deal a lethal blow to them. If they accidentally killed some of these precious artifact refiners, they would surely be executed as well. Since they were concerned about accidentally killing the artifact refiners, the warship only became more unstoppable. One of the feudal lords came to his senses soon and shouted, "Inform Sir Mei Cheong about this now." In fact, Mei Cheong was already gazing in their direction while feeling shocked and doubtful, a solemn expression on his face. The energy fluctuations coming from the warship were violent, and as a territory lord, he had certainly detected them. However, he was tasked with guarding the portal, so he couldn't leave as he pleased. Therefore, despite realizing the anomaly, he didn't immediately go over and look into the matter right away. After all, he had felt energy fluctuations coming from the warship in the past when the artifact refiners were experimenting with its offensive and defensive artifacts. Nevertheless, this time seemed to be different. After hesitating for a bit, Mei Cheong said to one of his subordinates, "Go over there and find out what's going on." Upon receiving the order, the feudal lord quickly left to investigate. At this moment, Yang Kai was moving around the warship. Although the humans managed to gain the upper hand by leveraging the warship's power and making a move first, the Black Ink clansmen would soon react accordingly. Although Qing Lei was not around, it was not easy to deal with Mei Cheong. Once the territory lord arrived, the humans wouldn't be able to fight against him despite having the warship. After all, this vessel was not complete to begin with, and many of the arrays were damaged after Nyan exploded. Yang Kai had to transfer these artifact refiners inside his small universe before Mei Cheong realized what was going on so that they would stand a better chance of fleeing. Otherwise, with so many people around, they couldn't possibly flee. Other than Wu Xinghe and the two grandmasters, the rest of the 300 or so artifact refiners were below the 7th order. Therefore, Yang Kai could easily keep them inside his small universe. Wherever he went, the artifact refiners would disappear as they were stuffed into his small universe. Without these artifact refiners powering it, the warship was weakening rapidly. After just 10 breaths of time, only Yang Kai and the 3 grandmasters were left on the warship. The warship instantly became powerless, which startled the Black Ink clansmen around it. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Please cut your cultivations, senior brothers." Wu Xinghe and the others were in the 7th order Open Heaven realm, which was the same order as Yang Kai. Usually, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep them inside his small universe. However, if they were willing to give up a part of their small universes and force their order to regress, there wouldn't be a problem. This was part of Yang Kai's plan, so Wu Xinghe and the others were aware of it. Therefore, at this moment, they did not hesitate to sacrifice parts of their small universes. In order to save time, they ferociously sliced off large chunks of their small universe to quickly weaken themselves. Just moments later, their orders all fell from the 7th order to the 6th order. Their faces were pale, and the soul-wrenching pain caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Yang Kai had gone through the pain of sacrificing a part of his small universe before, so he understood how they felt. However, their orders regressing was a small price to pay to escape with their lives. After all, when they returned to the human side safely, they could consume profound in-spirit fruits to repair their small universes. If they lost their lives, nothing else would matter. Soon Wu Xinghe and the others were also put inside Yang Kai's small universe. Any other 7th order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to keep these 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in their small universes. After all, there was a limit to the capacity of a 7th order Master's small universe. By keeping too many Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would find it hard to utilize their world force. and their strength would plunge. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't affected one bit. He wasn't certain if it was because his heritage was ample or for some other reason. With that said, this was undoubtedly good news to him. However, without Wu Xinghe and the other grandmasters taking charge, the light barrier around the warship instantly disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that the Black Ink clansmen saw what was going on. The sight before their eyes astounded them. Presently, the several hundred artifact refiners had gone missing from the warship, leaving only one person behind. Besides that, the warship seemed to have been impacted by a violent explosion, and many places were evidently damaged. What happened? All the Black Ink clansmen were perplexed. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai ignored the clamor coming from the Black Ink clansmen, and instead stared intently at the portal. He could sense that Mei Qiong's aura was approaching quickly, obviously having detected the abnormal situation over here. After letting out a breath, Yang Kai channeled as much strength as he could into the defensive array beneath his feet. The next moment, the light barrier reappeared around the warship. However, this time it could only serve as a shield and could no longer prevent others from looking through it. Following that, he turned the warship in a different direction and drove it towards the portal. From afar, he could see a dark light approaching the vessel. It was none other than Mei Qiong, who was responsible for guarding the portal, followed by a large number of feudal lords. At this moment, Mei Qiong was both shocked and furious. Although he had already detected the anomaly taking place in the mountain valley earlier, he didn't immediately come over to have a look considering that the humans had been experimenting with the powers of the artifacts recently. Therefore, he only told a subordinate to look into the matter. However, he was astonished by the news he received. For some reason, the warship started attacking the Black Ink clansmen in the mountain valley and caused a lot of casualties. This was simply intolerable. Were the human artifact refiners out of their minds? How did they have the guts to make a move on the Black Ink clan? What prompted them to do so? Before Qinglei left, he told Mei Qiong that the warship was almost complete, so he had to head to the royal city and share this good news with the royal lord. Nevertheless, such an incident happened not long after he left. As the only territory lord in this place now, how was Mei Qiong supposed to take responsibility? If the royal lord blamed this debacle on him, he would be severely punished despite being a territory lord. Like a rumbling volcano, the fury in Mei Qiong's chest was about to erupt. From afar, he saw that the warship built by the human artifact refiners was coming at him at full speed, and standing on the deck was one person whose expression was cold and indifferent. He was the artifact refiner sent to this place by He Yuan. Why is he the only one here? Where are the others? Martial Peak Chapter 5096 Great Escape. Seeing that the warship was coming at him at full speed without showing signs of decelerating, Mei Qiong barked, "Stop!" Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, curved his lips into a smile. Instead of stopping, he infused even more energy into the warship's arrays, which caused the warship to accelerate further. Something is wrong with him. He's not a Black Ink disciple. An idea flashed through Mei Qiong's mind. If he was really a Black Ink disciple, regardless of who his master was, he wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of a territory lord. However, instead of obeying Mei Qiong's order, this person became even more brazen. Mei Qiong didn't have time to ponder on this issue, though as the warship was about to hit him. Roaring, he surged his rich Black Ink strength, which turned into a huge Black Ink cloud and engulfed the warship. At the same time, he pushed out his palms. The giant warship hummed as every part of it creaked upon impact. Mei Qiong was forced to move backwards, but he soon stabilized himself after more than 10 steps. He successfully stopped the warship. Given his power as a territory lord, such a warship with only a single person in charge couldn't cause any damage to him. If he wanted, he could have destroyed this warship. However, this was the treasure that the royal lord had high hopes of. They had spent countless amounts of time, resources, and manpower to build it. This ship was the key to securing the Black Ink clan's future. That was why he wouldn't dare to destroy it. Left with no other choice, he could only stop the warship in such a way. By stopping the vessel so easily, it went to show how powerful he truly was. Separated by only a light barrier, Yang Kai and Mei Qiong stared at one another. One of them was unfazed while the other was infuriated. Mei Qiong said through clenched teeth, "Bastard, you're dead." Yang Kai grinned at him as he madly channeled his power into the warship like a torrent. The next instant, a dangerous aura could be felt coming from every part of the warship. With widened eyes, Mei Qiong roared, "You dare!" As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. The thin light barrier around the warship couldn't possibly fend off the powerful attack from a territory lord, and lasted for only one breath before it shattered. As he was about to capture Yang Kai though, a dazzling light suddenly exploded from the warship. A horrifying force spread out as the entire warship was engulfed in a ball of raging flames. Mei Qiong missed his target and failed in his attempt to capture the insolent human. At the most critical moment, the human seemed to have vanished into thin air. On the other hand, the warship's explosion caused his arm to be injured, and he was also forced to move backwards upon impact. The warship was destroyed. Mei Qiong stared at the burning warship. Despite the heat, he felt as though a basin of cold water had been poured onto his heart. He could almost envision how infuriated the royal lord would be upon learning what had happened. He probably would have to bear all the responsibility. Despite being a territory lord, he wouldn't be able to bear what was to come. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. How did things go so wrong all of a sudden? After all, not long ago, Qing Lei told him that the warship was almost completed, so he had to head to the royal city and inform the royal lord about it. Mei Qiong thought that he would not have to stay here much longer. In the future, he could stand on a warship and look down condescendingly at his enemies on the battlefield. Barely 2 hours later, his dream burst like a bubble. It was expected that he was enraged. That human. As long as he could capture that human, he would find out the truth. He suddenly turned his head and gazed at the portal before yelling, "Cordon off the portal. Make sure no one can leave this place." Although the human disappeared as the warship exploded, Mei Qiong didn't think he was dead. The human must have pulled a trick and avoided his detection by using the explosion to cover his tracks. In that case, the human's target would undoubtedly be the portal, for he had to leave this sealed world as quickly as possible. Upon giving the order, Mei Qiong turned around to return to the portal. As soon as he started moving though, he heard the sound of battle coming from the portal. Following that, the portal in midair opened rapidly. The human that had escaped from Mei Qiong had really headed to the portal. The instant the portal was opened, he dashed past it and disappeared. After that, the portal closed abruptly and vanished. A furious Mei Qiong turned into a dark streak of light and reached the portal in just a few breaths' time. Lifting his gaze, he realized that 7 or 8 feudal lords had collapsed, all badly injured. The most severely wounded one had a large hole in his figure as his body was penetrated by some kind of weapon earlier. Black blood was splattered all over the place. That human is so strong. Mei Qiong was startled. As far as he knew, the Black Ink disciple sent to this place by He Yuan was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Usually, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was more powerful than a feudal lord, but even if one feudal lord was no match for him, how was it possible that so many feudal lords were defeated at the same time? Moreover, only a few breaths of time had passed since the human escaped from Mei Qiong. How did he disable 7 or 8 feudal lords in such a short time? Mei Qiong didn't have time to ponder on this issue. While gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Open the portal." Since the human had fled, he naturally had to chase after him. Only by capturing the human could he make up for his mistake and find out what had happened. It wasn't necessary for Mei Qiong to give the order. In fact, after Yang Kai fled, a feudal lord, who was usually responsible for opening the portal, had been trying his best to do just that. However, the portal that could be opened with ease normally showed no reaction on this day. After several attempts, he still got the same outcome. The feudal lord's forehead was covered with sweat, possibly because of pain, anxiety, or both. Still, he turned to look at Mei Qiong and reported, "Sir, I can't open it." "Waste." Mei Qiong directly kicked the feudal lord away and snatched the token. He then infused his power into the token and waved it at the portal. As usual, a dark light shot into the void, but no reaction was seen. The portal, which should have been opened by now, was nowhere in sight. Mei Qiong widened his eyes and made one more attempt, but the outcome was the same. A feudal lord came over and said in a hushed voice, "Sir, the portal's restriction was set up by the black ink disciples. They must have tampered with it somehow." Certainly Mei Qiong realized this as well. Otherwise he couldn't explain what was going on. He directly exerted more force with his hand and turned the token into dust before demanding, "Break it open." As he spoke, he made a move first by launching an attack on the portal. Seeing that, the feudal lords followed suit. In the void, Yang Kai manipulated space principles and repeatedly used instantaneous movement. He was trying to get as far away from the royal city as possible. Previously, when he was led to the royal city to purchase materials, he left behind a trick in the sealed world's portal. Given his mastery in the Tao of space, no one else could possibly notice it. Now that he had to flee from this sealed world, he activated the trick. However, he knew that this little measure couldn't hold Mei Qiong up for long. Mei Qiong just had to forcefully break through the portal, which would take no more than a cup of tea's time. After that, a large number of black ink clansmen would relentlessly pursue him. Therefore, he only had a cup of tea's time to flee. Given such a short time, regardless of how proficient he was at the Tao of space, Yang Kai couldn't possibly escape from the Black Ink clan. Therefore, he could only get as far away from the royal city as possible. Given his strength, he might be able to escape from a territory lord. However, if the royal lord made a move, there was nothing else he could do but to wait for death. Nian was dead, and the only completed warship was destroyed. It could be said that the Black Ink clan's plan was as good as dead. Everything would be perfect if Yang Kai could bring the remaining 300 artifact refiners in his small universe back to the human side. Nevertheless, the road ahead of him was paved with danger. He wasn't certain if he could get away. Presently, he could only do his best to run for his life. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, he had more than 300 friends to accompany him on the road to the Yellow Springs, so he wouldn't feel lonely. As he fully activated space principles, his figure flickered like a phantom. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't run into any real danger while navigating through the void. Even though he would sometimes come across some Black Ink clansmen who were heading to the royal city, he would disappear from their sight the next instant. Many of the Black Ink clansmen even thought that they saw an illusion. Suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai felt all his hair standing on end. There seemed to be a pair of eyes that were opening and staring at him from a faraway place behind him. Mu Guang, Royal Lord. After making some calculations, Yang Kai realized that Mei Qiong should have broken through the portal and informed the Royal Lord about what had happened in the sealed world by now. Even from such a great distance, the Royal Lord could still accurately locate him, astonishing Yang Kai. One had to know that he had never stopped using instantaneous movement since he left the sealed world, and presently, he was very far away from the royal city. The royal lords were really astounding, and their powers were beyond Yang Kai's imagination. He wasn't certain whether Mu Guang could really find his exact whereabouts, but he wouldn't dare to stop fleeing. However, after he was targeted by that gaze, he felt that something had been wrapped around his figure, which made him feel a constant sense of discomfort and left him slightly muddle-headed. It was obviously because of the royal lord's aura that had locked onto him. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai continued charging forward without worrying about his consumption of energy. Regardless of whether Mu Guang had really discovered his whereabouts, he still had a chance to flee. After all, Mu Guang was still far away from him, so it wouldn't be easy for the royal lord to catch up. Half a day after Yang Kai escaped from the sealed world, he finally came across a Black Ink clan army that was there to stop him. It wasn't appropriate to call them an army really, as their scale suggested that they were just a feudal lord's private force. There were only a small number of feudal lords, and the rest were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, numbering about 300 people. This private force was right in front of Yang Kai, as though they had been waiting for him for a long time. The moment Yang Kai's figure appeared, the feudal lord at the front shouted, "He's that human. Capture him and the royal lord will reward you handsomely." Martial Peak. Chapter 5097, Mu Guang, Royal Lord. Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the fact that this Black Ink clan army could quickly find out what was going on and even intercept him here. In fact, he had already expected it. Compared to the humans, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clansmen was far quicker. In Jagu's territory, Yang Kai learned about some of the Black Ink Nest's secrets. With the Black Ink Nests of different sizes as the foundation, a colossal information network could be built. Through the information network, everything that happened in the Black Ink clan's territory could spread around quickly. Since Mu Guang had found out about what had happened in the sealed world, the royal lord could make use of the Black Ink Nests and spread the word across the entire Inyang theater, allowing the Black Ink clan to promptly respond. Certainly, given Yang Kai's current strength, he wouldn't have any regard for a mere feudal lord's force. If he wanted, he could easily kill these mixed soldiers with only a few feudal lords in charge. However, he didn't have the intention of fighting with them. Mu Guang's aura had locked onto him from afar, so he wouldn't dare to waste any time or energy. If possible, he wouldn't want to battle against any Black Ink clansmen so that he would have a better chance of fleeing. Hence, before the private force could even approach him, he manipulated space principles and disappeared. Several hundred Black Ink clansmen were left dumbfounded. However, this was just the beginning. In the following half a day, Yang Kai would come across a number of private forces trying to block his path. Nevertheless, he was determined not to deal with those Black Ink clansmen, and since he was bent on fleeing, those Black Ink clansmen couldn't do anything to him either. They couldn't capture him unless they could cordon off a stretch of space and seal it. Unfortunately for them, the void was expansive, so even if they knew where he was heading, they couldn't set up a trap in advance. It was a thrilling escape. In fact, Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of escape as throughout the years, he had been in this exact situation a number of times. He managed to get away every time with the help of his mastery of space principles. He couldn't remember when the last time such an incident took place, but every time he ran into this kind of situation, he was facing an opponent he couldn't hope to defeat. As time passed, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's territory seemed to have been mobilized. After experiencing several setbacks, the Black Ink clansmen began using a different tactic. Instead of gathering together, they separated into small teams and scattered around the void as they awaited Yang Kai's appearance. That way, regardless of how reluctant Yang Kai was, he inevitably had to fight at least some of the Black Ink clansmen he happened to bump into. After all, when manipulating space principles, he couldn't be certain whether there would be a Black Ink clansman waiting for him in his next location. Fortunately, he never came across a lot of Black Ink clansmen, and most of his enemies were weak, so it took him little effort to kill them all. This kind of delay wouldn't ordinarily pose a problem, but it was lethal at this moment as he was being pursued by a royal lord. As time passed, he could feel that Mu Guang was getting closer. Although he had no idea about Mu Guang's exact location, Yang Kai realized that the aura that had locked onto him became heavier. He felt a kind of pressure, as though he was held down by something, making it more difficult to manipulate space principles. The entire void felt viscous to him. Despite his calm expression, Yang Kai felt helpless in his heart. As expected, he was unable to escape from a being like a royal lord. The huge gap between their powers couldn't be made up for with space principles alone. While fleeing, he turned his hand around as an ancient coin appeared in his palm. This coin was given to him by the little girl who wandered around the marketplace in Inyang Pass all the time. According to her, she acquired this thing from the old ancestor, and it might save his life if he cast it out at the critical moment. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't expect the little girl, who knew nothing but how to eat all the time, to help him in any way. However, this thing came from the old ancestor of Inyang Pass, so it must have some special power. As the old ancestor, she must be fully aware of everything that was going on in Inyang Pass. Yang Kai didn't think a little girl, who had never cultivated before, could steal anything from the old ancestor. In other words, the old ancestor must be aware that the little girl had given this ancient coin to him. Perhaps she had even instructed the little girl to do so. Why would the old ancestor give him this ancient coin, though? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned this coin was some kind of life-saving tool. After all, he was asked to come to this place by those from Inyang Pass. Moreover, he could be considered a half-disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, so it was expected that the old ancestor in Inyang Pass would give him something to protect himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why the old ancestor had never shown up even though he had been staying in Inyang Pass for quite some time. The fact that the Black Ink clan were building a warship was a critical matter. so it was impossible that the old ancestor wasn't concerned about it. The reason she never showed up was that she must have made a special arrangement. This ancient coin could very well be the old ancestor's arrangement. Yang Kai had inspected this ancient coin before, but couldn't find out the secrets inside it. Given the situation he was in, he could only pin his hope on this ancient coin. He secretly prayed that this thing had better be useful. Otherwise, he and 300 artifact refiners would perish today. The aura behind him was getting closer and Yang Kai could feel the grand will that was unique to royal lords. It wasn't the first time he sensed this kind of will. He had the same experience in the Black Prison and outside of Blue Sky Pass. However, those experiences were not as profound as what he was going through at this moment. After all, the royal lord in the Black Prison had been sealed off since ancient times, so she was already weak and frail. On the other hand, the one outside of Blue Sky Pass was badly injured and not really paying much attention to him. However, Mu Guang, who was behind him, was at full strength and was completely focused on him, which was different from the two royal lords he had encountered before. The pressure coming from this will alone had almost devastated him. Yang Kai felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, which made it extremely difficult for him to take even a step forward, and he could no longer manipulate space principles with ease. After fleeing with difficulty for a bit, he suddenly froze on the spot and became immovable. First of all, he had consumed too much energy by madly manipulating space principles for a prolonged time. Secondly, a pressure had engulfed the entire void and cordoned off the space around him. He didn't even have the strength to turn around. In the void, a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. Lifting his gaze, Yang Kai saw that there was an elegant-looking, curvy woman standing in the void in front of him. The woman was in an imperial dress, which was a form of clothing commonly worn by humans. The imperial dress perfectly outlined her hourglass figure. Yang Kai almost thought that he was having a hallucination. Upon closer look though, he realized that the person indeed looked perfectly human. However, her grand will, indescribably authoritative demeanor, and overwhelming black ink strength suggested that she wasn't just any black ink clansman. She was the royal lord. Mu Guang. Yang Kai had heard of the royal lord's name on several occasions from the mouths of the humans in Inyang Pass as well as the black ink clansmen. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized this was what Mu Guang looked like. It was the first time he came across a black ink clansman that looked entirely human. Most of the black ink clansmen were burly, and came in various different forms. Yang Kai had been living in the Black Ink clan's territory for quite a long time, and he had seen all sorts of Black Ink clansmen, but he had never seen someone like her before. This was an eye-opener. If Mu Guang never revealed her black ink strength, no one would have thought that she was a Black Ink clansman. Although the woman was stepping forward in a leisurely manner, her expression was as cold as a frigid winter's day, and she spoke dispassionately. Despite being weak, you're pretty audacious. Apparently, she had heard from Mei Qiong about what happened in the sealed world. She knew that not only had all the artifact refiners gone missing at the same time, but the warship that was almost completed had also been destroyed. It could be said that her centuries-long plan, which could potentially change the status quo and secure the Black Ink clan's ultimate victory, was ruined right before it succeeded. It was expected that she wasn't pleased with what had happened. Yang Kai's figure was stiff as he remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to retort, but rather that he didn't even have the strength to speak in front of Mu Guang. Mu Guang stopped in a place that was just 100 meters away from Yang Kai and asked grimly, "Where is Nian?" To her, Nian was key to the success of her plan. They could build a new warship and nurture a new batch of artifact refiners, but there was only one Nian. Without this great grandmaster, they would never be able to construct a functional warship. It had to be noted that the Black Ink clansmen had been waiting for countless years before they finally had a great grandmaster like Nian. That was the result they had achieved with the royal lord's full support. Otherwise, Nian couldn't have safely ascended to the Eighth Order on his own, let alone become a great grandmaster. As she spoke, Mu Guang slightly retracted her pressure. Yang Kai was finally able to speak. Still, his voice was hoarse, as though he hadn't drunk anything for several days. Nian is dead. Impudence! Mu Guang roared. Impacted by the invisible pressure, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly looked dispirited. Her eyes were burning with fury as she glowered at Yang Kai. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Nian is and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai guffawed. Nian's natural limit was only the 6th order, so he couldn't bear his 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Why would I lie to you about him being dead? Moreover, he exploded right in front of me. What? Are you going to kill me to avenge his death? Mu Guang was enraged, but she soon thought of something and calmed herself down. She sneered, you want to die? It won't be so easy. I heard that you're pretty talented in artifact refining. With proper training, you might be the next Nian. After she finished speaking, her eyes filled with an endless darkness all of a sudden. Yang Kai felt a force trying to break into his small universe, but it soon dissipated. Upon coming to his senses, he exclaimed, Royal Lord's secret technique. When he was in the Black Prison back then, some of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who fought alongside him were struck by the Royal Lord's secret technique and instantly became Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai still vividly recalled the incident, and coupled with his own experience, he came to realize what the woman before his eyes had done just now. Martial Peak Chapter 5098, Old Ancestor's Avatar. Apparently Mu Guang had used her Royal Lord's secret technique on Yang Kai. The Royal Lord's secret technique was a technique that was, naturally, unique to Royal Lords, and they wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. That was because even though this secret technique was powerful, as even 8th Order Masters were powerless to resist it and easily transformed into Black Ink disciples, it would take the Royal Lord a lot of strength to cast it. Therefore, on the battlefield with a human old ancestor around, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't have to worry about getting struck by the Royal Lord's secret technique and becoming Black Ink disciples. If the Royal Lord really did so, it would give the old ancestor a chance to land a heavy blow on them. However, without the old ancestor's deterrence, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only rely on themselves if they came across a Royal Lord. As expected, after using the Royal Lord's secret technique, Mu Guang flushed slightly. The pressure that made it difficult for Yang Kai to breathe since her appearance had also weakened. Despite that, the woman before Yang Kai's eyes was still a powerful being he could not hope to defeat. You indeed have one of the 4 universe pillars. That smelly girl in Inyang Pass is pretty generous. Seeing that Yang Kai was still fine, the woman wasn't one bit surprised. Instead, she seemed to have expected this outcome. After all, there had to be an explanation for why a Black Ink disciple had suddenly betrayed them. Only a human who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars wouldn't have to worry about Black Ink strength, or the Royal Lord's secret technique. It also enabled them to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple, and sneak into the Black Ink clan to kick up a storm. However, the cultivators who possessed the 4 universe pillars that they had come across before were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. None of them was a 7th Order Master. Moreover, when He Yuan corrupted this human, he saw him giving up a part of his small universe twice. The human even appeared powerless to turn things around and was determined to sacrifice his life to avoid capture. Both He Yuan and the Royal Lord were fooled. They had never expected that the humans would be audacious enough to let a 7th Order Master own one of the 4 universe pillars and pretend to be a Black Ink disciple. Furthermore, he almost succeeded. Yang Kai had no idea who the smelly girl from Inyang Pass that the Royal Lord had mentioned was, but before he could ponder on it, he felt his entire figure stiffen on the spot. The woman extended her slender hand and said impassively, "Do you think I have no way to deal with you just because you have one of the 4 universe pillars? Since Nian is dead, you'll replace him from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed out her palm. Endless darkness shaded his vision, and a great sense of danger engulfed his entire figure. However, Yang Kai was powerless to resist. Faced with the Royal Lord's attack, he was unable to even move. Right then he felt a warm stream of energy gathering in his forehead. Following that, something broke out from his figure. At that instant, he broke free from the horrifying pressure and regained his freedom. On the other hand, Mu Guang let out a cry of surprise. As a dazzling light expanded, Yang Kai could see a wisp flying out of his forehead and shooting towards Mu Guang. The wisp of light soon turned into a human form. It was an old man whose hair and beard were gray with age. Clad in an ordinary robe, he stood there barefooted. His entire figure was covered in a gentle white light, which made him look a bit ethereal and immaterial. Yang Kai was flabbergasted and unconsciously muttered, "Old ancestor." Oh. The old man, who looked surreal as he was engulfed in a white halo, was the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai wouldn't be mistaken, for he had met the old ancestor once when he was in Blue Sky Pass. Why is old ancestor here? Yang Kai was puzzled. But soon he realized that it wasn't the old ancestor's true form. It was more like a projection or an avatar. That was because the figure that was engulfed in the white light didn't look like it had a physical body. In an instant, Yang Kai figured out everything. Previously, he was asked to see the blue sky old ancestor. Just when he was ready to leave after the meeting ended, the old ancestor told him that both the dead and the living were contributors to the human race. After that, he poked a finger on Yang Kai's forehead and told him to leave. Yang Kai had no idea why the old ancestor did that. He had even inspected himself but did not find anything of note. He reckoned that the old ancestor must have given him something to help save himself. After all, he possessed the purifying light, which was important to the human race. Therefore, it was expected that the old ancestor would treat him differently. The technique was hidden most of the time, but it would be triggered when Yang Kai's life was at stake. However, when he and Bai Yi snuck into Zhu Feng's hideout and fought with the latter, Yang Kai almost lost his life on several occasions. At the most critical moment, he even spat out his own dragon bead and engaged in a life-and-death clash with Zhu Feng. Yang Kai eventually managed to kill Zhu Feng. He was in a perilous situation at that time, but the old ancestor's technique didn't activate. Hence, Yang Kai thought that his speculation was wrong. The old ancestor's technique was probably not a way to save his life. Instead, it might have other uses. It just wasn't triggered because the right time hadn't come yet. As time passed, Yang Kai almost forgot about that incident, but just when he was in danger this time, the technique was triggered and the old ancestor's avatar appeared. Yang Kai was elated. It seemed that his speculation was right. The old ancestor had really given him a life-saving charm, but that technique would only be triggered when he was facing a royal lord and not on lesser occasions. After a moment of thought, Yang Kai figured out everything. As the old ancestor's avatar was facing off against Mu Guang, Yang Kai heard him say, "I can only delay her temporarily. Run." The next instant, the old ancestor's avatar clashed with Mu Guang and blocked her violent attack. As their ferocious powers clashed, a ring of light expanded, space trembled, and the entire universe seemed to be cracking apart. Struck by the fallout, Yang Kai was sent tumbling away. With determination written all over his face, he forcefully cast out the ancient coin in his hand. Usually the ancient coin looked just like any other coin, but at that moment it spun rapidly and enlarged. Despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as well as a Grand Dragon, Yang Kai was still dumbstruck after the two powerful masters clashed. However, the ancient coin wasn't affected one bit. In the blink of an eye, the ancient coin expanded to the size of a house. There was a square hole in the middle of the ancient coin, and at this moment violent space principle fluctuations could be felt coming from it, causing the local space to ripple and warp. A slender figure stepped out from the hole in the coin in the next instant. She looked like she was a young woman in her early 20s. With a smile on her face, she called out to Yang Kai and asked, "Are you all right?" A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at her and replied, "You." Although he hoped that the ancient coin could save him, he hadn't expected to see such a sight. He initially thought that the ancient coin was a powerful artifact that could be used to injure the royal lord, but it turned out that the ancient coin was actually a kind of artifact that could be used to build a void corridor that led to somewhere. This woman apparently stepped out of the other end of the void corridor. For some reason, Yang Kai found this young woman familiar, as though he had seen her before. Nevertheless, he was certain he had never come across her in his life. That was because the aura exuding from this woman suggested that she was an old ancestor. The woman waved her hand in front of Yang Kai's and with a frown, she asked worriedly, "Did you injure your head or something?" An anxious Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. Junior Yang Kai greets old ancestor. He had certainly figured out the woman's identity by now. She was none other than the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass. He was somewhat surprised at the fact that the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass was a woman, and such a young and beautiful one at that. However, The age of an old ancestor would naturally not show on her face. Despite looking like she was in her early 20s, she must be an old monster that had lived for at least 10,000 years. The woman laughed happily. "You don't have to be overly polite with me." Then she turned her head and said, "Didn't I tell you to use that ancient coin when you were in mortal danger? Fortunately, that old man left a secret technique in your body. Otherwise, you wouldn't have even had a chance to use the ancient coin." A sheepish young Kai lowered his head, but he was secretly cursing in his heart. He couldn't help thinking that the old ancestor of Inyang Pass was somewhat unreliable. Since the ancient coin was so important, she should have explained its uses clearly to him. Instead, she actually had a little girl pass it to him, which made him think that those from Inyang Pass never provided any help for him. He even thought that if he couldn't turn things around, he would perish today along with 300 artifact refiners. As they spoke, the fight between the old ancestor's avatar from Blue Sky Pass and Mu Guang was already in its final stage. After all, it was just an avatar. Although it had the power of an old ancestor, it couldn't last for long. As the violent forces dissipated, the two figures separated. Mu Guang stared fixedly at the woman and said through clenched teeth, "It's you, little bitch." The woman refuted, "Mind your language, old hag, or I'll skin you alive." She then gazed at the old ancestor's avatar from Blue Sky Pass. Presently, the avatar was dim and flickering, as though it would disappear at any moment. Noticing the woman's gaze, the avatar turned his head and nodded gently, "I'll leave the rest to you." With a solemn expression, the woman replied, "Rest in peace, old man. I'll certainly avenge you." Yang Kai's brow twitched as he found the whole conversation awkward. The old ancestor's avatar was indeed going to disappear, but it wasn't like he was really dying. With that said, even though it was just an avatar, its destruction would undoubtedly cause a serious loss to the old ancestor. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had made a huge contribution to the human race and was of incredible importance, the old ancestor wouldn't have left an avatar with him. The avatar took a glance at Yang Kai, then turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. "I'll hold her here." The Inyang Pass old ancestor suddenly yelled. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that she had deliberately folded her arms, as though she was gripping something. With her left hand remaining still, she extended her right hand, like she was drawing out an invisible sword. As she did that, she really unsheathed a sharp-looking sword. Mu Guang's expression turned solemn as the black ink strength around her surged. "Young boy, head in the direction of Inyang Pass. The army has sortied from the inner sanctum. Join up with them." The old ancestor ordered as she raised her sword. "Yes," Yang Kai replied and turned around to leave. Mu Guang couldn't help looking in that direction. "What are you looking at, old hag?" the woman yelled. Only half of her sword was unsheathed at this point, but the next instant, she forcefully drew it and disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was right above Mu Guang as she slashed down with her weapon. Mu Guang roared and lifted both of her hands, blocking the attack with her rich black ink strength. Martial Peak, Chapter 5099, Seeing Gui Liao again. Yang Kai couldn't possibly intervene in the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord. What's more, both of them had been fighting against each other for many years. Be it the old ancestor from Inyang Pass or Mu Guang royal lord, the two of them knew practically everything about their opponent, so the outcome of the battle was basically predetermined. It would either come to a draw or be a mutual loss. There wasn't a third possibility. Mu Guang had the advantage in that this was her territory, but it wouldn't be realistic for her to think that she could make the old ancestor of Inyang Pass stay behind. If the old ancestor was bent on fleeing, the royal lord wouldn't have a way to stop her. It was just like what happened outside of Blue Sky Pass back then. When the badly injured royal lord wanted to flee, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass was unable to stop him. The repercussions of the battle spread across the void, and even though Yang Kai had immediately manipulated space principles to escape the battlefield, he could still feel the violent impacts behind him. A sense of longing overwhelmed him as he wondered when he would be able to make it to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. With that said, he knew that he was far from that goal. After all, he only directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm back then. Although he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit and made it to the Sixth Order, his limit would be the Eighth Order. In order to ascend to the ninth order, he would have to find the innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace. That wouldn't be easy, for the universe furnace was elusive and mysterious. No one knew when it would appear. Casting his wild thoughts away, Yang Kai dashed toward Inyang Pass. The old ancestor said that the army had deployed. If he wanted to survive, he had to join up with them and fight against the Black Ink clan alongside them. However, the road ahead would surely be paved with danger, so Yang Kai wasn't sure if he would successfully join the Inyang Pass army. Fortunately, the old ancestor was there to deal with Mu Guang. Without the royal lord pursuing him, he stood a greater chance of fleeing. He fished out some spirit pills from his small universe and stuffed them into his mouth. As he moved forward, he tried to restore his strength. As he repeatedly manipulated space principles, his figure kept flickering across the void. Whenever he bumped into Black Ink clansmen, he wouldn't deal with them. Only when he was left with no choice would he fight. By doing so, he moved across billions of kilometers in one day. Presently, he was soaked in blood. The blood was his own as well as the Black Ink clan's. After escaping for such a long time, he was quite battered, but he was still far from Inyang Pass. After all, his starting point was basically the royal city. Even though he had the help of space principles, it would still take him a long time to return to Inyang Pass. Despite being exhausted, Yang Kai didn't dare to stop and rest. Wherever he went, there would be Black Ink clansmen waiting for him. With the help of the Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan was able to relay information rapidly. Whatever happened in any given place, the news would be soon spread to all the Black Ink nests in the region. Fortunately, he didn't come across any territory lords while escaping, which gave him some room for maneuver. If he really bumped into a territory lord, he wouldn't be able to shake them off given the state he was in. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that this wasn't so surprising. Just like 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, territory lords were rare. Furthermore, the army had left Inyang Pass, so the territory lords had to deal with the enemy. They wouldn't have time to hunt him down. Half a day later, Yang Kai flickered and appeared somewhere in the void. However, before he could stabilize himself to scan the surroundings, he felt a gust of wind coming at him as several auras locked onto him. A shocked Yang Kai knew that he was unlucky as he happened to bump into Black Ink clansmen who were lying in wait for him here. Nevertheless, he had encountered similar incidents during his escape, so he wasn't flustered. He easily dodged the initial attacks and took some distance from his opponent. Lifting his gaze, Yang Kai realized there were indeed a lot of Black Ink clansmen who had surrounded him. Many of them looked pleasantly surprised or perplexed. Apparently, his sudden appearance startled them. Yang Kai silently cursed and thought that he had run out of luck, as he was surrounded by so many enemies. He reckoned that he had to fight his way out of here. I knew there was something wrong with you from the start, and now it seems I was right. A stern voice, which sounded familiar to Yang Kai, was heard speaking from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a Black Ink disciple with a hunched back who was glowering at him. This person was the one who launched a sneak attack on him just now. Lu Zian. Yang Kai arched his brow with surprise. He had never expected to bump into Lu Zian here. Initially, he thought that after leaving He Yuan's territory, he would never see Lu Zian again. Who would have thought they would see each other again? After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at the feudal lord who was apparently in charge. As expected, wherever Lu Zian was, Gui Liao would also be there. After all, Lu Zian was Gui Liao's Black Ink disciple. Of the other Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai also found another feudal lord he was familiar with. It seemed that he had seen him before. These were obviously the Black Ink clansmen who were He Yuan's subordinates. Yang Kai soon figured out what was going on. While he was fleeing in Inyang Pass direction, he unknowingly returned to He Yuan's territory. He Yuan wasn't around as Yang Kai couldn't detect his aura, which made him feel relieved. Surrender now. You can't escape. Lu Zian barked. Ignoring him, Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. Lu Zian snapped. Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a loss. As he spoke, he summoned a saber and surged his strength. A glint flashed across the blade as he took a step forward and wielded the weapon at Yang Kai. Gui Liao, who was not far away from them, ordered, "Don't kill him. We have to capture him alive." Upon finishing his words, he circulated his black ink strength and charged towards Yang Kai. At the same time, the black ink clansmen around Yang Kai dashed towards him. Lu Ziyan grinned. "Don't worry, master. He's strong, so I might not be a match for him." As soon as he brought his weapon down, he cut Yang Kai in half. However, he didn't feel ecstatic for killing his opponent. Instead, his expression changed drastically. That was because he didn't feel he had hacked into blood and flesh. It was apparently an afterimage. He promptly whirled around and brandished his saber. Although he seemed to have hit something, a horrifying impulse was felt coming at him through the blade, one that forced him to step backwards. Before he could stabilize himself, the tip of a spear rapidly magnified before his eyes as he was engulfed in a great sense of danger. A flabbergasted Lu Ziyan madly pushed his strength in an attempt to dodge, but the spear seemed to have affected the space around him, which made it impossible for him to evade the attack. "Master! Save!" Lu Ziyan exclaimed in horror, but before he could finish his words, the azure dragon spear pierced right into his eye. The violent force from the spear exploded and turned his head into mist. Lu Ziyan was fully aware of his inferiority. He had fought with Yang Kai back then when the latter's small universe was damaged, and he was defeated in the end. Certainly, he wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai now as the latter's small universe had healed, and his power had increased. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai, nor did he hope that he would deal a heavy blow to him. However, they were in a one-on-one fight back then, but he had many black ink clansmen with him now. Lu Ziyan thought that regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, there had to be a limit. After all, Yang Kai was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he couldn't possibly defeat so many black ink clansmen on his own. Nevertheless, it never crossed Lu Ziyan's mind that he would lose his life after just 2 exchanges. His demise astounded the black ink clansmen around him. They couldn't even clearly see what was going on when the 7th Order Black Ink disciple was killed by the enemy. They had a feeling that Lu Ziyan hadn't stood a chance to even resist in front of Yang Kai. It wasn't until this moment that Gui Liao reached Yang Kai and tried to attack him. Lu Ziyan's death shocked him as well, so he was affected despite being determined to capture the opponent. This led to him uncontrollably retracting half of his force to defend himself. When he summoned Xiaogu back then, the latter told him about what happened before Yang Kai was eventually captured by He Yuan. Xiaogu's descriptions of Yang Kai's capabilities were vivid, but Gui Liao had a feeling that he was exaggerating. It wasn't like he had never dealt with 7th Order humans before, and they were nothing special in his opinion. Although Yang Kai was indeed unusually powerful, he couldn't possibly be as invincible as Xiaogu described him to be. Gui Liao figured Xiaogu must have suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands, who was then personally corrupted by the Territory Lord and became his black ink disciple. That was the reason Xiaogu overstated Yang Kai's strength. Upon seeing that Yang Kai easily killed Lu Ziyan though, Gui Liao realized that perhaps Xiaogu wasn't exaggerating. Yang Kai was just as powerful as Xiaogu's descriptions of him. It was no wonder that the Territory Lord decided to personally corrupt him. He was indeed significantly stronger than other 7th Order humans. It was expected that He Yuan would be tempted. Gui Liao could feel that Yang Kai wasn't at his peak and he seemed to be injured, which wasn't a surprise since he must have gotten into quite a number of fights as he fled from the royal city to here. Despite that, he was still able to showcase such terrifying strength. How formidable would he be if he was in top condition? Nevertheless, this realization came too late. After killing Lu Ziyan, an overbearing Yang Kai turned his azure dragon spear into countless phantoms and engulfed Gui Liao with them. In an instant, Gui Liao felt immensely pressured. He madly pushed his black ink strength and cast several secret techniques in an attempt to save his own life. The Black Ink clan no longer hesitated to launch their attacks on Yang Kai. As a result, Yang Kai staggered while his blood spurted out of his wounds, but he remained unperturbed. Gui Liao was feeling both helpless and frustrated at the moment. He had no idea why Yang Kai only targeted him even though there were many Black Ink clansmen around. In fact, there were Black Ink clansmen who were closer to him, but Yang Kai ignored them and seemed determined to kill Gui Liao. Could it be that Yang Kai still hadn't gotten over the unfair treatment he had received in the castle? If that was really the case, Gui Liao felt that he was being unfairly blamed. However, He had no idea that the reason Yang Kai only targeted him was that he was the most powerful and authoritative figure among the Black Ink clansmen at the scene. Gui Liao was He Yuan's confidant, so killing Gui Liao would be akin to weakening He Yuan's power. Besides that, Gui Liao was indeed more powerful than other feudal lords. As far as Yang Kai was concerned, it wouldn't be long before Gui Liao would ascend to become a territory lord. When that happened, the humans would have a new formidable opponent on the battlefield. It would be like nipping a potential problem in the bud by killing Gui Liao here. Martial Peak Chapter 5100 Enraged He Yuan. With that consideration in mind, and as the chance was rare, it was expected that Yang Kai wouldn't let Gui Liao off. Faced with the aggressive onslaught, Gui Liao was forced back repeatedly. On the other hand, Yang Kai thrust out his spear in rapid succession. Gui Liao realized that he could only ward off the opponent's attacks, but not counterattack. This made him feel shocked and infuriated. He had never expected that such a seventh-order human existed in this world. Over the years, he had frequently followed He Yuan to the battlefield and fought with many seventh-order masters. However, none had ever made him feel that he couldn't defeat them. At this moment, a sense of despair overwhelmed him as he was dealing with Yang Kai. Gui Liao used all the secret techniques he knew, but every strike Yang Kai made was overwhelming. In every exchange of blows, his black ink strength would be blasted apart on impact. Furthermore, Yang Kai's mobility was simply astonishing. Although the surrounding Black Ink clansmen managed to hit him from time to time, they were unable to seriously injure him. They only managed to cause some flesh wounds, which wouldn't change anything. "I'll die." That was the thought that flashed through Gui Liao's mind as a sense of anxiety gripped him. He had never expected that such a feeling would rise within him when he was facing a human in the same relative realm. This made him feel both ashamed and unresigned. He still had a bright future ahead of him, and he was about to attempt to ascend to become a territory lord. That was why he wasn't willing to lose his life here. Before He Yuan sent Yang Kai to the royal city, he told Gui Liao that he would let him enter the main Black Ink nest and make a breakthrough to the territory lord realm upon his return. Gui Liao had been looking forward to it. However, several territory lords had recuperated in the Black Ink nest recently, so it was running low on energy. Therefore, He Yuan didn't immediately let Gui Liao enter the Black Ink nest upon his return. Instead, he spent a massive amount of resources trying to replenish the Black Ink nest's spent energy. Over the past few years, the Black Ink nest had almost restored all its energy, and it would only take another 6 months before Gui Liao could attempt a breakthrough. When he succeeded, he would be a new territory lord, which would put him on par with He Yuan. Nevertheless, before his dream could become a reality, it was crushed by Yang Kai's spear. Presently, Gui Liao was soaked in blood, and facing the azure dragon spear, he felt his aura weakening by the breath. Regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to resist Yang Kai's bombardment. The attacks were both sharp and unpredictable, with the spear always coming at him from the most unexpected angle, making it impossible to counterattack. Every strike also brought with it a strange power that sealed off the space around him. Just a short while later, Gui Liao was left with more than 10 serious wounds on his figure. The most severe injury was on his abdomen, which now had a hole the size of a fist in it. Just when Gui Liao felt he was about to lose his life, a formidable aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Yang Kai and Gui Liao, who were locked in battle, detected this familiar aura at the same time. The former turned solemn while the latter was elated. This couldn't be helped, as the newcomer was none other than He Yuan. This place was He Yuan's territory, and his feudal lords had scattered around to intercept Yang Kai. The moment Gui Liao and the Black Ink clansmen got into a fight with Yang Kai, He Yuan naturally detected it and hurriedly came over. He Yuan could move swiftly, so not long after Yang Kai detected his aura, he caught a glimpse of He Yuan approaching. Gui Liao promptly exclaimed, "Sir Territory Lord, save me." Yang Kai fell into a dilemma as he hesitated between fleeing immediately and killing Gui Liao. The next moment, though, he summoned all of his strength and thrust out his spear. At the same time, Gui Liao's figure was reflected in Yang Kai's right eye. The reflection slightly contorted, and at that instant Gui Liao, who was attentively resisting Yang Kai's attack, seemed to be struck by an immense pressure. There seemed to be a mysterious force that was contorting his body. His figure stiffened while he was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain. This moment of sluggishness cost him dearly. The azure dragon spear directly pierced through his chest, and as the violent force exploded, his figure split in half. Black blood and black ink strength scattered across the void. A hint of disbelief flashed through Guiliao's eyes. Although he hadn't lost his life yet, his death was inevitable given his injuries. Yang Kai couldn't help but close his right eye as blood dripped down from it. Myriad Demons' Heaven's Eye secret techniques were indeed incredible. However, Yang Kai had yet to fully master them, and he had already consumed a lot of energy prior to this battle. Forcefully activating this eye secret technique caused a huge burden on him. Fortunately, he managed to kill Guiliao with the help of this eye secret technique, cutting off a potential crisis for the human race. It could be said that his efforts were worth it. Since He Yuan was about to reach him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't want to stay here, and he quickly pushed his space principles in an attempt to flee. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan's bombardment of attacks caused the surrounding void to become unstable, so he was unable to leave immediately. On the other hand, Guiliao, who was cut in two, turned ferocious as his half-figure came right at Yang Kai. He spread his arms in an attempt to detain Yang Kai as he yelled, "Don't even think about escaping." Yang Kai hadn't expected this guy to be so savage. Just when he was almost captured by Guiliao, Yang Kai hurriedly pushed out his spear and turned Guiliao's top half into mist. Unfortunately, thanks to this moment of delay, He Yuan finally reached him. Black ink strength surged around He Yuan as he sported a furious expression, and he directly extended his hand towards Yang Kai. At this critical moment, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. All of a sudden, a gigantic ancient tree appeared behind him. The tree crown seemed able to cover the entire sky. Its low-hanging branches turned into the strongest defense for Yang Kai. He Yuan struck the tree crown with all his might. The branches rustled upon impact as points of green light flew out everywhere. Towering evergreen was instantly broken through, and as if struck by a huge hammer, Yang Kai was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It was expected that Yang Kai couldn't resist a territory lord's all-out attack. If not for his towering evergreen's fantastic defensive power, he would have lost his life then and there. It could be said that He Yuan was completely enraged. After all, he was the one who turned Yang Kai into a Black Ink disciple and recommended him to the royal lord to take part in the plan. In the end, the Black Ink clan's grand plan was destroyed because of Yang Kai, and even the critical person in charge of the project, Nian, was dead. This was a huge failure that even a territory lord like him couldn't bear. It was imaginable that the royal lord was mad with rage, and her fury would surely be vented out on him. All of this was Yang Kai's fault, so it was expected that He Yuan would be furious. Honestly speaking, when he received the news from the royal city, He Yuan couldn't believe what he was hearing and suspected that the other side was mistaken. After all, before he captured Yang Kai back then, he saw the latter going all out to resist and even give up a part of his small universe twice, which almost caused his order to regress. Since he was unable to turn things around, he even decided to commit suicide. It was only then that He Yuan made a move and corrupted him. Was everything he saw that day nothing more than an act? Were those the lengths this human was willing to go to in order to sneak into the Black Ink clan's territory? If that was true, he was truly a cunning and devious person. Despite knowing that the humans were sly, He Yuan hadn't expected them to be so deceitful. He regretted not examining Yang Kai's small universe after capturing him back then. If he had done so, none of this would have happened. At that time, he firmly believed that he had successfully corrupted Yang Kai. In his defense, the humans never granted one of the 4 universe pillars to 7th Order Masters, so it never crossed He Yuan's mind that Yang Kai would be capable of resisting his Black Ink strength. The human was even audacious enough to pretend to be a Black Ink disciple and follow him to his territory. After several inquiries, He Yuan finally confirmed that the news from the royal city was true. It was only then that he realized he had been played by the humans all along. While he was recuperating, Yang Kai tactfully revealed his talent in artifact refining, which must have been part of the humans' plans from the beginning. Everything that had happened made He Yuan feel humiliated. As a result, he was burning with endless fury. which ensured that he did not hold back when sending out his last strike. However, he regretted it the instant he made a move, because the royal lord had ordered that Yang Kai be captured alive. It seemed that the royal lord had the intention of replacing Yan with Yang Kai, who would be tasked to continue building warships. Fortunately, Yang Kai was unusually strong and had used some kind of secret technique to save himself. Seeing that Yang Kai was still alive, He Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If he had accidentally killed Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the royal lord. Now he could still make up for his mistake. Presently, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a great sense of discomfort. He had already suffered a setback in front of Mu Guang, and then he consumed a lot of energy and became injured while escaping. Now that he was struck by He Yuan's attack, it was expected that he would be in a terrible state. It had to be noted that He Yuan was one of the top 5 territory lords who served Mu Guang, meaning he was significantly stronger than the average territory lord. If not for the great defensive power of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, and that Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh due to his dragon vein, he would have lost his life after being struck. Even so, he was still feeling dizzy and seeing stars at this moment. Many of his bones were also fractured. Steadying himself with difficulty and lifting his gaze, Yang Kai saw He Yuan standing not far away from him, while he was surrounded by a lot of black ink clansmen. As their eyes met, He Yuan suppressed his fury and said grimly, "You're really something." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned, "Many thanks for your compliments, sir. I never expected that I'd come across you again. It seems that we share some common destiny, don't we?" He Yuan replied impassively, "Since it all started because of me, I'm sure the royal lord will be pleased if this matter is ended by me. Surrender without a fight. You're important to the royal lord, so I don't want to keep damaging you." Upon realizing what the other party meant, Yang Kai arched his brow. "Does the royal lord want you to capture me alive? An artifact refiner is only valuable if he's alive." Yang Kai replied, "It seems that Mu Guang intends to keep building warships." He Yuan looked sympathetically at him. "It's pointless to stall for time. Your old ancestor is still in a fight with the royal lord while the human army is far away from here. You don't stand a chance to flee. The humans have a saying, 'Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Resisting will only make you suffer.' Who says I'm going to flee?" Yang Kai lifted his azure dragon spear and pointed it at He Yuan. With his chin raised, he appeared condescending. "It's not like I've never killed a territory lord before. I don't mind killing one more." He Yuan was slightly surprised. "You've killed a territory lord before?" However, he soon cast the doubt away as he strode towards Yang Kai. "Whatever. I can explain myself to the royal lord as long as you're not killed." As he stepped closer, his territory lord's pressure swept over Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 5101. Like maggots on rotting bones. Yang Kai was on his last legs, so he wouldn't dare to be negligent when he was facing a territory lord. Although He Yuan didn't intend to kill him as he wanted to capture him alive, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't grant his wish. If he was really captured by He Yuan and sent to the royal city, he would become a servant for the Black Ink clan for the rest of his life. Before He Yuan could get close to him, Yang Kai drew on whatever power was left in his small universe. Strike first to gain the advantage. As the golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt from behind him, burning with a brilliant radiance. At the same time, a full moon rose as well, casting its frigid cold glow. As the sun and moon appeared simultaneously, space principles madly fluctuated. The sun and moon started spinning around in tandem, transforming into a kaleidoscope where space principles and time principles intertwined and formed into space-time strength before spiraling towards He Yuan. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Faced with a formidable enemy like He Yuan, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to hold back any of his strength and directly used his most powerful method. He Yuan stopped in his tracks and instinctively felt a horrifying power coming from this secret technique. This caused his expression to turn solemn. Covered in the mysterious force, he even felt that his mind and body had been affected. Thick black ink strength erupted from his body and formed into a shield around him. Right after he did that, he was stunned to realize that the secret technique, which had looked far away just now, was already about to strike him. A violent force swept across the void and caused the local space to tremble. He Yuan was forced backward several steps while the Black Ink clansmen who were surrounding Yang Kai were instantly vaporized despite only being hit by the attack's fallout. A moment later, the terrifying force settled. He Yuan stood there stiffly, a strange and mysterious force wandering around his figure like arcs of lightning. The surviving Black Ink clansmen stared at He Yuan in shock, as they were worried he had been killed just like that. After all, they had witnessed how terrifying Yang Kai's secret technique was. They had no idea what would happen to their territory lord after being struck head-on by such an attack. Fortunately for them, even though He Yuan seemed affected by the secret technique, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. Just a moment later, his figure shook and the lingering arcs of lightning around him were shattered. After he sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, his aura weakened slightly. He then turned to look in a different direction and gritted his teeth. The next instant, he transformed into a dark light and shot forward. It wasn't until this moment that the surviving Black Ink clansmen realized that Yang Kai was gone. Apparently, Yang Kai ran away right after he cast his secret technique. However, they were not powerful enough to resist the influence of the secret technique on their senses, so they were not aware that Yang Kai had fled. He Yuan was far stronger though, so he definitely wouldn't let the wretched human off. Just then Yang Kai reappeared from the void. He staggered and almost couldn't support his own weight, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Presently he was like a lamp that was running out of oil. There was no doubt that the heritage of his small universe was indeed far richer than those of the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, since he started fleeing from the sealed world near the royal city, he had been constantly manipulating space principles and pushing himself to his limits. It also took him quite a bit of effort to kill Lu Ziyan and Gui Liao earlier. Over the next day or so, such incidents would happen roughly every hour. The gap between Yang Kai and He Yuan would shorten and widen in a seemingly endless cycle. Yang Kai felt extremely bitter as he was unable to get rid of He Yuan, who was just like maggots on rotting bones. On several occasions he almost couldn't widen the gap between them at the most critical moments, allowing He Yuan's attacks to graze him from afar, which exacerbated the horrible situation he was already in. By straining himself for a long period of time, Yang Kai realized that his vision had turned blurry. The pounding of his heart against his chest could clearly be heard, as though it couldn't endure the immense strain and would explode at any moment. While he was trying his hardest to escape, He Yuan wasn't exactly feeling any better. Pursuing such a fast and tricky enemy had left him exhausted as well. However, in order to make up for his mistake, he would never let Yang Kai go. Only by capturing Yang Kai and bringing him to the royal city would he be able to appease the royal lord. Otherwise, he would be doomed. The worship plan was critical to the future of the entire Black Ink clan. Yet it was ruined because of his negligence. It was expected that the royal lord wouldn't easily let him off. With one escaping and the other pursuing, the pair crossed billions of kilometers in the void. Initially, Yang Kai thought that things would get better after he left He Yuan's territory. After all the Black Ink clansmen he came across all along were He Yuan's subordinates. However, he realized he was mistaken upon fleeing from He Yuan's domain. Instead of getting better, things actually got worse. The Black Ink clansmen he bumped into in He Yuan's territory only came in small teams. Therefore, he was able to force his way out despite being besieged. However, right after he left He Yuan's territory, Yang Kai came across an entire Black Ink clan army. It was an army consisting of several tens of thousands of troops. Among all those Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai clearly detected a powerful aura coming from another territory lord. Moreover, the direction they were traveling suggested that they were heading towards Yinyang Pass. If Yang Kai rashly charged forward, he wouldn't stand a chance to escape. The territory lord in charge of the army just had to cooperate with He Yuan, who was chasing him from behind, and they would easily capture him. Soon Yang Kai came to realize something. The Black Ink army wasn't there to intercept him. Instead, they were heading to the main battlefield. In order to facilitate the old ancestors' plan and save Yang Kai, the humans had emptied out Yinyang Pass. Certainly, the Black Ink clan had to meet the humans in battle. The territory lords and feudal lords called the roll in the shortest time possible, and set out towards Inyang Pass from all different directions. The army before Yang Kai's eyes was just one of many. At that instant, Yang Kai fell into a dilemma. If he continued heading in Inyang Pass direction, he would only come across even more Black Ink clan armies. Even if he was in peak condition, he still could never hope to break through all of their blockades, unless the masters from Inyang Pass could work with him to open a safe passageway. However, Yang Kai was in a terrible state, and he hadn't managed to restore a lot of his strength, so this idea was not feasible. Once he blindly used instantaneous movement, he might land right in the middle of a large Black Ink clan army. When that happened, it would be akin to stepping right into the enemy's trap. It was impossible for him to avoid running into these Black Ink clan armies and return to Inyang Pass. Worse, every enemy army had a territory lord overseeing it, as they were practically the territory lord's own subordinates. He Yuan alone was able to leave Yang Kai battered and exhausted. If he had to contend with other territory lords as well, he would fall into an even more horrible state. Nonetheless, where could he go if he couldn't return to Inyang Pass? While he was hesitating, the territory lord from the army up ahead scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and seemed to detect Yang Kai's presence. After gritting his teeth, Yang Kai turned around and transformed into a ray of light. Soon, the territory lord's divine sense detected a trace of aura left behind by Yang Kai. After giving it a thought, he soon figured out what was happening. However, he was tasked with dealing with the human's army, so he wouldn't dare to be distracted. A moment later, he decided to ignore it and retracted his divine sense. The moment Yang Kai turned in a different direction, He Yuan followed, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He was surprised to realize that Yang Kai didn't head straight towards Inyang Pass, but after pondering on it for a moment, he soon figured out what Yang Kai was worried about. He snorted and thought, "Where else can you go if you can't go back to Inyang Pass?" He Yuan had somewhat figured out the condition that Yang Kai was in, so he firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would capture Yang Kai sooner or later. Now he just had to wait for Yang Kai to lose all of his strength. While he was in his thoughts though, he suddenly lost track of Yang Kai. The realization astounded him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5102, A Bold Plan. Mid-pursuit, He Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and spread out his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings. However, regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't find Yang Kai's whereabouts. This caused his expression to darken. "I can't believe I lost him. How is that even possible?" Yang Kai was on his last legs with little energy left. How did he escape He Yuan's range of perception in such a state? He Yuan didn't think Yang Kai was powerful enough to cut off the thread of aura he had locked onto him, as there was a huge gap between their powers. If Yang Kai was capable of doing that, he would have done it earlier instead of waiting until now. Moreover, He Yuan didn't feel that his aura was forcefully cut off. Rather, it felt like Yang Kai just vanished somehow. The only logical explanation was that Yang Kai had massively widened the gap between them in an instant. As a result, He Yuan's aura wasn't able to locate him. However, Yang Kai didn't have much strength left. Even though he could use a special technique that would help him move across several tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, he couldn't possibly have done such a thing repeatedly in his current state. How could he have regained so much energy in such a short period of time? With a gloomy expression, He Yuan stood still in the same spot, not knowing what to do. The void was expansive, so now that he had lost track of Yang Kai, how was he supposed to look for him? But soon he pulled himself together. The Black Ink clan's armies were heading in Inyang Pass direction, so Yang Kai couldn't possibly go that way. That was the reason he turned around and continued fleeing. In other words, regardless of where he was still within the Black Ink clan's territory. As long as Yang Kai was still in their territory, his whereabouts would be exposed sooner or later. At the thought of this, He Yuan started taking action by heading to the fief of a feudal lord nearest to this place. The feudal lord of the fief had led his tenants towards the battlefield, so although there were still a lot of Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind, none of them was particularly powerful. Since He Yuan had shown up, these weak Black Ink clansmen would naturally obey his orders without question. Soon, with the Black Ink nest in this place as the center, word was spread across all of Muguang Royal Lord's domain. Within moments, Black ink clansmen from all over could be seen searching for Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding in a black ink cloud and recuperating. Just like He Yuan had speculated, Yang Kai had relied on instantaneous movements to shake off his tracking aura. The reason he had enough energy to use instantaneous movement repeatedly was that he had consumed a low-rank world fruit. When he left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, Yang Kai brought 16 world fruits with him. The 3 mid-rank world fruits had been put to good use while the remaining 13 low-rank world fruits were somewhat useless. He had given 1 low-rank world fruit to Guizi Yan, which allowed him to ascend from the second order to the third order open heaven realm. As for the remaining low-rank world fruits, he basically had no use for them. Although they came from the world tree, they were not valuable to him at all. Most had stayed in his small universe for such a long time that Yang Kai had almost forgotten about them. It wasn't until his small universe was thoroughly exhausted this time that he recalled them. Although they were not valuable, they were the best spirit fruits to replenish one's world force. After consuming a low-rank world fruit, Yang Kai regained enough strength in his small universe in a short time to use instantaneous movement several times in a row. It was thanks to the low-rank world fruit that he shook off He Yuan and hid inside this black ink cloud. Even though he was safe for the time being, he knew that he would not be safe for long as he was still deep inside the Black Ink clan's territory. There was no way He Yuan would let him off. At least he finally had a chance to take a breather. It felt terrible to have so little energy left in his small universe. If he had enough energy, he could fight or flee despite being no match for his opponents. Upon making sure that He Yuan hadn't found him, Yang Kai quickly tried to restore his energy. He didn't consume another low-rank world fruit. With this experience, he naturally wouldn't waste something that could quickly restore a large amount of his strength. Instead, he stuffed a lot of open heaven pills into his mouth before fishing out a set of 7th order materials to refine in order to replenish his spent world force. Unfortunately, this moment of rest didn't last long. Barely half a day later, Yang Kai felt several auras barge into the black ink cloud he was hiding in. Those auras were not powerful, only high-rank black ink clansmen. With a frown, Yang Kai tried his best to conceal his aura. There were countless black ink clouds of different sizes in the Black Ink clan's territory, and usually, the Black Ink clan wouldn't pay them any mind. However, the fact that these high-rank Black Ink clansmen carefully searched this Black Ink cloud showed that they were looking for Yang Kai. Initially, Yang Kai hoped that they would be negligent so that he could continue recuperating. Unfortunately, one of the high-rank Black Ink clansmen directly flew towards his hiding place. A moment later, the high-rank Black Ink clan stood right in front of him. Lifting his gaze, he saw a vague figure hiding somewhere inside the Black Ink cloud. But before he could get a closer look, he saw a fist flying out and striking him. As the violent force exploded, the high-rank Black Ink clansman turned into a blood mist without even a chance to scream. "Over there!" one of the Black Ink clansmen exclaimed upon detecting the movement. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by an immense force and sent to the afterlife. 2 breaths of time later, Yang Kai dashed out of the Black Ink cloud. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen who had barged into the Black Ink cloud had all lost their lives. "That human is here. We found him," quickly informed Sir He Yuan. The moment the surrounding Black Ink clansmen saw Yang Kai, they became startled for a moment before coming to their senses and shouting. Yang Kai looked around and realized that the Black Ink clansmen were scattered everywhere. They were thoroughly searching through the void in order to ascertain his whereabouts. Although they were weak, there were too many of them to avoid. He Yuan didn't think these weaklings could harm Yang Kai. He just wanted to make sure that Yang Kai had nowhere to hide. Amidst the chaos, the Black Ink clansman closest to Yang Kai cast a secret technique at him. Yang Kai secretly cursed. Although he knew that He Yuan wouldn't let him off, he hadn't expected the other party to move so swiftly. Judging from the way these Black Ink clansmen searched for him, it seemed that he would have nowhere to hide no matter where he went. After dodging the attack, Yang Kai summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and displayed his supreme limitless spear art to the enemy. Despite being besieged by so many Black Ink clansmen, he managed to force his way out. Those Black Ink clansmen hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so ferocious, but after suffering a setback, they had learned their lesson. Wherever Yang Kai went, they would keep their distance and not directly engage him. Yang Kai continued charging forward until there were no longer a lot of Black Ink clansmen around him. It was then he manipulated space principles and left this area using instantaneous movement. A moment later, He Yuan arrived, but after asking around, he could only snarl through clenched teeth, "Keep searching for him. When you find him, do your best to delay him. Anyone who dares not to fight will die by my hand." Upon receiving the order, these black ink clansmen wouldn't dare to disobey He Yuan despite feeling bitter. Soon Yang Kai realized that he was like a rat that these black ink clansmen were determined to corner. Wherever he went, the black ink clansmen would soon find him. Furthermore, he realized that the way these black ink clansmen dealt with him had changed. Initially, he just had to kill a few of them and the rest would flee, allowing him to escape with little effort. Now, however, these black ink clansmen refused to back down regardless of how ferocious he was. It was as though they were determined to drag him down, even if they had to die. However, without a territory lord around, how were they supposed to stop Yang Kai from escaping? Their reckless charge only caused even more casualties. Presently, Yang Kai was glad that the Inyang Pass armies had tied down the main Black Ink clan force. Otherwise, he couldn't have kept moving around the Black Ink clan's territory. At the very least, the only territory lord he had to deal with so far was He Yuan. Mu Guang Royal Lord was locked in battle with the old ancestor from Inyang Pass, while most of the territory lords had probably left this place to intercept the humans from Inyang Pass. Perhaps there were still some territory lords who stayed back in Mu Guang's territory, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. Yang Kai reckoned that he would be fine as long as he was cautious enough. The only problem he had to face was how he could get rid of He Yuan and circumvent the Black Ink clan's army to rejoin the people from Inyang Pass. That was indeed a difficult task. With that said, he was already in a better situation than before. At the very least, he had restored some of his strength, so unlike some time ago he was no longer running on empty. Most of the territory lords must have headed to the battlefield, so there wouldn't be a lot of them who stayed back. At the thought of this, Yang Kai racked his brain and came up with a bold plan. The more he thought about it, the more he was inclined to believe that this plan was feasible. If this plan was successfully carried out, it would deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. He became excited in an instant. He Yuan would never have thought that Yang Kai would be so reckless. Since he had made a decision, Yang Kai did not hesitate to carry out his plan. After killing for a bit, he stopped dealing with the Black Ink clansmen around him and manipulated space principles to flee. He Yuan had been in a terrible mood recently, but despite feeling vexed, he had no way to vent his anger. Just like he had expected, Yang Kai didn't have a chance to leave the Black Ink clan's domain after escaping from him, and was instead now wandering around the Black Ink clan's territory. With the help of the Black Ink nests, He Yuan could easily get feedback from different places and accurately locate Yang Kai. However, this method couldn't help him capture Yang Kai. Every time he received the news and rushed to the place where Yang Kai appeared, he would only find the corpses of Black Ink clansmen while Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Although he was stronger than Yang Kai, he didn't have a chance to make a move against him, leaving him feeling frustrated and helpless. In his fury, He Yuan even killed 100 or so Black Ink clansmen who had retreated in fear when they confronted Yang Kai. Based on what He Yuan learned from the surviving Black Ink clansmen who had fought with Yang Kai, he confirmed that this annoying human was recovering. Yang Kai seemed to be doing his best to restore his energy, and after such a long period of time, he should have almost fully recovered by now. Nevertheless, He Yuan didn't understand what Yang Kai was up to. Since Yang Kai had almost restored all of his strength, he should be trying to leave the Black Ink clan's territory. However, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the game of hide-and-seek with the Black Ink clansmen. During this period of time, several thousand Black Ink clansmen were killed by his spear, and although only several of them were feudal lords, as most were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, it was still humiliating for He Yuan. Martial Peak Chapter 5103, Destroying Black Ink Nests. He Yuan was moving across the void at the speed of lightning, as he headed straight to a particular battlefield. When he finally arrived at his destination, what came into his sight were corpses and broken limbs scattered all around. They were the Black Ink clansmen who were killed. Many of the horribly injured Black Ink clansmen groaned in pain. The battlefield was like a living hell. After sweeping a glance over the place, He Yuan estimated that more than 100 Black Ink clansmen were dead. He sported a grim expression. Since he started chasing after Yang Kai, he had encountered the same sight many times. Whenever he received the news and rushed over, he would see the same sight. On the other hand, Yang Kai would always run away before he arrived, leaving no chance for him to act. He had never come across a human who was as skilled as Yang Kai when it came to fleeing. Despite his burning fury, he had no way to vent it out. The surviving Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to go near He Yuan upon his arrival. Recently, He Yuan had killed many of their companions. If He Yuan blamed them for not doing their best and decided to kill them, they would be wronged. In fact, they had tried their hardest to stop Yang Kai earlier. However, how were they supposed to make him stay behind when they were no match for him? They could only watch as Yang Kai went on a killing spree and then left. Since no Black Ink clansman took the initiative to tell him what happened, He Yuan asked grimly, "Where did he go?" A high-rank Black Ink clansman closest to him pointed in a particular direction with caution. He Yuan turned to look in that direction and frowned. That was because his territory was in that direction. Although a large area of the void could be considered his territory, his foundation was where his Black Ink nest was located. That was his direct territory. Upon that realization, He Yuan felt his chest tightening. As he recalled the route Yang Kai had been moving around, he suddenly had a bad premonition. It seemed that Yang Kai wasn't aimlessly wandering around anymore. He was heading towards a particular goal. Just then, a feudal lord rushed over from afar. Upon reaching He Yuan, he said anxiously, "Sir Territory Lord, something terrible has happened. What makes you so nervous?" He Yuan turned to look at him, the ominous feeling in his chest strengthening. This couldn't be helped, as this feudal lord was in charge of the fief that was closest to his Black Ink nest. This feudal lord was also responsible for monitoring the perimeter. He must have received some shocking news, so he rushed over and informed He Yuan about it. As expected, the feudal lord replied, "We've received word that Yang Kai is invading your territory, sir." He Yuan's head started buzzing as though it had been struck by a hammer. While feeling dizzy, he also instantly figured out Yang Kai's plan and roared, "How dare he!" He had never expected that Yang Kai, who was all on his own, didn't have the intention of fleeing at all. Instead, he wanted to raise hell when most of the Black Ink clan had left for war. It had to be said that Yang Kai was truly audacious, and his move caught He Yuan off guard. Many of the territory lords who worked for Mu Guang had left their domains to deal with the human army from Yinyang Pass. Therefore, there was a serious lack of soldiers in their home territories right now. That was also the reason He Yuan was unable to capture Yang Kai after such a long time. Now Yang Kai was heading straight to his territory. Although there were a lot of feudal lords left behind, He Yuan wasn't confident that they could repel Yang Kai. After all, he had witnessed the latter's capabilities during this pursuit. On the other hand, it was apparent that Yang Kai was aiming for his Black Ink nest. The foundation of a feudal lord or territory lord's territory was their Black Ink nest. Without a Black Ink nest, they couldn't be considered a real feudal lord or territory lord. This was what Zhagu taught Yang Kai back then. A massive amount of resources had to be consumed to grow a Black Ink nest. For a feudal lord's Black Ink nest to hatch and fully mature, it required a colossal amount of resources, not to mention a territory lord's Black Ink nest. In comparison, the resources needed to grow a territory lord's Black Ink nest were many times more than what would be required to nurture a feudal lord's Black Ink nest. If his Black Ink nest was destroyed, He Yuan's foundation would be gone for good. That would be an unbearable blow to him. Although he could still get a new subnest from the royal lord and hatch it, it would be a heavy burden on the royal lord's Black Ink nest. Furthermore, it would also cost the royal lord a lot of time and energy to do this. Also, after such a catastrophic failure, it wasn't even certain whether the royal lord would still give him a new subnest. Throughout the war against the humans, it wasn't rare for feudal lord Black Ink nests to be destroyed. However, only a tiny number of Black Ink nests belonging to territory lords were ever destroyed. It was a great humiliation to the Black Ink clan for a territory lord Black Ink nest to be destroyed, and the only way to wash this shame away was by killing many more humans. With a great roar, He Yuan flew straight towards his home territory. At the same time, He prayed that the feudal lords who stayed behind could stop Yang Kai. He also hoped that Yang Kai didn't really intend to destroy his black ink nest. However, it was apparent what Yang Kai's plan was by him heading straight to his territory. It was likely that he had his eyes on the black ink nest. After all, he had pretended to be a black ink disciple and lived in this place for years, so he might have heard of the black ink nest's secrets from somewhere. While feeling worried, He Yuan was moving forward at full speed. Given that he was a territory lord, it would usually take him half a day to return to his territory from the previous location, but in his haste, he managed to arrive in just 4 hours. When he finally arrived at the universe fragment where his direct territory was located, what came into his sight made him feel cold all over. That was because the universe fragment had been shattered and traces of the battle could be seen everywhere. The originally flourishing city was nothing but a disaster zone now. Every part of the place had been turned into ruins, and innumerable black ink clansmen had lost their lives. All of that was inconsequential though compared to what happened to the black ink nest, which was originally in the center of the city. The black ink nest, which had always looked like a giant flower bud, was starting to wither. Black ink strength was leaking out of the black ink nest like fresh blood, and its roots had clearly been cut off by a violent force. What He Yuan dreaded had become a reality, and he could not accept it. The black ink nest was withering, and it couldn't be saved. In other words, his foundation had been destroyed. In order to rebuild his foundation, he would need a new black ink nest. Even if the royal lord was magnanimous enough to give him another subnest from her black ink nest, it would take He Yuan at least 100 years to nurture it and cost him an enormous amount of money and manpower. To make matters worse, the feudal lords working for him would all experience the same problem. In other words, he and his subordinates had to rebuild everything from scratch, which would take a very long time. Sir! A blood-soaked feudal lord detected He Yuan's aura, so he quickly shot into the sky. Where is Yang Kai? He Yuan growled through clenched teeth. He couldn't detect Yang Kai's aura, so he could only hope that the feudal lords had killed him. With that said, he knew that it was unlikely to be the case. We did not see that human named Yang Kai. The feudal lord replied. He Yuan snapped, you didn't see him? Then what happened to my territory? What happened to the black ink nest? Did you all destroy it? The feudal lord shuddered and quickly replied. Sir He Yuan, we really didn't see Yang Kai. Everything was destroyed by a grand dragon. He then hurriedly gave an account of what had happened. According to this feudal lord, a grand dragon which was far more than 20,000 meters long had appeared out of nowhere. It was overbearing, and its entire figure radiated a golden glow. As soon as the grand dragon appeared, a lot of black ink clansmen were killed by its opening dragon breath. Strangely, the grand dragon was holding a huge spear in its claws. With this weapon, it smashed the universe fragment to pieces and destroyed the black ink nest, leaving the entire city in ruins. What was even more outrageous to the black ink clansmen was that the grand dragon had even robbed their shops and snatched up their resources. Although the feudal lords tried their best to resist, they couldn't possibly defeat the grand dragon. After kicking up a storm, the grand dragon nonchalantly departed, leaving this mess behind. The black ink clansmen knew nothing about grand dragons as they had never seen such creatures before. Fortunately for them, the black ink disciples had some ideas. Grand dragon? How could there be a grand dragon here? He Yuan appeared puzzled. The feudal lord replied cautiously, according to the black ink disciples, Yang Kai is probably not a human, but rather a member of the dragon clan. That grand dragon was his true form. He Yuan roared, I don't care whether he's a human or a member of the dragon clan. Find him. I must rip him to pieces. Only by doing so could he vent his fury. He was so enraged that he had even forgotten about the royal lord's order, which stated that Yang Kai had to be captured alive. But sir, the feudal lord spoke in a shaking voice, since the black ink nest is destroyed, we can't send any messages. He Yuan grabbed him by the collar and yanked him towards himself, his eyes practically spitting fire as he snarled, since the black ink nest is gone, go out and inform everyone yourself. Mobilize all the clansmen in the territory. Leave him nowhere to hide. If you can't do that, all of you must die. Yes, the feudal lord replied anxiously. After the feudal lord flew off, He Yuan turned to look in a different direction. There seemed to be a mysterious force that was dissipating in the void. The energy fluctuations were consistent with what Yang Kai would leave behind each time he used instantaneous movement. Therefore, He Yuan speculated that Yang Kai had fled in that direction. Previously, he already didn't have a way to capture Yang Kai, and now that his black ink nest was gone, he knew it would be even harder to locate him. Nevertheless, he had to get his revenge after his foundation was destroyed. Despite his slim chances, he had to hunt Yang Kai down. Regardless of the cost, he had to capture that damn human and bring him to the royal lord to make up for his mistakes. At this moment, in a place that was far away from the universe fragment, Yang Kai was hiding inside a black ink cloud and recuperating. After assuming his grand dragon form and making a scene in He Yuan's territory, not only did he shatter the universe fragment, but he also destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest. It was expected that he would be pleased with himself. However, he had paid a hefty price to achieve this victory. There were indeed a lot of feudal lords who had stayed behind, and there were also innumerable high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen around. Although he could easily kill more people when he was in his grand dragon form, it also made him a huge target. While Yang Kai destroyed the black ink nest, he also inevitably got struck by the black ink clansmen's attacks. To the black ink clansmen, he had made a scene and left the place in a nonchalant manner. However, only Yang Kai knew that he wasn't as nonchalant as he appeared to be when he left. In truth, he just didn't dare to remain. Otherwise, he would most likely be captured. Presently, his entire figure was covered in wounds. Every time he moved, he would grimace in pain. 3 wounds on his back were so deep that one could even see his bones. Fortunately, these injuries didn't injure his foundation, and given his intrepid physique and astonishing restorative powers, he would recover in no time. Martial Peak Chapter 5104 Implicated. Yang Kai's trip of turning into a grand dragon and making a fuss in He Yuan's territory was rewarding. Not only had he killed a lot of black ink clansmen, but he had also destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest and snatched a massive amount of cultivation resources. The price he paid was worth it. When Yang Kai pretended to be a black ink disciple back then, he already realized that the city where He Yuan's black ink nest was located was flourishing. There were ample supplies, which included all sorts of materials of different orders. The Black Ink clan couldn't directly use these resources, so they were basically thrown into the black ink nest to help produce black ink strength. Nevertheless, these were precious cultivation resources for the humans. Since Yang Kai decided to make a move, he certainly had to take those resources away. Furthermore, there was one discovery that surprised him. He realized that his grand dragon form had lengthened. When he was in the divine spirit's ancestral land in the shattered heaven back then, he made use of the dragon palace and ancestral strength to become a grand dragon. At that time, his grand dragon form was 10,000 meters long. Then, with the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory, his dragon vein was significantly enhanced, which allowed him to turn into a 20,000-meter grand dragon. At that time, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan respectively left a mysterious power in his body that could stimulate the power of his dragon vein. Even after Yang Kai reached 20,000 meters in his grand dragon form, he had a feeling that the mysterious power hadn't been used up and most of it still remained hidden in his dragon bead. Then he got into a fight with Zhu Feng. At the critical moment, he spat out his dragon bead and dealt a lethal blow to Zhu Feng, which caused his dragon bead to be damaged. Over the years, the damaged dragon bead had slowly healed with the nourishing of his dragon vein. Now it seemed his dragon vein had also been strengthened. When he transformed into a grand dragon in He Yuan's territory, he was nearly 30,000 meters long. Apparently, the damage to his dragon bead had stimulated the mysterious power left behind in his body by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. During this period of time, not only had his dragon bead gradually healed, but his dragon vein had also been strengthened. This came as a pleasant surprise. The strength of a grand dragon was manifested in their length. Usually, only a 10,000-meter dragon could be regarded as a grand dragon, which was equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Now that Yang Kai's dragon form was 30,000 meters long, his power was equivalent to that of a peak 7th-order master. However, there were pros and cons to fighting as a Grand Dragon. Since his Grand Dragon form was so massive, he could cause serious damage over a wide area, especially when doing things like destroying He Yuan's territory and the Black Ink Nest some time ago. There was no doubt that it was easier for him to achieve his goal by turning into a Grand Dragon. Nevertheless, his large size also meant that he wasn't as agile or maneuverable. He might suffer a setback if he faced certain opponents in such a state. Fortunately, there were no powerful beings in He Yuan's territory at that time. Although the feudal lords had gone all out, they couldn't really kill him, only inflict some injuries on him at most. Presently, Yang Kai was recuperating in a black ink cloud with peace of mind. However, he knew that he couldn't stay here for long. According to past experiences, these omnipresent black ink clansmen would soon find him, and more black ink clansmen would quickly arrive to hunt him down. As expected, barely 1 hour later, some black ink clansmen barged into the black ink cloud and found his whereabouts. Yang Kai charged forward and easily killed these black ink clansmen, and soon he arrived at a different place and snuck into a new black ink cloud. When the nearby black ink clansmen rushed over upon receiving the news, Yang Kai was already nowhere in sight. Over the following days, Yang Kai kept changing his locations as he seized every chance to recuperate. Soon though, he realized something was off. The black ink clansmen were reacting much slower than before. Previously, regardless of where he went, as long as his whereabouts were exposed, a large number of black ink clansmen would promptly swarm in from all directions and besiege him. Now it seemed that they couldn't mobilize as quickly. This was a situation he had already expected though. Yang Kai had learned some secrets behind the black ink nests. With He Yuan's black ink nest as the center, all the feudal lord black ink nests formed a huge information network, which was used to spread information quickly. Now that he had destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest though, the central node was gone for good, disabling the information network between the black ink clansmen. That was the reason he decided to head straight to He Yuan's direct territory. Only by disabling their information network would he be able to move around easily. Now it seemed that he had made a wise decision. Although he was still on his own, Yang Kai had already greatly improved his situation. Nevertheless, destroying He Yuan's black ink nest was just the first step of his plan. Since the black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, he naturally wouldn't want to leave so soon as this chance was rare. Even though the territory lord's black ink nest was gone, there were still a lot of feudal lord black ink nests remaining. For every black ink nest that was destroyed, it would cause a huge loss to the Black Ink clan. It only took Yang Kai a few days to fully recover, and after fishing out a universe chart to ascertain his own location, he looked for the nearest feudal lord's fief. Soon he found a target. However, the situation he came upon surprised him a bit. After killing some black ink clansmen who were searching for him along the way, he soon reached his destination, but the huge black ink nest was already withered and collapsed on the ground, as though it was dying. Countless black ink clansmen knelt around the black ink nest with solemn expressions. It seemed that they were holding a kind of sacred ceremony. The feudal lord at the front crossed his arms and chanted something. However, regardless of how hard they tried, they couldn't save the black ink nest from dying. Its black ink strength was leaking out like fresh blood, and for every bit of black ink strength that was lost, the aura of the black ink nest would weaken a little. It seemed that this black ink nest would wither and die within half a day. Yang Kai flew forward as though no one else was around while the black ink clansmen, who were completely focused on the ceremony, didn't detect his presence. Standing in front of the black ink nest, Yang Kai swept his gaze around and frowned, a perplexed expression on his face. The feudal lord at the front finally detected Yang Kai's aura and turned his head. When he made out Yang Kai's face, he snapped, "It's you." It wasn't until this moment that these black ink clansmen came to their senses and stood up. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by all these black ink clansmen. Yang Kai turned to look at the feudal lord and nodded gently, "Brother Zhagu." The feudal lord was none other than Zhagu, who was the owner of this fief. Yang Kai had been here once and witnessed everything when Zhagu planted the black ink nest and hatched it. It was also through Zhagu that he learned a lot of the secrets about black ink nests that the humans were previously unaware of. The way Yang Kai addressed Zhagu startled him. With a doubtful look, he glanced at Yang Kai and asked, Is the rumor about you real? Have you betrayed Sir Territory Lord?" Yang Kai replied impassively, I'm a human, and I've never pledged to be loyal to him. How could you say that I've betrayed him? As for the rumor, I have no idea what you've heard, but it's most likely to be true. Xiaogu snapped. Did you destroy Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest? Yang Kai nodded and then he pointed to the front with a perplexed expression. What happened to your black ink nest? The reason he came all the way here was to destroy this black ink nest. Besides the one here, he had decided to destroy all of the feudal lord black ink nests under He Yuan. Only by doing so could he deal the heaviest blow to He Yuan. After all the black ink nests were shattered, He Yuan and his subordinates would lose all of their foundation. This was a bigger contribution than killing several tens of thousands of black ink clansmen on the battlefield. My black ink nest? Xiaogu appeared furious. My black ink nest is a subnest of Sir Territory Lord's black ink nest. Since you've destroyed the Territory Lord's black ink nest, do you think the subnest wouldn't be affected? In fact, Yang Kai already had a speculation the moment he saw this black ink nest. However, when his speculation was verified by Xiaogu, he was still surprised. Prior to this, he wasn't aware that the death of a Territory Lord's black ink nest would affect the feudal lord black ink nests it spawned as well. After giving it a thought though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. Xiaogu's black ink nest was a subnest of He Yuan's black ink nest, so there was a close connection between them. Since He Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed, it was expected that Xiaogu's black ink nest would be implicated. Following a moment of deliberation, Yang Kai asked, Is your black ink nest the only one that's been affected? Or have all the feudal lord black ink nests been implicated as well? Xiaogu said through gritted teeth, Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai nodded, Don't bother, I think I've figured it out. Judging from the situation Xiaogu was in, it wasn't hard to speculate that the other feudal lord black ink nests had been affected as well. They were probably all withering at this very moment. Initially, Yang Kai planned on destroying all the black ink nests in He Yuan's territory one by one. Now, it seemed that it wasn't necessary for him to do so. As a thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai asked, Brother Xiaogu, what if the royal lord's black ink nest is destroyed? Don't even dream about destroying any black ink nest ever again. Xiaogu roared. Apparently, he no longer wanted to listen to any of Yang Kai's nonsense. He extended his hand and summoned a giant halberd. At the same time, a dark fog swirled around his figure and soon, he was clad in an artifact armor that covered the upper half of his body. The giant halberd and artifact armor were the artifacts that Yang Kai previously refined for him. With the giant halberd in hand and the artifact armor on his body, Xiaogu appeared quite imposing. He directly thrust out his halberd at Yang Kai. Presently, Yang Kai was holding his azure dragon spear, and faced with the attack, he didn't intend to dodge. His spear thrust forward like a dragon and skirted past the giant halberd before jabbing towards Xiaogu's chest. A hint of ferocity flashed through Xiaogu's eyes as he also didn't intend to dodge the attack. He exerted even more force with the giant halberd as he was determined to wound the other party despite knowing that he would be injured as well. He was aware that Yang Kai was extraordinarily powerful. After all, he had witnessed Yang Kai going on a killing spree back then. Those feudal lords were as frail as paper tigers when they were dealing with Yang Kai, and Xiaogu didn't think he was more powerful than them. Even though he had 2 artifacts in his possession now, he didn't think he could defeat Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight. In order to survive, he had to take risks despite knowing he would get hurt as well. In fact, it was a good idea. But when the azure dragon spear easily stabbed into his chest and its explosive force shattered all the organs in his body, he still appeared bewildered. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai looked at him and said, I'm the one who made that artifact armor. It's ridiculous that you think you can use it to defend against me. Xiaogu came to his senses and asked, Are there weaknesses in all the things you've made? Yang Kai roared, The things I've made will not be used to go against my people. None of them will shed a drop of blood because of those artifacts. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5105, Pleasant Surprise. I was the one who helped you back then. The ferocity on Xiaogu's face faded. Faced with imminent death, he pleaded with the other man. Yongkai looked around and nodded. I can't deny the fact that you'd helped me before, but how did your black ink nest come about? How did you gather enough resources to hatch this black ink nest? Do you really think I have no idea? All you have now is because of me, and it's only apt that I am compensated for my work. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled more world force into the Azure Dragon Spear and Xiaogu exploded, leaving no traces behind. There was no denying that they had gotten along pretty well, and Yongkai had earned a lot of black ink coin with his help and made himself known as an expert in artifact refining. However, he was pretending to be a black ink disciple at that time, and Xiaogu was just making use of him. They were fundamentally on different sides, so Yongkai had no qualms about killing him. A feudal lord was still a pretty significant force on the battlefield, so if Yongkai let him off on this day, some humans might be killed by him in the future. Xiaogu was still in the early stage of building his fief, so he was the only feudal lord here and the rest of them were insignificant. There weren't even that many high-rank black ink clansmen. As Xiaogu was dead, these black ink clansmen couldn't possibly ward off Yongkai. Despite their resistance, they were all killed within a cup of tea's worth of time. By the time Yongkai was gone, no one was alive in the fief. Yongkai initially wanted to destroy all the feudal lord black ink nests under He Yuan's wings, but what he saw in Xiaogu's fief made him realize that it wasn't necessary to do so. In fact, after a territory lord's black ink nest was destroyed, all the subnests it spawned would be affected. That explained why, after he destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest, the Black Ink clan became slower in their response. After He Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed, not only was the information network in He Yuan's territory disabled, but all the subnests had also withered. The feudal lords who had their own fiefs must be flustered now, so they wouldn't be in the mood to search for Yongkai despite He Yuan's order. To play it safe, Yongkai decided to head to another feudal lord's fief to see it for himself. Just like what happened in Xiaogu's fief, the feudal lord's black ink nest was withering, and its black ink strength was leaking out. It would die in no time. Finally, Yongkai could set his mind at ease. It never crossed his mind that destroying He Yuan's black ink nest would bring about such a pleasant surprise. It seemed that there were pros and cons when it came to the special connection between the black ink nests. Inferring from this, if the black ink nest in the royal city was destroyed, all the territory lords' black ink nests would wither, which would lead to the decline and eventual fall of all the black ink nests in Muguang's territory. Yongkai couldn't help but have the urge to head back to the royal city and shatter the royal lord's black ink nest. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on the idea. This couldn't be helped as, given his current strength, he could only make a scene in a territory lord's territory as most of the black ink clansmen had gone to the battlefield. However, if he barged into the royal city, it would be akin to stepping right into the enemy's trap. He would be doomed. After all, there was more than one territory lord guarding the royal city. At the thought of the royal city, Yongkai couldn't help but recall the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass. With the help of the ancient coin, a void corridor was formed and the old ancestor arrived and saved him before getting into a fight with Muguang. A few days had passed, so he wondered if there was any outcome now. Although the old ancestor was powerful, the battle took place near the royal city, after all, so she might not gain the upper hand since she was on her own. Nevertheless, he wasn't in any position to worry about her. Given his current power, he was unable to intervene in the fight between the royal lord and the old ancestor. Perhaps 8th Order masters could assist the old ancestor in this situation, but a 7th Order master like him was still too weak. Yinyang Pass army and the Black Ink clan's main force must be clashing at the front line as well. Yongkai had no idea what was going on over there, but judging from the collective powers between the two races, the human army would have to return to the inner sanctum soon. That was because there was a huge gap between the numbers on both sides. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan did not care about casualties. On the other hand, the life of every human soldier was valuable. The humans were in a disadvantageous position by fighting against the Black Ink clan in the void. They could significantly reduce casualties by staying near Yinyang Pass. The reason the army had left Yinyang Pass this time was that they had to facilitate Yongkai's return. However, he was unable to circumvent the Black Ink clan and join up with those from Yinyang Pass back then as he was in a horrible state. It was destined that the soldiers from Yinyang Pass wouldn't achieve their goal. Therefore, Yang Kai speculated that the soldiers from Enyang Pass should have retreated by now. Presently, Enyang Pass must be surrounded by the Black Ink clan. The two races had gotten into a battle where one side would defend while the other side would attack. It was the pattern of battle they were most familiar with. Over the years, this kind of battle had taken place at every great pass numerous times. Be it the humans or the Black Ink clan, they were already familiar with how this would go. If that was indeed the case, the situation would be in Yang Kai's favor. Since the Black Ink clan's army had gathered outside of Enyang Pass, there wouldn't be any blockades in front of him. He could stealthily head to the battlefield and wait for a chance to return to the inner sanctum during the fighting. He had done the same thing when he and Fengying saved several hundred Black Ink disciples and brought them back to Blue Sky Pass previously. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to do that. He had a taste of successfully destroying He Yuan's Black Ink nest, which resulted in the fall of all its subnests. As this was a rare opportunity, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss it as he reckoned that it wouldn't come again. Therefore, he left He Yuan's territory several days later, and headed towards another territory lord's territory. He had no idea whose territory it was, nor did he know where that territory lord's home territory was. Regardless, it didn't matter to him. He directly headed to the feudal lord's fief nearest to him and went on a killing spree. In just half a day, most of the Black Ink clansmen in this fief were either dead or dying. Some of the Black Ink clansmen seized the chance to flee from the place, but Yang Kai didn't have the intention of pursuing them. To him, destroying the Black Ink clan's foundation was the most important objective, while killing stray Black Ink clansmen came second. Moreover, the most powerful Black Ink clansmen in this fief had followed their feudal lord and left for the battlefield, so the ones who stayed back were undoubtedly weak. Yang Kai then directly barged into the Black Ink nest in this place. This was a feudal lord's Black Ink nest, and with the prior experience of visiting Zhagu's Black Ink nest, Yang Kai soon realized that the inner structures of all Black Ink nests were more or less the same. There were still some Black Ink clansmen inside the Black Ink nest, but they appeared oblivious to what had happened outside. The moment they saw a human entering this place, they were puzzled. They were all killed by Yang Kai before they realized what was happening. A moment later, Yang Kai stood inside an empty chamber and opened the portal of his small universe. His word force was instantly drawn by a powerful force and absorbed by the Black Ink nest. With his world force serving as a bridge, he was soon connected to the consciousness of this Black Ink nest. He had done the same thing in Zhagu's Black Ink nest back then, so he was familiar with the process. The next instant, Yang Kai found himself in a special space where a lot of consciousnesses wandered around. This was the secret behind the information network that the Black Ink clan had built using the Black Ink nests. These Black Ink clansmen had entered this place through the consciousnesses of the feudal lord's Black Ink nests. They could then exchange all sorts of information here and find out what was going on in the other feudal lords' fiefs. The arrival of a new consciousness like Yang Kai's didn't catch the attention of the Black Ink clansmen. After all, there would be unfamiliar consciousnesses entering the place from time to time, so they were used to it. After listening to them for a while, Yang Kai realized that he couldn't gather any useful information. He wanted to find out what was going on at the front lines through the conversations between these consciousnesses, but the latest information from the battlefield was apparently not available to these Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind. Just when he was ready to carry out his plan, a message was sent from a consciousness. The message wasn't encrypted in any way, so the other consciousnesses could easily read it. Yang Kai soon found out what the message was about. The royal lord is still in a fight with that human. I wonder if she can kill her. Another consciousness replied, that human is the old ancestor of Enyang Pass. Although the royal lord is powerful, it's not easy for her to kill that human. However, I heard that several territory lords have gone over to help. With their assistance, I believe that human will be defeated. No. From the looks of it, the royal lord is in a disadvantageous situation. Although she has the help of several territory lords, both parties are only equally matched now. The moment the message was sent, the other consciousnesses were evidently shocked. One of the consciousnesses asked, how could it be that the royal lord is at a disadvantage? They've fought with each other countless times in the past, and they've always been equally matched. Neither side could defeat the other. What happened this time? The consciousness from earlier replied, I have no idea. but for some reason they arrived somewhere near our fief and continued fighting. My feudal lord was the one who saw it. Fortunately, they soon left. Otherwise, our fief would have been destroyed. We wouldn't be able to defend against the fallout from their battle. Could it be that the royal lord hasn't recovered? That's possible. However, the royal lord has the help of some territory lords now, so the human old ancestor certainly won't get the upper hand. The consciousnesses continued chatting and soon changed the topic. Although Yang Kai hadn't gathered a lot of information, he had at least found out that the old ancestor was fine. On the other hand, he was surprised at the fact that the royal lord had fallen into a disadvantageous position. It never crossed his mind that the seemingly unreliable old ancestor from Inyang Pass would be so powerful, able to battle against the royal lord and several territory lords on her own. He wondered what the outcome of the battle would be. Nevertheless, he didn't have the right to interfere in this matter, and he had bigger fish to fry. He then focused on sensing his surroundings. According to Zhagu, this special space was actually a platform linked to the consciousness of the territory lord's black ink nest. The consciousnesses of the subnests could easily connect to it, which allowed the feudal lords to communicate with one another. In that case, Yang Kai reckoned that he could make use of it and find out the whereabouts of the territory lord's black ink nest. Martial Peak, Chapter 5106. This won't end here. Following the faint traces, Yang Kai's consciousness tracked the signs back to the source and soon found what he was looking for. Although he wasn't certain about the exact location of the territory lord's black ink nest, he was confident that he got the direction right. As long as he moved in that direction, he would find the territory lord's black ink nest. Since he had achieved his goal, he retracted his divine sense and left the feudal lord black ink nest before shooting into the sky. He didn't waste any of his energy to destroy this feudal lord's black ink nest, since all the feudal lord black ink nests were linked to the territory lord's black ink nest. As long as he destroyed the source, all the feudal lord black ink nests would wither as well. The moment Yang Kai's consciousness left this special space, a certain consciousness temporarily fell into a dazed state in another similar, but even more magnificent space. The consciousnesses of the feudal lord's black ink nests would gather together in the special space transformed from the consciousness of the territory lord's black ink nest. Similarly, the consciousnesses of the territory lord's black ink nests would assemble in the special space transformed from the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest. This even bigger space was where the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest was located. The consciousnesses that had gathered together in this place came from the territory lord's black ink nests. Hence, the consciousnesses in this place represented the territory lords. Upon detecting the anomaly, the other consciousnesses quickly inquired about it. The consciousness from earlier fell silent for a moment and said hesitantly, "Just now, someone seemed to be searching for my location." "Someone was searching for your location?" Another consciousness asked curiously. The third consciousness was equally inquisitive. "What's the point of ascertaining your location? Are you mistaken?" The first consciousness replied, "Maybe. I'm not sure about it." Since he had said so, the other consciousnesses stopped asking about it. This matter ended here, and they went on to talk about another topic. What's going on with that human named Yang Kai? Has Sir Yuan captured him? There's no news about him yet, but it seems that human has destroyed Sir Yuan's black ink nest. What? Sir Yuan's black ink nest was destroyed? When did that happen? Another consciousness exclaimed. It was apparent that he had not heard about this news yet. It happened not long ago. The person guarding the black ink nest sent me a message at the last moment. Apparently, the human named Yang Kai directly invaded Sir Yuan's home territory. Now we can't contact anyone from Sir Yuan's side. Our connection with them has been cut off. The other consciousnesses fell into silence. Something must have gone wrong as they were unable to contact anyone from Yuan's side. The only possibility was that Yuan's black ink nest had been destroyed. Otherwise, this shouldn't have happened. All of these consciousnesses felt their hearts sinking at the revelation that a human had destroyed a territory lord's black ink nest. At the same time, they felt furious and humiliated. The only thing they knew was that Yuan was chasing after the human, but they had no idea whether he would succeed. The consciousnesses felt that the topic was too depressing, so they quickly moved on to another. They started discussing the war between the two races and tried to speculate on the outcome. While they were engrossed in the discussion, a certain consciousness suddenly exclaimed. As the conversation was cut off, the other consciousnesses looked at him in puzzlement. The consciousness explained, "Some feudal lords reported to me that the human named Yang Kai came to our territory." "He's in your territory? What is he doing there?" "Regardless of what he is up to, quickly inform Sir He Yuan about it so that he can come over to help. Also, mobilize the Black Ink clansmen in your territory, and restrain the human until Sir He Yuan arrives. We must not let him flee." "Got it." The moment the consciousness finished speaking, he passed on an order through the Black Ink Nest network, and the Black Ink clansmen in his territory started taking action. The other consciousnesses waited with concern as they asked about what was going on from time to time. Certainly, the consciousness wouldn't hide anything from them. Half a day later, a consciousness suddenly said in a puzzled manner, "The human doesn't seem to be running away from Sir He Yuan. Instead, go on. It seems that he has targeted my territory lord's Black Ink Nest." Upon hearing that, the other consciousnesses paled, especially the one who represented the area of the territory lord's Black Ink Nest where Yang Kai was located. Just then another consciousness said, "Earlier, you said that someone was trying to figure out your location, right?" The consciousness that represented the area of the territory lord's Black Ink Nest where Yang Kai was located replied, "Yes, that's what I felt." "Wait, you mean?" "That's right. The human named Yang Kai didn't know the exact location of your territory lord's Black Ink Nest, so he made use of a feudal lord's Black Ink Nest to find it. He then headed straight to your place after that. His target is the territory lord's Black Ink Nest." "What?" the consciousness exclaimed. "What should I do?" "What about Sir He Yuan? Have you reached him?" "Sir He Yuan is on his way, but he's still far away from the human. It seems that he can't arrive in time to stop him. Assemble the feudal lords to stall him. We must not let that human destroy another territory lord's Black Ink Nest. Otherwise it will be a humiliation we can never wipe away. When Sir He Yuan reaches there, he'll easily capture that human." "It's too late." The consciousness sounded despondent. "Why?" "It seems that Yang Kai has arrived. I can feel the fluctuations of battle outside." "How is it possible that he has arrived so soon?" The other consciousnesses were astounded. "Are you sure that human is there?" "It's not a human. It's—" "What are you talking about? What do you see?" "It's a monster that's several tens of thousands of meters long with a humongous spear in its claws. The feudal lords can't block him. It's heading straight for the Black Ink. Arg!" The shriek sent a shockwave across the other consciousnesses. Although they were not the ones experiencing the disaster, they could feel how heart-wrenching it must have been for their companion the moment they heard the shriek. Feelings of panic and fear overwhelmed these consciousnesses, causing them to tremble. The Black Ink Nest consciousness was a medium through which one could connect with the other consciousnesses via divine sense. Although one could communicate with others swiftly and easily, he had to promptly cut off the connection when he fell into danger. Otherwise, his soul would die following the destruction of the Black Ink Nest. This was an unbearable pain for any living creature. "This won't end here," the consciousness wailed. The message made the entire space descend into despair. The next moment, the consciousness vanished into thin air, as though he had never existed before. The other consciousness fell into silence in this special space. Another consciousness tried to contact him, but regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the other side. In the meantime, in a particular territory lord's home territory, a colossal Black Ink Nest was cut down by the Azure Dragon Spear. A violent force caused the entire Black Ink Nest to collapse and countless Black Ink clansmen lost their lives while the expansive territory shattered. Those Black Ink clansmen tried their hardest to repel the enemy, and many attacks of varying power were sent out at the 30,000-meter-long dragon. Although most of the attacks were weak, they came in massive numbers. The golden dragon scales on the dragon trembled upon impact, and as its gigantic figure flew across the void, dragon blood fell to the ground. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep fighting with them. After destroying the black ink nest and killing those who got in his way, he went on to snatch up as many resources as he could before turning around and escaping. A while later, he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his human form. Following that, he manipulated space principles and disappeared from the place with a flicker. The Black Ink clansmen dashed out of the broken territory and fearlessly pursued their hated enemy. However, they soon lost track of Yang Kai and could only aimlessly search for him. The Territory Lord's territory behind them was now in a giant mess. After a long time of silence, the consciousnesses that had gathered together in the grand space formed from the consciousness of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest finally started reacting. One of the consciousnesses said, "Another Territory Lord's Black Ink nest has been destroyed. We haven't received any definitive news yet, so it's too early to say that. The truth is right before our eyes. Why else wouldn't we be able to contact them? You might want to deny it, but you can't change the fact that a calamity has happened." It was a several tens of thousands of meters long monster with a huge spear in its claws that destroyed the Black Ink nest? What was it? It's a Grand Dragon. According to the Black Ink disciples, a Grand Dragon is a powerful being. Sir He Yuan's Black Ink nest was destroyed by that same Grand Dragon. Furthermore, from what I've gathered, Yang Kai is not a human. The Grand Dragon is his true form. I don't care whether he's a human or Grand Dragon, he's destroyed 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nests so far. And I don't have to remind all of you that before our comrade passed away earlier, he said that it won't end here. I'm sure you all know what that means. A consciousness asked in horror, "Does that mean that Yang Kai is going to destroy even more Territory Lord Black Ink nests?" In order to repel the human army, the Territory Lords have left for the battlefield with their respective armies. Apart from a few Territory Lords who have remained in the Royal Lord's territory to guard the royal city and coordinate other matters, there are no powerful masters left. Moreover, some of those Territory Lords had to join up with the Royal Lord to fight against the human old ancestor. It's not surprising that Yang Kai would seize this chance to raise chaos. Although Sir He Yuan has been hunting him down, he hasn't managed to achieve his goals so far. The human's next target could be me or any one of you. Upon hearing that, those consciousnesses became apprehensive. We can't pin all our hopes on Sir He Yuan. To put it bluntly, if he was able to capture the human, the second Black Ink nest wouldn't have been destroyed. We have to save ourselves. How are you going to do that? That human is too powerful. We can't fend him off even if we have a lot of subordinates with us. Regardless of how powerful he is on his own. Moreover, he must be injured after destroying 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nest. I believe he'll have to recuperate for some time before acting again, so all of you don't have to worry. However, once he recovers, he'll probably make a move again. Do you have a suggestion? Tell us about it. The consciousness then told everyone about his plan, and the rest of them nodded in agreement. Marshall Peak. Chapter 5107. I've been waiting for you. Life hadn't been peaceful in Muguang's royal domain recently. First of all, the royal lord's plan that was hundreds of years in the making was derailed by a human just before its imminent success, flushing all her efforts down the drain. Then, the old ancestor of Inyang Pass suddenly appeared in her territory and started a huge fight against her and several territory lords. Space shattered and many Black Ink clan fiefs were devastated while countless Black Ink clansmen were killed from the fallout of their battle. The human army from Inyang Pass had also gone all out. The territory lords in the royal domain had no choice but to lead their own armies to deal with the humans. The Black Ink clansmen who stayed behind had no idea what was going on at the front line. Usually, they just had to wait patiently. After all, even though the humans were powerful, they could never break through the Black Ink clan's blockade and storm the royal domain. However, there was now a lone human who was raising all kinds of havoc in the royal domain when most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were not around. He was the very human who derailed the royal lord's plan. This human wasn't particularly powerful. According to the classification of the humans, he was just a 7th-order master, equivalent to a feudal lord. Nevertheless, it was this 7th-order human who threw Muguang's royal domain into absolute chaos. In just half a month, he managed to destroy 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nests and killed several tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen. Although He Yuan was personally hunting him down, he hadn't achieved his goals so far. From what they had gathered, this human could transform into a several tens of thousands of meters long grand dragon and wield a gigantic spear in his claws. Once he got close, he could destroy a Territory Lord Black Ink nest with one strike and shatter the universe fragment it sat on. The reason he was able to evade He Yuan's pursuit for so long was that he was a master in the Tao of space. With the help of space secret techniques, this human could move with shocking speed. Even if He Yuan was stronger than he was, he couldn't capture the human intruder without being able to restrict his movements first. After destroying 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nests, the human went missing. However, the consciousnesses staying in the Territory Lord Black Ink nests believed that he was recuperating somewhere. When he fully recovered, he would make a move on another Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. This made the consciousnesses staying in the Territory Lord Black Ink nests feel anxious, as they were worried that one of them would be Yang Kai's next target. Black Ink clansmen were seen thoroughly searching for Yang Kai across the void, leaving no stone unturned. Nevertheless, they couldn't find the human after several days, as though he had vanished into thin air. This made many Black Ink clansmen suspect that Yang Kai might have left Mu Guang's royal domain. One day, a team of 20 or so were examining a cluster of thick black ink clouds. From what they had gathered, this human liked hiding in places like this. Therefore, the black ink clouds of different sizes that scattered across the void would be thoroughly inspected. After all, no one knew if he was hiding in a certain black ink cloud, just waiting to catch the nearby Black Ink clansmen off guard. After they inspected all of the Black Ink clouds here though, they still couldn't find the human. Just when the team of Black Ink clansmen were preparing to leave, the leading high-rank clansman detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. What came into his sight astounded him, for a series of ripples had suddenly appeared in the void. As the ripples expanded, a portal glowing with a faint light abruptly formed. This high-rank Black Ink clansman was a quick-witted person, instantly realized something and hurriedly ordered hide. After he finished speaking, he led his team to charge into the nearest Black Ink cloud. They concealed themselves and withdrew their auras as best they could as quickly as possible. As they lifted their gazes, they saw that a portal had fully taken shape. While the ripples continued to expand, a figure appeared all of a sudden. He was the human that the Black Ink clan had been looking for. The high-rank clansman narrowed his eyes and soon realized something. It was no wonder that so many Black Ink clansmen were unable to find a trace of this human even after several days of searching. It turned out he had been hiding inside a sealed world. The portal that suddenly opened up was obviously a portal that led to that sealed world. Despite the distance between them, the high-rank clansman could clearly feel the aura coming from the portal. It was the aura of the world force that the Black Ink clan loved the most. So that's how it is. Upon figuring out everything, the high-rank Black Ink clansman couldn't help but think that Yang Kai was blessed with luck to have found a sealed world and hidden inside it. It seemed that the news they had received was true. Yang Kai had been badly injured when destroying the previous Territory Lord Black Ink nest, and was hiding and recuperating recently. Although there were over 20 members in the group he led, this high-rank Black Ink clansman didn't dare to make a rash move upon sighting Yang Kai. He knew that this human was too powerful for them and he and his team were no match for him. Exposing themselves at this point would be no different from committing suicide. Despite acting swiftly though, Yang Kai, who had just stepped out of the sealed world, still sensed something and quickly looked in their direction. Apparently he had realized they were there. As their eyes met, the high-rank clansman felt a chill shoot up his spine. Before he could react, Yang Kai pushed out his palm as his 7th Order Open Heaven Realms world force burst forth. Without having a chance to resist, the Black Ink clansmen hiding in the Black Ink cloud were all instantly killed. The high-rank Black Ink clansman thought that Yang Kai was simply lucky enough to have found a sealed world to recuperate in. But the truth was that luck only played a part in it. As a master of the Tao of space, Yang Kai could easily find sealed worlds that the Black Ink clan hadn't discovered. Not only had he been recuperating during this period of time, but he had also picked clean all of the resources in this particular sealed world. Although he had already obtained an astonishing harvest from robbing the home territories of 2 territory lords, Yang Kai didn't mind collecting even more resources. He was already pleased that he could snatch so much from the Black Ink clan, and it was even more satisfying that he had also destroyed 2 Territory Lord Black Ink nests. Just like the Black Ink clan expected, Yang Kai's next target was still a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. Nevertheless, even though he had killed this search party, another nearby group of Black Ink clansmen soon noticed what happened. Realizing that Yang Kai might have appeared, they quickly spread the word. By the time everyone found out that Yang Kai had reappeared, he had arrived at a feudal lord's fief. With the previous experiences, Yang Kai was already familiar with how to look for the local Territory Lord's Black Ink nest. The Black Ink clansmen in this feudal lord's fief were weak, so it only took Yang Kai a little effort to kill them all. He then headed straight to the feudal lord's Black Ink nest. The moment he entered the central chamber, he opened his small universe and let the Black Ink nest absorb his world force. With that serving as a bridge, he connected himself with the Black Ink nest's consciousness. Just a moment later, his divine sense entered the special space with the Black Ink nest's consciousness as the medium. As usual, there were a lot of consciousnesses in this special space. These consciousnesses represented the feudal lords who had their own fiefs and Black Ink nests. Many of the feudal lords had left for the battlefield to fight against the humans. Despite that, other Black Ink clansmen could stay back and guard their Black Ink nest. Hence, Yang Kai wasn't surprised one bit. However, he soon realized that something was off. Previously, when he entered this space with his consciousness, the other consciousnesses didn't pay much attention to him. However, on this day, all the consciousnesses around him appeared hostile to him. Yang Kai could clearly feel that these consciousnesses were paying close attention to him. Hostility and formidable powers exuded from these consciousnesses. Was I exposed? A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he soon realized something. In fact, it wasn't surprising. He had done the same thing before, so it was expected that the Black Ink clan had put their guard up. Nevertheless, since he had the audacity to make a move, he had the confidence to keep himself safe. The consciousnesses didn't intend to say anything to Yang Kai. The moment Yang Kai understood all this, however, the special space froze as a restrictive power spread across it, like a heaven-sealing earth-locking arrays. Yang Kai instantly appeared surprised, for he had never expected that such a turn of events would happen in this space. With that said, this space was transformed from the consciousness of a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest, so it wasn't surprising that there were secrets that he wasn't aware of. He tried cutting off his connection with the Black Ink nest, but he realized that it wasn't possible to do so. The space had been completely sealed up, so unless he could shatter this place's barriers, he couldn't possibly withdraw his divine sense. If he forcefully tried, his soul might be damaged. It seemed that his consciousness had been locked inside this space. "I've been waiting for you." The moment the space was sealed off, a voice reached him, one that sounded furious and vexed. Yang Kai could sense that this consciousness gave off a familiar aura. Moreover, this consciousness was unlike the others. It was far more powerful. It was like a crane standing among the chickens. A doubtful Yang Kai asked, "Hey Yuan." The consciousness roared, "I'm glad that you recognize me." Yang Kai was astounded. "It's really you. So you were waiting for me?" Hey Yuan replied, "And I knew that you wouldn't stop trying to destroy the other Territory Lord's Black Ink nests, so I chose one and waited for you. It surprises me that you really came to Kong Chan's territory. Seems that I'm in luck." Yang Kai had no idea who Kong Chan was, but he reckoned that he was the owner of this territory, and a Territory Lord. The reason He Yuan decided to wait here was that Kong Chan's territory was the closest to the Territory Lord's territory where the Black Ink nest was previously destroyed by Yang Kai. He reckoned that Yang Kai would most likely come to this area. Now it seemed that his wait was worth it, for Yang Kai had really come to this place. At that instant, He Yuan felt slightly less aggrieved. As a Territory Lord, he was equivalent to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he had been trying to hunt Yang Kai down recently, but he couldn't even find out the latter's whereabouts. It was expected that he was frustrated. Martial Peak Chapter 5108, Battle Between Souls. Having fought with Yang Kai several times, He Yuan was now aware that the other man was proficient in the Tao of Space, which could be utilized to swiftly escape from his enemies. That was the reason Yang Kai could always shake off his pursuit. Presently though, Yang Kai's consciousness was sealed off in this space. Since he was unable to use his biggest strength, he was basically trapped. Keep him alive. Don't kill him, He Yuan ordered. He still remembered Mu Guang's order that Yang Kai had to be captured alive so that he could replace Nian to preside over the construction of warships. If he killed Yang Kai here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the royal lord. Following his command, the surrounding consciousnesses exuded powerful forces which then blasted at Yang Kai. Every territory lord had a few dozen feudal lords who had their own fiefs, and Kong Chan was no exception. He had about 30 feudal lords who had their own fiefs, therefore roughly the same amount of consciousnesses belonging to feudal lords were here. If these feudal lords came across Yang Kai in their physical bodies, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. After all, a large number of feudal lords were killed by Yang Kai recently. Despite being a 7th-order human, he was more powerful than any 7th-order master they had dealt with before. However, this space was transformed from the black ink nest's consciousnesses, so the feudal lords didn't have to directly face Yang Kai. They could achieve their goals simply by confronting Yang Kai's consciousness. That was the solution that they came up with after Yang Kai went missing previously. It was a trap targeted specifically at Yang Kai. This wasn't the only trap though, as similar traps had been set up in every territory lord's territory. In other words, whichever territory lord's territory that Yang Kai headed to, he would fall into the same trap if he dared to make use of the black ink nests. The only difference was that only Kong Chan's territory had He Yuan assuming command. The other territory lords' territories only had feudal lords who were patiently waiting for Yang Kai to show up. With that said, regardless of whether there was a territory lord around or not, as long as Yang Kai stepped into such a trap, he would never be able to run away. He could only escape by defeating all the consciousnesses here, but that was practically impossible. These consciousnesses exuded powerful forces as a tide of violent energy soon formed in this special space and shot towards Yang Kai like a tsunami. This became a battle between souls. Yang Kai couldn't help but turn solemn. He had never expected that the Black Ink clan would deal with him using such a trick. Nor was he aware that the space transformed from the black ink nest's consciousnesses could trap a person's consciousness inside. Nevertheless, since he had fallen into the trap, he had no choice but to act accordingly. Fortunately, he was no ordinary open heaven realm master. Faced with the tide of powerful attacks, Yang Kai's consciousness appeared small in comparison. It seemed that he would directly perish the moment the waves struck him. He Yuan, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but be worried. What if Yang Kai couldn't withstand this bombardment and was killed directly? It had to be noted that if a consciousness passed away in this space, its body back in the black ink nest would become a soulless husk. It was just a matter of time before such a person would die. While He Yuan was watching with concern, Yang Kai's consciousness was drowned in the tide. All of a sudden, an explosive power burst out from Yang Kai's consciousness and warded off the strike. He was as unshakable as a rock. An astounded He Yuan exclaimed, "Impossible!" If he were in Yang Kai's place, he wouldn't have been able to fend off the joint assault of 30 feudal lords. According to his estimation, the best outcome would be that Yang Kai's consciousness was instantly injured. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to fight. Presently, following He Yuan's order, a large number of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards Yang Kai's real body. As Yang Kai would be unable to flee, they could easily capture him. However, the sight before He Yuan's eyes was simply unbelievable, for Yang Kai had flawlessly defended himself against all the attacks from the feudal lord's consciousnesses. How was that even possible? Why was a 7th-order human soul so powerful? Although the feudal lords didn't use their full powers following He Yuan's order, the sight before the latter's eyes was still inconceivable. Besides He Yuan, these feudal lords couldn't believe their eyes either, and they promptly exerted more force with their attacks. The tide rose again and became even more violent. Yang Kai's consciousness was finally affected. Faced with the bombardment of the Black Ink clansmen, he felt his spiritual energy being drained rapidly. He couldn't endure attacks of such intensity for long. Fortunately, Yang Kai had obtained the soul-warming lotus when he was just a budding cultivator. Over the years, his soul became much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm, because he had continuous nourishment coming from the soul-warming lotus. Furthermore, his spiritual energy had increased significantly after he obtained Yu Rumeng's primordial Yin. It had to be noted that charm demons were the best when it came to utilizing spiritual energy, not to mention that Yu Rumeng was a demon saint at the time. Although he was just a 7th-order open heaven realm master now, Yang Kai's soul was on par with an 8th-order human master's. That was the reason he could ward off the tide of the feudal lord's consciousnesses on his own. In this space, a consciousness was the manifestation of one's soul, so the stronger a person's soul was, the stronger they were in this place. On top of that, most of the Black Ink clansmen were not experts in using their souls. However, Yang Kai reckoned that the Royal Lord's secret technique that was exclusive to the Royal Lords must be a form of soul technique. These feudal lords were basically trying to show off meager skills before an expert by trying to fight Yang Kai with their consciousnesses alone. With that said, even though he could temporarily defend himself from the bombardment, he couldn't persevere for long. After all, he couldn't endure the barrage of attacks forever, regardless of how impenetrable his defense was. Furthermore, his consciousness was trapped in this special space, so he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. If the Black Ink clan seized the chance to harm his physical body, he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. Therefore, after tentatively defending himself for a moment, he decided to act ruthlessly. The Black Ink clansmen, who were ready to channel more of their powers to suppress Yang Kai, suddenly felt chills running down their spines. Before they could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai's aura flared up. His powerful consciousness slowly solidified in this special space and turned into a soul avatar. What astonished these feudal lords was that this soul avatar was holding a saber. The feudal lords were befuddled while He Yuan was flabbergasted. Over the years, they had never seen a consciousness that could take on his true form in this place. The communication between consciousnesses had always been accomplished in a kind of intangible form. How powerful must a person's soul be in order to actually take on a visible, almost solid form? What made them feel despondent was that they had no idea why there was a saber here. How did Yang Kai bring an artifact to this space where only consciousnesses were supposed to exist? Was this a special skill unique to the humans? They had never interacted with the humans' consciousnesses before. However, the Black Ink nests belonged to the Black Ink clan, so why was a human in a favorable position in this place? The feudal lords thought that the saber was an artifact Yang Kai brought to this place, and in fact they weren't wrong. However, this weapon was no ordinary artifact. It was a soul-type artifact. It was the Emperor artifact Soul-Splitting Saber. This was an artifact that Yang Kai had obtained all the way back when he was still in the Hung Luo star field. He was still weak at that time, so this Emperor artifact was of great help to him when it came to killing his enemies. However, as his strength increased, this Emperor artifact was no longer useful to him. He simply kept Soul-Splitting Saber in his soul and had not used it for years. It never crossed his mind that he would use this Emperor artifact again one day. Although this Emperor artifact was too weak compared to his current realm, it was better than fighting against the feudal lord's consciousnesses with only his raw spiritual energy. After all, he was on his own while the Black Ink clansmen came at him in large numbers. With the Soul-Splitting Saber in hand, Yang Kai felt his murderous intent surging and grinned. "Don't worry. I'll make this quick." The moment he finished speaking, he brandished his saber as a cold light slashed across this special space. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy allowed the light of the soul-splitting saber to fill the entire space. Following the attack, the consciousnesses of 4 feudal lords died in silence. At the same time, the feudal lords, who were respectively in charge of 4 Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory, collapsed to the ground. Although they were still technically alive, they were now completely immobile. The destruction of their consciousnesses meant that they wouldn't survive for long. The power of the saber astonished the feudal lords. The barrage of attacks, which was the agglomeration of the feudal lords' consciousnesses, instantly weakened. With most of the pressure lifted off, Yang Kai slashed with his saber again. This time the feudal lords promptly dodged the attack, so only 2 were killed. Still, they were shaken to the core after witnessing the power of the saber twice. They initially thought that they could easily capture Yang Kai with this trap, but they had never expected that this human was actually so ferocious. Even though he was in a trap set up by the Black Ink clan, he was still the one slaughtering them. Faced with the threat of death, the feudal lords' consciousnesses tried to flee from this place in a hurry. After all, none of them wanted to be killed, especially when Yang Kai was chasing after them with his strange saber. To their dismay though, they soon realized that they were unable to leave this place. The moment Yang Kai's consciousness barged into this special space, it was completely sealed off. Only He Yuan, who was in charge of this place, could open it again. Apparently, He Yuan didn't have the intention of opening this space. The turn of events not only startled the feudal lords, but also He Yuan. He had never expected that instead of harming Yang Kai, the trap they had set up in advance became a battlefield where they were the ones being slaughtered. Nevertheless, he soon came to his senses. Seeing that the feudal lords' consciousnesses were trying to run away from Yang Kai, he roared, "Stand and fight! We must not let him flee this time." This chance was hard to come by, and if they let Yang Kai escape, He Yuan didn't have the confidence to trap him again. Regardless of the price he had to pay, he had to defeat and capture Yang Kai today. The next instant, He Yuan took the initiative to charge towards Yang Kai. His consciousness, which was even more powerful than the rest, clashed with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's consciousness, which had basically replicated his true form, was caught off guard and staggered backwards upon impact, while the light around him also dimmed. Martial Peak Chapter 5109 Ray of Hope for the Black Ink Clan. The instant Yang Kai was attacked, he responded with his saber. He Yuan's consciousness promptly backed off, but he couldn't be as quick as the saber light. Struck by the saber light, He Yuan groaned in pain like an injured beast. His powerful consciousness weakened in an instant and it was obvious that he was wounded. As horror overwhelmed him, thinking that he was doomed, He Yuan heard something crack. As his consciousness refocused, he realized that the saber in the hands of Yang Kai's avatar had shattered upon impact. An elated He Yuan roared at the feudal lords who were running away. "His weapon has been destroyed. Do not fear." Upon hearing that, the feudal lords turned around and realized that, just like what He Yuan had said, the saber in Yang Kai's hands had fallen apart for some reason. In an instant they become energized. The consciousnesses were all essentially naked. So the feudal lords were stunned when they saw Yang Kai summoning a saber. After He Yuan was done barking, he madly activated his power and charged towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, the feudal lords promptly assisted him. At that moment, Yang Kai was immensely pressured. In the end, the soul-splitting saber was just an emperor artifact. Although it had been nurtured in his soul over the years, its original quality couldn't be changed. It couldn't bear the power of Yang Kai's spiritual energy. So 3 strikes had been its limit. Therefore, before Yang Kai could kill all of his enemies, the saber broke apart. Presently, with He Yuan leading the charge, the attacks from the feudal lords' consciousnesses came right at Yang Kai in a continuous manner from all directions. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai's soul was, he couldn't possibly bear such a bombardment. Seeing that Yang Kai's consciousness became immobile, as though it had been suppressed, the feudal lords struck their opponent harder, determined to take him down. Yang Kai was aware that he was in an unfavorable position. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had come up with a brilliant method to deal with him. In such a place, space principles were practically useless. This was purely a contest of the strength of their spiritual energy. He had to quickly come up with a solution. Otherwise, he would be doomed. At the most critical moment, Yang Kai realized that since he could summon the soul-splitting saber to this place, what about the soul-warming lotus? The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so if he could summon it, there wouldn't be any suspense regarding the outcome of this battle. However, he had never summoned the soul-warming lotus to fight his enemies before. Usually, he would only counterattack when others attempted to invade his knowledge sea, so the idea of summoning it hadn't crossed his mind. As he thought about this, a 7-colored light burst from his figure. When the feudal lords who were bombarding Yang Kai with their attacks saw the light, they were bewildered. He Yuan had no idea what was going on either, but through his battles with Yang Kai, he came to realize that this human had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the moment the 7-colored light appeared, He felt that something was off and promptly shouted, "Take him down now." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused all of his power and charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, he had no choice but to ignore the royal lord's order that Yang Kai had to be captured alive. Whether Yang Kai could survive this strike would depend on his luck. Following He Yuan's order, the feudal lords wouldn't dare to hold back any of their strength and madly attacked. Invisible attacks came right at Yang Kai from all directions and drowned him. However, the seven-colored light only became brighter and soon filled the space. The feudal lords watched apprehensively while He Yuan turned solemn. A moment later, the storm subsided as the originally noisy space fell silent. A lotus that radiated a light of 7 colors abruptly appeared in the place where Yang Kai previously stood. The lotus spun gently, exuding an aura that the Black Ink clansmen coveted. "What is that?" one of the puzzled feudal lords asked. Although he had no idea what this 7-colored lotus was, he could clearly feel that it was hugely beneficial to any Black Ink clansman who could possess it. "Where is he?" There was another feudal lord who was concerned about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Other than the 7-colored lotus sitting in the place where Yang Kai previously stood, the human himself was nowhere in sight. "I suppose he's dead. Although he is strong, he couldn't possibly survive that bombardment." "Well done. That human was too arrogant as he had no regard for us. He deserved his death." Besides these feudal lords, He Yuan also believed that Yang Kai had perished. Yang Kai had indeed showcased powerful spiritual energy, but regardless of how formidable he was, he couldn't possibly stave off the joint attack of all the feudal lords and He Yuan. However, if Yang Kai was really killed, how was He Yuan going to explain himself to the royal lord? This was giving He Yuan a headache. Also, what was this 7-colored lotus that Yang Kai had left behind? While he was puzzled, the flower petals of the spinning 7-colored lotus started to unfurl, and as that happened, a figure revealed itself. Seated among the stamens, this person radiated a vague glow. Upon making out the person's face, He Yuan was shocked. That was because not only wasn't Yang Kai dead, he wasn't even wounded. How can this be? He might have been lucky enough to have survived the bombardment of attacks, but how was it possible that he wasn't injured at all? Could the strange lotus have blocked all their attacks? Before He Yuan could figure it out, Yang Kai's soul power burst forth. The power of this soul was as magnificent as the ocean and as profound as the abyss. As the mass of spiritual energy increased in intensity, the special space started trembling. "It wouldn't be polite if I didn't offer a gift in return. Please accept this." The moment the clear voice reverberated across the space, clearly discernible spirit energy turned into visible saber lights that pointed in all directions as they hovered above Yang Kai's head. Faced with the saber lights, the feudal lords felt chills running down their spines. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, the spiritual energy saber lights shot out in all directions and mercilessly rained down on them. The feudal lords were horrified as they all scrambled to escape or defend themselves. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. As the saber lights swept across the space, half of the feudal lords' consciousnesses were destroyed. Even He Yuan was struck by 2 saber lights and roared in pain. The surviving feudal lords' consciousnesses all trembled in fear. He Yuan knew that if they let Yang Kai attack again, all of the Black Ink clansmen here would be killed. Yang Kai's soul was unimaginably powerful. Besides that, he had a lot of special offensive skills when it came to the soul, something that the Black Ink clan were not aware of previously. Ignoring his own injuries, He Yuan launched another attack in an attempt to turn the tide. Seeing that, some of the feudal lords joined in and made a move. However, the incident that took place the next moment sent He Yuan into a state of despair. The attacks of He Yuan and the feudal lords were all blocked by the 7-colored lotus. As a result, Yang Kai wasn't harmed one bit. Now, He Yuan could confirm that the reason Yang Kai was safe earlier was that the latter had this strange 7-colored lotus. He wondered what kind of treasure it was that could defend against so many spiritual energy attacks. Even a territory lord like him was unable to hurt Yang Kai despite having personally made a move. The defensive strength of the 7-colored lotus was simply impenetrable. With the protection of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai had no more worries. As his spiritual energy condensed into another attack, He slashed out at the surviving Black Ink clansmen. More and more of the feudal lords were eliminated, and inside the feudal lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory, numerous bodies passed out and collapsed to the ground. These feudal lords no longer reacted regardless of how loud the other Black Ink clansmen called out to them. Within moments, fewer than 5 of the original 30 feudal lord remained. These consciousnesses were running about madly as Yang Kai relentlessly chased after them, completely powerless to counterattack. He Yuan's aura was also weakening by the breath. It was not possible to use any kind of technique in a pure clash of spiritual energy, so in such a place, it was hard for He Yuan to use his formidable strength. Finally, one of the feudal lords shouted, "Sir He Yuan, we can't persevere any longer. Please open this space. Otherwise, all of us will die." He Yuan was unperturbed though, for he firmly believed that the 7-colored lotus wasn't as impenetrable as it seemed. He thought that by exerting more force with his attacks, he could shatter the lotus defense. However, his goal was still not achieved after so many of the feudal lords' consciousnesses perished. Regardless, their defeat in this place didn't mean that the Black Ink clan had lost. They still had a chance to turn things around. That was because the moment Yang Kai entered this space through the Black Ink nest's power, He Yuan managed to ascertain his whereabouts. This could be achieved easily, for Yang Kai made use of a feudal lord's Black Ink nest to come into this space. Just by finding out which Black Ink nest it was, He Yuan could effortlessly discover where Yang Kai was. After all, the fiefs and Black Ink nests of the feudal lords were fixed. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's consciousness entered this space, He Yuan ordered more than 10 feudal lords to rush over to Yang Kai's location. He Yuan's initial plan was to damage Yang Kai's consciousness, so that this team could easily capture him in a weakened state. However, things were not going to plan. Not only was Yang Kai not injured, but he had also made use of a 7-colored lotus to commit a massacre. They were not in a favorable position in this special space, so it was inevitable that so many feudal lords' consciousnesses were wiped out. Nevertheless, as long as Yang Kai's consciousness was trapped here, he couldn't return to his body, and the team that He Yuan had sent would soon capture Yang Kai. That was the reason He Yuan refused to open this space despite the fact that so many feudal lords were injured or dead. There was still a ray of hope for them to turn things around. With that said, regardless of how swift the team of feudal lords were, it would take them at least 4 hours to arrive at the Black Ink nest where Yang Kai was located. Could He Yuan persevere for another 4 hours? He had no idea, but he knew that there were not a lot of feudal lords' consciousnesses left. Once they were all dead, he would have to face Yang Kai alone. Despite the fact that a lot of feudal lords were killed, He Yuan continuously channeled his power to attack the 7-colored lotus in the hope that he could shatter its defense. There was no doubt that the outcome was disappointing for him, as the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was so impregnable that even a territory lord like him couldn't hope to destroy it. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.